Throw some colors on the screen and paint me black and white. I wanna see a thief in a gunfight or a heroine wounded in love. You can keep her lighted by an old flame left to frame, so I can read the feeling on her face, half in shadow, and know I felt that too. In danger and in love, you've got the dreams I was dreaming of, and I've got 2 hours to pretend. So I'll watch a movie with a friend. Time's running sideways, and reality's gotta meet me halfway. So I'll meet it here again. Here's the Trading Movies Podcast with friends.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Trade Movies. This is a special episode because not only is it a Christmas episode, but we have today we're talking. Or I'm going to start over. Okay. I fucked up my intro like 6 episodes ago, and I was like, I'm not going to fuck it up the next episode, and then every single one I've just been in my head about it.
You're in your this is your Christmas curse.
It is my yeah.
You feel like you're in a Christmas movie.
Christmas curse. Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everyone. I'm talking. Fuck me.
I won't look at you. Like, I'll avoid.
No. Don't. Don't speak. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Trade Movies. This is a special episode because today I'm talking to Emma Kearney again, and that's why it's a special episode because she is. I think you're the first repeat guest we've had.
Oh, that's
so
exciting.
That is exciting. Yeah, you get the official challenge coin.
That's fun.
Yeah. So
I hope people enjoy having me back. Also, I'm excited to be back because I had so much fun the last time. And we also came up with like 6 different episodes where we were like, we should do this, and now we're doing one of them.
I don't even know if this was one of the ones we talked about.
No, this is not one we talked about. We're just doing another one. We still have 6 on the back burner.
You just posted about Stalag 17, and I was like, oh, I've never even heard of this. But it's Billy Wilder, Otto Preminger, William
It was
Holden.
the reaction that I got a lot from a lot of people. They're like, I've never even heard of this. And I was like, it's crazy that people haven't heard of this movie because to me it is like one of the movies. It's like Gone with the Wind. It's like Citizen Kane. I'm like, this is one of the movies. Like, how do people not have heard of this movie?
I have a theory about that. I'll make a note to say it, but I have a theory on movies like that and like From Here to Eternity that I think used to be. I think you just have an old soul, and I mean that respectfully. But like,
there is something about like I think it's like distribution, like contracts, because that's what I think about with From Here to Eternity.
Somewhat. Real quickly, you can check out Emma's stuff at restorativeromance.substack.com.
Yes.
I want to make sure I hype you up. She writes the Restorative Romance newsletter, which is a newsletter for people interested in the bigger picture of what historical romance can be. She also hosts Reform Rakes podcast, a historical romance podcast steeped in depravity. The pod is available wherever you get your podcasts. There's also a Patreon at patreon.com/reformedrakes, and you can go to linktree/mkick, that's EMMKICK, for all that and her socials, especially your TikTok, which is where I learned about her. I think that's what I said the last time.
Yeah, that sounds good. It's still the same. It's still the same. Yeah. But when you talk the distribution of the I mean, they're movies that like TCM owns, and so they get played more often. And so you're like, oh, these are like the things that Ted Turner owns get played more often, so people watch them more. And so there's certain like the Fox catalog stuff that doesn't get watched as much. And so I suspect that there's a lot of like stuff that, especially on like on streaming platforms and whatnot, like stuff that gets canonized has a lot more to do with like legal contracts than taste. A lot of the times is my suspicion. Like, I mean, I think about this with some of the, like the actresses we love. Like Jean Tierney is not as well regarded as other actresses, but she was a Fox actress, so those things don't get. They're not on TCM as often, because Fox is harder to distribute. So stuff like that, where I think Stalag 17 may be like that, where it just doesn't get. This is not based on anything other than my intuition about. It's surprising to me that so few people have heard of it or seen it.
Yeah, I get frustrated a lot, I think, by the canon, particularly with film, because I feel like a lot of people. I'm calling out every viewer here, so please just cancel me. Stop listening to pod. But I feel like there's a lot of like, don't be a. My only like we were talking about didactic stuff before the pod. My only like true thing on this is don't be afraid to like lionize and canonize movies that you like, because I feel like there's a lot of movies that people overrate because like, well, how am I going to give a bad rating to XYZ? And there's a lot of movies that people are sort of afraid to give 5 stars to. Like, Holy Matrimony and Rio are a couple of examples where very few people have seen them, but like they're so good. But you just see them, and it's like, and even Trapped in Paradise, which I just released an episode on, which I love with Nick Cage, great Christmas movie. People are like, this is one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. Love it. Such a great classic Christmas movie. 3 stars on Letterboxd from. I'm like, just give it 5 stars or 4. Like, if you like it, like, I feel like if more people knew. Now, I'm not saying that's Stalag 17 or one way or the other. My theory with this movie actually is that I think it's like, I think this movie and the movie in From Here to Eternity, which I also liked, but I wouldn't call From Here to Eternity like great, so to speak. I don't. That might be. I don't know if that's as controversial.
I don't love
now.
It's not my favorite.
Like, probably more controversial.
Yeah, I think it was one of those. It was like very well respected in the 1950s, like in the decade that it came out. Where it's like this was like an all-timer. Like we had never seen something like this before. Very well accepted, very well rewarded and regarded. And I think it has fallen off in its taste. But I think there's cycles of that. Like I remember, so even like with the BFI list that came out most recently, there are no William Wyler pictures on the BFI list, which to me is crazy. Like the William Wyler is not.
What?
There are no William Wyler movies in
That's
the top
wild.
100. It's crazy. It's crazy. But to me, that's like, that's so wild to me because like William Wyler is such like a lion of old Hollywood, but he's not particularly not necessarily not well regarded, but he's not. I think his movies are kind of seen as like throwbacks, like Ben-Hur. It's like who's gonna pick Ben-Hur as one of the top 10 movies of all time? Who's gonna pick like my pick?
That's straight up homophobia. If
right, that's fair.
If they don't like that.
Or the one that I think should be on there is The Best Years of Our Lives. But it's that movie is such a like of its time thing where I think it feels like dated in a way that sometimes is like not of the taste right now. But I also think like we're gonna cycle back. Like I think William Wyler, like when I watch a William Wyler movie, he's a genius at like staging and blocking, like in a way that like I think Paul Thomas Anderson really loves William Wyler. Like stuff that whenever I see someone who's good at blocking, I'm like they got that from Wyler. Like nobody can do it like him. And so I think there will be a cycle where people like discover William Wyler again. Especially like if like Audrey Hepburn, like if they do an Audrey Hepburn biopic and there's a big thing about Roman Holiday and everyone's watching Roman Holiday again, everyone is going to watch that movie and be like, wow, this movie looks better than 99% of movies because William Wyler's directing it. So that there's like cycles of taste, of like who
he directed. I think
off.
More actors to best best actor wins. I believe than anybody else.
It's also specifically actresses like Bette Davis. Who else? Audrey Hepburn.
Olivia de Havilland,
the heiress. Like it's just so he's incredible.
Streisand.
Yes, tied Funny Girl tied the same year as The Lion in Winter, my other favorite Christmas movie. But yeah, he's incredible. Like that combination of like camera work and acting, it's just unmatched. And I think he's someone that who I don't think anyone would be like anyone who likes old Hollywood movies would not dismiss William Wyler, but he's not in the canon of like guys that we're going to be uplifting to like best ever out of the American like 1940s 50s movie scene. He's not quite that. He doesn't have that like auteur thing.
Yeah. You know what I think that is? My theory on that. We'll come back to my theory on From Here to Eternity and also Stalag 17. My theory on the William Wyler thing is I think I've seen Ben-Hur, Children's Hour, The Heiress, and Big Country, and all those are just straight up masterpieces.
Those are all the mean ones.
I haven't seen.
You gotta watch Roman Holiday.
I need to see Funny Girl.
And Funny Girl. Oh my God, Omar Sharif.
I have. Well, I'm doing. Check out this Barbra Streisand box set.
Okay, so we got The Way We Were, The Prince of Tides, Mirror of Two Faces, and Funny Girl. Wow, those are some movies.
Yeah, it's great. Love it. I have seen the mean ones. I need to see the other ones. I also want to see like his other his Bette Davis ones as well.
The Letter is
obviously love Bette
The
Davis.
Letter. So you like hockey, so I'll give you my hocky metaphor for The Letter. So the rule.
Love a hockey metaphor.
So it's very specific. The rule. This was explained to me by someone who played hockey. There was a rule in the 80s, 90s that basically allowed players to like multiple players from the same team to be in the penalty box at the same time. And Wayne Gretzky's team would use this to their advantage. They would I kept calling it foul out. It's not fouling out in hockey, but they would get in the penalty box so that Wayne would have more room to skate. And then they were like, you can't do this anymore. It's unfair. Minors. Yes. So they were like, we're hurting other teams because Wayne Gretzky is so good at like maneuvering. It's like we need they were getting his own teammates off the field or off the ice. This is what I feel like William Wyler does in The Letter with Bette Davis, is that every part of that movie is about getting out of Bette Davis's way, and it's like designed to get her an Oscar, and she's so good in it. And the movie, like the surrounding bits are not phenomenal. They're not like anything to write home about. It's just you just all these little pieces of William Wyler being like, we're gonna let Betty do her thing. It's incredible. It's like the best performance I've ever seen in a 3-star movie.
I love that.
That's my Wayne Gretzky metaphor for Bette Davis. This is how I describe The Letter to like metaphor. Everyone, but it only lands with like 1% of people that I speak to. Like, you have to know about William Wyler, and you have to know about this like hockey rule that I'm going to explain poorly, and like this is what's happening in The Letter. So
I love it. Do you have one for like other rules? We can get into other hockey rules now that you've triggered my special interest. What would be do you know the Rob Ray rule?
No, explain it to me. I'll come up with a movie for it.
Okay, the Rob Ray rule. Let me see. I might have to share my.
I could Google him, Rob Ray.
Okay. But there's like, so let me here. I just texted you one. You should get that.
Okay.
So I'm texting Emma a picture. I'll probably try and splice it over the pod of Rob Ray with his shirt off, his jersey off, and his shoulder pads on. So Rob Ray was like an enforcer in the 80s and 90s for the Buffalo Sabres mostly, and Rob Ray was probably 5'10", maybe 5'9", like 200, 220 pounds. So he was small for an enforcer, but he was known as like one of the meaner ones. But what Rob Ray figured out, there's very few hockey players that have like rules named after them or like that have directly caused rule changes with the NHL. Wayne Gretzky, as Emma said, was one. Rob Ray had the rule that you have to have something called a fight strap on your jersey and on your like shoulder pads so that your jersey can't fully come off. Because what Rob Ray would do was would stitch his jersey to his shoulder pads and elbow pads where it really loose, and then get into a fight with someone. And as soon as they fought him, the other guy would go to grab him, because that's what you do in hockey fights, and they would just rip off his jersey, and then they couldn't grab Rob Ray, and he would just beat the hell out of him.
He's like
because
Ely. He's like
yeah.
Like
He's doing. Have you seen Bronson?
The movie
with Tom Hardy?
No, I've not seen this. Yeah. This movie's like very outside my wheelhouse, but I've seen the trailer.
Okay. There's a famous scene in there. Shout out one of my buddies who's always like, that'd be the perfect role for me. But he has like a prison. He has like one of the prison guards basically like oil him up with a bunch of like soap or whatever, so he can go attack prison guards. So like his whole thing was like greasing himself up and then fighting people. That was kind of what Rob Ray would do. Like a Buster
Keaton thing, right? Like the
I feel like funny.
I feel like that's I feel like this maybe Harold Lloyd. Like that's what I'm thinking about, someone who's just like bouncing. Like off of things. Like it's like a silent movie, like a trampy sort of adventure thing. That's what I feel like we're gonna arrange the circumstances so that this person like bounces off a wall.
Yeah, there's a little, and I have a jersey with it because my brother's got me like if you get like an authentic hockey jersey, we says a couple of years ago, it'll come with the fight strap, and if you don't have your fight strap tied down. There's been guys who like don't ever get into fights, so they're like, "Fuck this, I'm not even going to do it." And then they get into fights, they don't have their fight strap tied down, and they get tossed from the game because Rob Ray was like so brutally effective at it that it would just do it. So yeah, I don't know if there's what movie you can.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
Buster Keaton or Harold. I thought you were saying okay, my bad.
Yeah, like
I thought you were saying that was like a Buster Keaton gimmick that he was doing.
No, I just think like the production of the film is designed to like have this person like just be in peril, but also like there it's like a singular thing where it's like Buster Keaton is he's not, it's barely a stunt because he's like actually doing it to himself, but he can handle it. It's like Harry Houdini sort of like it's not a trick as much as it's just like brute force of like energy and willingness to like avoid like certain death or like the Mission Impossible, like the Tom Cruise of it all.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so you got that. How about there's Roger Nielsen was a coach who had many rules, I think, after him. One of them was when, you know how they pull the goalie in hockey at the end of the game to get like a 6-on-5? Like, what Roger Nielsen would have his goalie do is lay his goalie stick across the ice, which is brilliant.
And then like
have him lay it. So when they try and like shoot.
So like he would leave his stick.
Yeah, so when they try and like shoot the puck.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
And so, okay, so there'd be like
the puck couldn't go in.
So what would the goalie do when he was down on the other side?
Well, the goalie goes to the bench and then another guy hops on.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
In my mind, it was like the goalie is like down on the other side without a stick. And I was like, well, what?
Yeah,
so
you're
he's
thinking
just, like
in
skating
soccer,
down there?
I guess, when like
That
like
doesn't
at the end
happen
of the game on like a free kick when the goalie comes down.
The first soccer game I ever saw in person, and I make fun of my best friend for this all the time. I saw it with my best friend, and I was like, trying to like understand the rules of soccer. I was like the metaphor of. I was like, is it like? I was like, would you ever pull the goalie like you do in hockey? And he was like, no. He was like, that would never happen. Like, it would be so foolish to pull a goalie in soccer. The goal's so much bigger than it is in hockey, and also like once you take someone off, you can't put them back on. So it's not like lines in hockey. So it was like, it strategically doesn't make any sense. And the thing he didn't tell me is that you would do it during the last free kick or like last quarter of a game. And then Liverpool very iconically scored a corner kick by our goalie to like stay in the Champions League one season. And immediately I texted him and I was like, look what happened. And he's like, I was thinking about you when this happened because I remember telling you that this would never happen. I was like, it happened. So
I love that.
Yeah. So
that's
justice
awesome.
for me.
Okay. So there. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I don't know what movie that would be.
Leaving your stick behind.
That's a hard one.
Yeah, it's like a level of trickery.
The thing I think of is, have you seen the Seinfeld episode where George leaves? Like, that's like part of a dating strategy where he to get like a second date with a woman, he like leaves something behind so he has an excuse to like go back to her apartment and see her.
I mean, I feel like,
that's
I don't
like
know if I think I'm sure I've seen this episode because I think I've seen every episode of Seinfeld. I don't remember this one specifically, but I also believe that this is something that George would do. Like, you're leaving. I mean, it's kind of like it feels like something about like you're leaving the obvious resource behind to use it to your advantage. I'm like, what would be the movie metaphor there? I'm not sure. I'll think about it. It's not coming to me immediately.
Behind enemy lines. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Behind Enemy Lines in probably 25 years. There is one called the Sean Avery Rule. I know you might know Sean Avery. He was in Oppenheimer. He's an actor now.
Oh.
He's been in a couple other things. Famously complicated man. He is both like, he was like an early advocate in sports for LGBTQ equality, which shout out Sean Avery, good for that. But also he was like, they don't have rats as much in hockey anymore. Like they tried to get him, but he was like probably the most notorious / biggest rat like you've ever seen in hockey, to the point he actually got suspended indefinitely for making a horrifically misogynist comment about another player's, like his ex-girlfriend that was now dating another player, where like the league literally suspended him indefinitely. It was like, you can't say that, like that is so, like I think he called, it was an actually movie tie-in TV. It was Elisha Cuthbert. Alicia Cuthbert. I don't know how to say her name.
I feel like this is coming. This incident is coming back to me, but knowing about it from the
she
gossip
was dating
end. Like I feel like I heard about it because it was happened to an actress that I knew.
Yeah. He said something like, I think it's like, it's common. I guess it's common for guys to date my sloppy seconds now or something. And then like the league was like, you can't say it, for good reason. You can't say that. And then but he had a rule named after him. It's called the Sean Avery rule, which you can't, like, normally when you when you would screen the goalie by, you keep your back to them and like you try and impede their source of vision. In the playoffs against like the rival, this is like, I remember watching this live. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. He turned around with his back to like the rest of his team on the power play and started putting his hand up like he's playing like peekaboo or something in front of the goalie's face, and just started like covering his eyes like so that he couldn't see. And and like I guess no one had ever thought to do that, and the ref was like trying to yell at him like, stop doing that, but he was just yelling back like, it's not a penalty, you don't know what, it's like, it's not against the rules. And he did that for like 2 minutes. The ref got pissed, but then he scored on the power play. It was like and it just tilted the Devils like off the face of the earth with how mad they were, like to the point where Brodeur, the goalie on the Devils, refused to shake his hand at the end. And the next day the league release was saying like, yeah, that's not allowed. Like you can't do that. Whatever that is, we'll call a penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct if you do that, which I thought was bullshit. But,
it's not against the rules when you do it the first time. It's like, it's just like, it's like OSHA regulations, right? Like you get one freebie.
Yeah. Yeah, you get one Avery rule freebie. I don't know what that one, I'm trying to think of it. There's probably been, it would have to be like I guess maybe Pride of the Marines with John Garfield, where he can't see and he's running into a Christmas tree and stuff. Or I'm trying to think of movies where like
literal
famously someone like has sight issues
with the metaphors.
Oh, okay.
Like
I think it
needs to be something about like the I think it needs to be something about like the production. Like the production is hiding something from someone else. like, I think I'm thinking about the time on
okay.
Like on Ryan's Daughter, David Lean film, the lead actress was poisoning the lead actor, and but other people knew, but he didn't know that he was being actively poisoned with like I think psychedelic mushrooms. Like she was giving him poison just because she didn't like him.
Oh.
That feels like the kind of thing where it's like it's not against the rules. Like nobody said I couldn't poison him. That sort of thing.
That's crazy.
Yeah, she was the lead actress of Ryan's Daughter.
Maybe Ben-Hur, where they didn't.
Yeah, like that they're like keeping information from people. I feel like that's for like safety reasons. I feel like that's maybe a good metaphor there, rather than like the things that are happening in the movie. I think that's. But we could also do Pride of the Marines.
Yeah. So we are back. We had a little bit of connection issues. I was just telling Emma she's killing me with these movie recommendations. I just broke my rule because normally I buy whatever movie in the highest quality I can, but the 4K for Lion and Winter is like $40, but the Blu-ray was $8.
Yeah, I have the Blu-ray. I don't think I have the 4K, and the Blu-ray looks great. I did get to see the 4K restoration in theaters the year it came out. It does look really good. But the Blu-ray, I've had the Blu-ray. I think I've owned maybe this movie on every format of my life. Like I had a VHS, I got the DVD the year the DVD came out, when I was in, I think, middle school, and then I got a Blu-ray, and now I'm waiting. I should just buy the 4K.
Yeah. It's Kino Lorber. They normally do really good. Oh, I have something to show you. You'll probably appreciate this. We'll get into this. Check out this shirt. What do you?
It says Mulholland Drive. Okay, I read it. Yeah. You showed it to me backwards, and I was like, Doctor something.
Yeah, yeah. Like, so now L.A. Dodgers Mulholland Drive with the Ohtani on the back. I figured.
Oh, that's fun.
It's probably
where did you
Target
get that?
This place shout out. I think it's And After That. They
do I love
a
them.
lot of the
Liverpool fan.
Yeah. Is he a Liverpool fan?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
If you make bootleg shirts on the internet, I figure out if you are a Liverpool fan.
That's cool. Yeah, it was a good day for me because I also got I wanted to show you these two. These just came in. This is
yes, that's Merchant Ivory.
Yeah, I figured you would. I think my camera's reversing.
The Bostonians. That's a good pull because the Bostonians is hard to find in any good like quality. Like I've watched it on like a terrible rip on YouTube. I think. It does not. The home releases of it are very disappointing.
Well, this is the Blu-ray.
So hopefully, better.
Europeans, Quartet, Bostonians, Howard's End.
The Bostonians, I think, is actually, I'd be interested to see it in a better quality because it is the movie that from Merchant Ivory that like looked the worst. But my sense is that maybe it looked bad because it was not just because of the rip that I got. Like I think they're still kind of figuring out like how to make their movies look like Merchant Ivory films. Gotcha. But I do love that novel, and I think Christopher Reeve is in the Bostonians, which is fun to see, like because he is also in Howard's End, and I just love Christopher Reeve.
I don't think I've seen any Merchant Ivory movies.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
A Room with a View. That's the best one.
I've heard that.
Yeah, I think you would really like Morris, which is spelled like Maurice, but they say Morris because they're British. Morris, which is another Ian Forster adaptation. God, they're the best. Like I just this is. Did I tell you my beef with Age of Innocence?
No.
Okay, I don't like this movie. Okay.
I can't remember.
It's not okay. So I know this is like this. We talked about this with historical fiction. The issue that I have with Age of Innocence, which is not Martin Scorsese's fault.
You just made a video on this, right?
Maybe.
Or it was in the caption of your video where you said, "I also feel this way about the." It was maybe some other movie, but
maybe.
Like,
I'm always like digging at Age of Innocence.
Because I was gonna like the video on TikTok, but then I saw you were also calling out Age of Innocence, and I unliked it. So I'm sorry.
It's just not my. It's not my cup of tea. But this is the framing I have. It's more of like it's like sometimes the things that people love they're annoying about in a way that makes me dislike the thing they love more. Age of Innocence. So I remember there's this TCM introduction once on Age of Innocence where Alicia Malone, who generally I like Alicia Malone. I love our TCM host. However, she gave this introduction where she said something like, but talks about how Martin Scorsese has called this movie his most violent film. And she says something, I think the exact quote is, "Merchant Ivory, this is not." And it felt like such a dismissal of Merchant Ivory because Merchant Ivory is like what we think of a costume drama looks like that because of Merchant Ivory. Like Joe Wright makes Pride and Prejudice 2005 look like that because Merchant Ivory's movies look like that. Like it just totally changes how we conceive of what period pieces look like is their adaptations of all these old novels. But also, it is Merchant Ivory movies are incredibly violent in the same way that Age of Innocence is violent. Like the same, if you're talking about this movie being so much more violent than Goodfellas, Merchant Ivory is engaging with those things more directly, or as directly, if not more so. I think they also deal with race in a way that is totally absent from Age of Innocence, which is not Martin Scorsese's fault or Edith Wharton's fault, but they pick novels that engage with like British colonialism in a very violent way. And like I think like Remains of the Day is an incredibly violent film. In this, and so it was so dismissive of like the thesis of Merchant Ivory that I was like, oh, this is the thing that annoys me about how people talk about the Age of Innocence.
Yeah.
Like it is the only costume drama that engages with these questions. Would actually, and I don't think that's how Martin Scorsese talks about it. I think he is coming into this genre being like, there's overlap between my other genre picture films of like gangster movies and like period pieces that deal with like parlors and manners and all these things. There's overlap there, but people like if Age of Innocence is the only costume drama you've seen, like I can't talk to you about it because it's like not.
Yeah,
it's like you're coming into my house.
I do agree with that. I would disagree with Scorsese, and it's his most violent. I think it's a fine movie, and I think it's a great movie. I think I gave it 5 stars, and I really loved it. And but I will say, I totally agree with the violence thing. It reminds me of I talk about her a lot. Patricia White, Dr. White, she's on several Criterions, but she opened up my understanding of Melodrama when she was saying like it's more about the emotional violence than the physical violence. That's like how you should judge like a classic Hollywood melodrama, which like I think is the key to the whole genre. But in that vein, if we're talking about violence, I don't think Age of Innocence, in terms of like, not that it's necessarily a melodrama, but in terms of like an interpersonal drama, I don't think it's one of the more violent ones, which was my complaint actually recently about Notorious, which I watched Notorious. Finally, I'd never seen it with, the Hitchcock.
Yeah.
And I didn't think it was nearly as good as like so many other.
It's my favorite.
Really?
It's my favorite Hitchcock by like a country mile.
Oof. Not Rebecca?
No.
Okay. I didn't mean
Rebecca, the movie,
Oof,
I think,
but yeah.
Rebecca, I think I compare unfavorably to the novel.
Okay.
Though I love Rebecca, but also
Vertigo?
Rebecca.
Rear Window?
Oh, I don't like Vertigo at all.
Really?
No, Vertigo, I don't like.
Okay. We're having some battles on this pod.
I think Jimmy Stewart is miscast in that movie. In a way that like I think is to the detriment of the film. But
just not to interrupt you because I know, but did you see the new Jimmy Stewart trailer that just came out today?
What do you mean news trailer? He's dead.
They're making well, yeah.
What are you saying?
I'm Lazarus. They're resurrecting me. No, they're making he's the new biopic guy. With the guy from Riverdale. It'll depress you.
Is his life that interesting?
I didn't think so.
I mean, he was married to the same woman forever. They were always like, oh, him and Lassie, the only 2 people who never had any scandals.
The most interesting thing I think about him was that him and Henry Fonda got into a fist fight over politics. There's like he went to the war and stuff, but
wait, are you
silly.
saying the guy from Riverdale? Are you saying KJ Apa? Who are you saying?
Yes, KJ Apa. Yeah, literally. Yeah, I didn't know who he was, but
okay.
I saw it on Twitter this morning.
Maybe
KJ
I remember
Apa
this being.
Jimmy
I think I
Stewart.
remember this coming out and thinking that'll never happen, but I guess it's happening.
It's happening. Jason Alexander, Rob Riggle. Yeah.
Jason Alexander, free him. Who's he playing?
Yeah,
movie producer.
He's playing one of the guys who you gotta put your heart into it, Jimmy. Like that. That. Okay. Just a complete waste of like one of the greatest comedic actors ever. But yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I love Notorious. I think it is Hitchcock's sexiest movie. I think it is tight. It's under 100 minutes. I think Cary Grant, I often cite it as the movie when people are like, Cary Grant played the same character in every role he ever had. I was like, well, watch Notorious. He's not C.K. Dexter Haven in that film. Ingrid Bergman I think it's the best anyone's looked in a Hitchcock movie ever. Like, I think she's stunning in it. I love her costumes.
No shade to her.
The part where he ties the bandana around her waist. That beats anything. That beats anything in any movie ever.
I think like I'm not too sold on Cary Grant in like more dramatic roles because I also didn't like Only Angels Have Wings, and I haven't seen him like in too much. Yeah, it just didn't.
Aghast.
I know it just didn't hit with me.
I tried to think of like what would sell you on him. Have you seen Holiday?
No, I need to.
Holiday will bridge the gap for you between dramatic and like because it is a screwball comedy, but also it's very heavy in a way that like it's because it's Screwball from the late 30s, not Screwball from the early 40s. And so it's got that like darkness that I think will bridge the gap for you.
Okay.
And
less so with like, I didn't mind his performance, like, but it's more that I thought it wasn't what it could be, because I was more like, I'm such a Claude Rains mega fan, and I thought particularly he was underused in it, in that like I wanted like more of the classic melodrama. Like it should have been him and Cary Grant as like gay guys sort of battling over control of Ingrid Bergman. I thought and I thought it should have been like powerful gay guy versus powerful, in terms of the archetypes, like powerful gay guy versus powerful gay guy. But then like Cary Grant comes, this is how I would have booked it if I was a professional wrestling, powerful gay guy versus powerful gay guy. But then like Claude Rains' mom comes in as like the manager / tag team partner who like helps Claude Rains sort of battle. I didn't think there was enough about the emotions of it. It seemed like it was too like sort of plot driven, which is more and more less interesting to me than like the heavy duty like emotional violence stuff.
See, I mean, to me, it's like to me, it's a romance. I'm like, it is a like I read it like a romance novel. Like it is a romance novel. There's the miscommunication. There's the like the bid for a grand gesture that he fails to commit to, that he then has to spend the rest of the movie correcting. Is that she asked him to say like, please don't like tell me not to do this, and he doesn't do it. And then it's like they have to do this correction. So I mean, to me, it's like a romantic comedy. Like that's the structure of it, rather than like a melodrama. It is tense because they're Nazis, but it is structured like a romance to me, where Hitchcock didn't make a lot of those movies. I would have like had him. I think I would have like done the reveal a lot earlier. Like, I wish Claude Rains would have known that she's a spy like 20 minutes in, and then like the rest of the movie would have been about like he knows, but then like he's trying to like how far are you willing to go? And then Claude Rains is like, if it was more. Do you think that would have made the movie too long? I feel like the part where between when he knows and the end of the movie is so tight that it's like a symphony. Like it's like controlled. But it's like if you extend it, I think it might lose some of that. One of the virtues of the film.
But I don't think it gets explored well enough. Like how much is she willing to do for Cary Grant, or how much is she willing to do how much control is she willing to put up with, or how just like the. I don't think Claude Rains was sadistic enough, I guess, is also like he was more sort of. I guess I just love deception. So I think I just love deception so much, where like the entire movie. I probably just am unfairly, because like the entire movie of that is like him and Bette Davis battling over Paul Henreid, which I just love so much. So I was kind of hoping that they would just do that. And
you've not seen The Passionate Friends, have you?
No, what's that?
Claude Rains. Oh my God! If you want mean Claude Rains, that is.
I would love mean Claude Rains.
He is. It's Phantom Thread is not based on The Passionate Friends, but it is heavily borrows from The Passionate Friends.
I need to see more David Lean.
Well, yeah, that's the answer. David Lean is always the answer.
You need to book my movie watching for like a month. We'll do like 30.
The Passionate Friends. It's streaming on Criterion. Pods. It's not. There's not a home release of it, which is a bummer. This is like my big like. I was like Criterion. Like if they asked me for like one movie that I think have the rights to, I'm like, just distribute it, please. Passionate Friends, based on an H.G. Wells novel, stars Ann Todd, who was married to David Lean. I think they had an affair during the movie and then got married afterwards. Who's the cuckold? No, Claude Rains is the cuckold. It's Trevor.
Oh, that's all you have to say.
Trevor.
Oh, his name's Howard Justin too. Beautiful.
What is his name? Trevor from
That's okay. So that's the other thing with Notorious. If you're gonna name Claude Rains Alexander Sebastian, which is like one of the upper tier gay names ever put on cinema, Alexander Sebastian, he's got to be way more gay. You can't waste that name on like a relative.
I think he's pretty gay in the movie. I think you're.
But not. He's not like. You've seen Deception with Irving Rapper? Yeah.
I've seen every movie.
Walking in and making a party silent and being like, ooh, like he's so good in that.
I think I've seen every movie that features 2 or more actors from Casablanca. This was one of my COVID projects. Okay. So I've seen all of them. Like if
all
there
the Peter Lorre, Sidney Greenstreet ones?
Yeah, if there are 2 characters that are.
Have you seen Hollywood Canteen?
Yes. But for different reasons, yeah. I think I went during one like completion project where I have to go through like a actors.
I'm sorry that you had to do that. That movie sucks.
Yeah, sometimes they're not good. I mean, my favorite actress of all time is Jean Tierney. I've watched a lot of bad movies.
We share that.
So
yeah.
But yeah, Passionate Friends is what you should watch. It is. So have you seen Brief Encounter, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So Brief Encounter is the one that when you're talking about distribution, Brief Encounter is the one that everyone loves. It's like it's on the BFI list. But it's way more distributed than The Passionate Friends. I think The Passionate Friends is better. It's meaner. It's Claude Rains in it. It's got this like nested like frame narrative that I'm like, how he pulls it off is crazy with like the voiceovers. I'm like, nobody else could do this. It's 1949, I think. Antod. It's incredible, and Claude Rains is gay and mean and controlling husband.
Love it.
And also like doesn't have a very like optimistic ending at all. Like it's a very sort of like bummer of an ending. That I really love.
Movie.
And I mean Antod is if you like Gene Tierney, Antod is one of the great faces.
I love Gene Tierney.
She's the way David Lean films her. She's in that movie, and she's in Madeline, which is another underwatched David Lean film, where she plays it's a period piece. She plays a Scottish murderess she's on trial for killing her lover. And it's a very like notorious Scottish case. I think at the end of the 19th century, that Antod is she's phenomenal in it. Underrated actress, because once she got married to David Lean, she kind of stopped acting. But she's also in another gay movie, The Seventh Veil with James Mason.
Oh, I think hold on. You can make me, because I have all make me break up my stack here. That, I'm sure this is entertaining for the audio only listeners. I don't have that. Fuck. Okay. Why don't I own this?
I don't know. It's great.
Yeah,
James Mason.
I do have
Gainsborough Pictures. Yes. So those movies, the one with what's her name? Margaret. What is that one? It's so good with the Highwayman.
Margaret Lockwood.
Yes. Oh my God.
This is The Man in Grey, Madonna of the Seven Moons, and The Wicked Lady.
Yes. The
which
Man
sounds
in Grey,
like all books that you've read in like the last 2 weeks.
Yes. The Man in Grey and the Wicked Lady is so good. I love Margaret Lockwood from The Lady Vanishes.
Okay.
Gainsborough Melodrama. This is my tip for anyone who wants to watch a Gainsborough melodrama. They are the best movies to watch while taking a bubble bath. This is like,
okay.
I don't know if that's like in your ministry or like something that you do, but like Gainsborough melodrama, glass of wine, and a bubble bath. Like this is like, put it on an iPad. It's so good. Honestly, I'm like, I should do that tonight.
That'll be pod number 3 if we can get it by the censors. We'll both be in bubble baths and we'll just watch pictures.
Yeah,
this is the bubble bath podcast.
The Man in Grey, The Wicked Lady is probably my favorite because she's just like the highway woman.
You said The Seventh Veil?
The Seventh Veil. So I don't think it's a Gainsborough melodrama, but it has James Mason in it. It's like got hypnosis. There's a piano that's really important. Like she's like
love it.
She's a
Say No More
precocious piano player. And she's his ward. And it's so creepy and weird. And Antod is phenomenal in it. Great like soundtrack, like lots of great.
Is it as good as The Seventh Victim? Have you seen The Seventh Victim? I love. No, that movie.
I often think that I've seen The Seventh Victim because I'm like, oh, I've seen that, and I'm like, no, I'm thinking of The Seventh Veil.
Oh, he did an Alan Quartermain story. That's cool. King Solomon's Mines. Yeah, see, I feel like whenever people, I get the thing a lot like, oh, how am I going to recommend you a movie? But you come on, and I already have like fucking The Letter, all William Wyler movies, Ryan's Daughter, Lion and Winter, Room with a View, Morris, Holiday, Passionate Friends, Seventh Veil. So
every David Lean film.
Excited. Passionate Friends is going to be the cheapest DVD I can find is $54.
And I think it might not even be region 1. Like I think.
Yeah, no, it's. Well, that ain't a problem. If you think I don't have a region, yeah, come on.
Yeah, right. But the
shout out 220 Electronics, please sponsor me.
It is on Criterion streaming. And I think that's how I watched it. I think I watched it the first time on Filmstruck. Were you a Filmstruck subscriber? Way back when?
No.
It was like the pre-Criterion. It was like an independent streamer that was like, it was sort of, it had a lot of the stuff that Criterion had. And when it went defunct, I think Criterion like bought their library of streaming stuff.
This is also probably why I try and get the movies on disc when I can. This is probably also why, among many reasons, you've out Gene Tierney me, because fucking for whatever goddamn reason, Dragonwyck and The Ghost of Mrs. Muir are both, which I think she's both in, right?
Yeah.
They're both like $100 on Blu-ray as the cheapest Bluray, which just drives me crazy.
Because I think they're not American releases. I think in America, The Ghost of Mrs. Muir.
I think one of them's a Twilight Time.
Okay. Because I only have The Ghost of Mrs.
Or you mean
Muir.
originally American releases?
Yeah, or the movies were American releases, but I think the DVDs, or the Blu-rays.
There's a company called Twilight Time, which for some fucking reason only ever released like 3,000 copies of like a lot of Blu-rays, and so like then just no one else did it. Like they restored it and only did 3,000. So now if it's a Twilight Time one, then they just tend to be really expensive.
Yeah.
Which
I have the DVD of The Ghost of Mrs. Muir, but not Dragonwyck. But yeah, Fox movies, they're sort of notorious for being under, like they just are not distributed. Like another actor who I love that is like you can't find any of his movies on DVD is Don Amici, who's in Heaven Can Wait with Gene Tierney.
And Laird Krieger.
Yes.
A big movie for me. I wish that movie was better. I didn't like it as much. It was okay, but it wasn't like.
I tolerate a lot in it because Gene Tierney wears purple in it, and I'm like, okay, like it's the only movie where she wears purple. So I'm like, okay, like I'll take what I can.
That's very Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime coded.
She doesn't wear
purple
in Leave Her to Heaven. She it's like it's pinks and whites and yellows.
There's a
and there's the teal
dress with the flowers where she's kind of in the background.
I would call that
with,
pink, I think, though.
There's purple flowers on it.
Maybe, but yeah, the purple gown in because her eyes look so beautiful in purple.
This is a little podcast. We're now calling out specific Gene Tierney dresses, and I know.
Yeah, so Heaven Can Wait. Also, I mean, I love Don Amici. I think
you know what's better with Laird and her? Rings on Her Fingers. With Henry Fonda.
Yes, that is a movie I recommend to people all the time because a lot of people have only seen her in Laura, and they don't realize that she's very funny.
There's the she is very funny. She's so good chewing the gum in the beginning.
Yes, I mean that's an iconic like Twitter gif, I think.
This is like I feel Gene, I love you as an actress primarily. However, you know that tweet about like the Sex and the City lady where the guy's like I start walking around my apartment like a big cat. There's a scene like he's I don't know if you've seen that one. It's one of my favorite. The guy's like, whenever my ex put on Sex and the City, whenever I would see this one, and I can't remember which one it was.
It was probably Samantha, right?
It was.
I feel like it has to be Kim Cattrall, who she's the only person on the cast that would make you walk like a big cat.
Or
maybe it could be Charlotte. I feel like.
I don't know their names. That's right. I'm a bad.
Describe their hair to me in the tweet.
Brown.
Okay, then it's Charlotte. It's
Charlotte.
It's Kristen Davis.
Yeah, Charlotte.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Whenever
that's like a very straight guy crush. I feel like to have a crush on Kristen Davis.
Okay.
I feel like a straight guy would tweet that he's walking like a big cat when he sees Kristen Davis. That I feel like.
There's a scene when in for viewers if you haven't seen it, Rings on Her Fingers, where Gene Tierney is like trying to seduce like sort of bookish, nebbish Henry Fonda, where she's just like sort of like I don't know, like sunbathing, and it's like she's trying to like seduce him while in a bathing suit. I can't watch it. Like I had to like go into. I mean, I had to like go in the other room.
It's kind of like
I was watching it with my buddy, and I was like, "This is getting very uncomfortable." It was like me and I was like,
"It's like the Lady Eve kind of send up."
I need to see that. That's another one.
Okay, well there you go. I mean, Gene Tierney is in so many movies that are like, oh, there are other movies that are probably better versions of this movie. Like the Lady Eve has like the scammer aspect, and like the screw, like Barbara Stanwyck is just like in there like floating through. Like a screwball comedy, and like she's incredible, and she's also like oversexed compared to nerdy Henry Fonda, but the Gene Tierney movie and version of the movie has Gene Tierney in it, so I'm like, okay, well that's the winner for me.
I'll tell you the other one that did that to me was Jane Wyman, and this is now a talk about how hot women are. Okay. Jane Wyman and Rings on Her not Rings on Her Fingers. The one she did, it's I mean I love her in the Douglas Sirk movies, but. I didn't realize just how much of a bombshell she was. Yeah,
because in Sirk, she's kind of like matronly. That's like she's taking on the...
Which is fucked up. Yeah, that's... well, my thing, maybe you know this, but like, because I was in my Frankenstein review, I was saying like probably the closest we've ever gotten to like hot guy, woman monster are the Jane Wyman, Douglas Sirk movies, or I'll Leave Fury at the Soul by Fassbinder, which is like a explicit homage to All That Heaven Allows. But like the monstrous thing about Jane Wyman is that she's a widow and she's 38, and like it's like she's still A Kiss in the Dark. I don't know if you've seen that one with David Niven. Oh,
Jane Wyman is like she's kind of like outside. Where did she work? I think that's the thing is like what she was at Warner Brothers, I think, and that's like Warner Brothers is not my favorite studio. Yeah, so that's the thing. I think the more I realize when I'm like I can just name off these movies that you haven't seen, it's because like I'm a studio person. It's like if it's from Columbia or RKO, I've probably seen it, or Fox because of Gene Tierney. But like Warner Brothers is like the studio that I've seen the least amount from. And so like Jane Wyman is a Warner Brothers girl, And I've just
what is your least seen genre, you think? Because I feel like you've probably seen, like, if I was to point out someone I've met or know that has seen a lot of movies, especially older movies, I would say you're probably up there.
Definitely horror.
From,
It's like,
not a lot of horror.
Yeah, I feel like I have no baseline for it. Like, I've seen some classics, and I've tried to get better about it the past few years, just because I feel like it's like a gap in my knowledge. But like, I don't go see horror movies in theaters. Like, I have no interest in seeing like modern horror or like taking a risk on something. And even like older horror movies, I have to like vet them a lot. Like, I just like, because I don't like being scared. I don't like that experience, and so it's more like I'm doing this as research.
Do you like being disturbed? What about psychological thrillers?
That I can handle more. Like, I'm saying Hitchcock. I do love Hitchcock. And so it's like that sort of thing I can handle. But like jump scares, like I just have no interest in that. Any of like the found footage stuff. Are
you good on like 90s action movies like Arnold, Steven Seagal, Van Damme?
Totally underwatched on there. So like, I had not seen Die Hard 2 until this.
We should. Yeah, that would be. We should do a great series. I mean, I've been talking about this a couple. I'm teasing this, but maybe you should be the recurring guest on. I don't know if we talked about this, but girl movie, boy movie. Okay. Because I feel like that would be like. Well, I want to like have this idea where
the genre that I've seen the least amount is what we could put under our umbrella of boy movies, whatever that means, action movies, horror movies. I think that I
would fucking kill to see you watch Under Siege. Steven's have you seen Under Siege with Seagal?
I think I've seen half of a Steven Seagal movie once. I was like in the room during it. I've seen one like Jean Van Damme movie. I dated a guy for a while.
Street Fighter?
He does like the split. He does a split in it. That's all I remember. Probably Street Fighter. But it was like every movie. I don't know.
That's like saying Claude Rains is gay. Okay. It's like that could be I
remember him doing a split in jeans. Yeah, I dated a guy who was like, this was what we would do every weekend was watch like
maybe Hard Target.
Is that Hard Target? I think
Hard Target's John Woo. Hard Target is definitely I think it's best movie.
It's John Woo. I've seen more. Is that Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Hard Target. He has I was about to say he has a mullet. He's in New Orleans.
Oh, this is the one that I've seen. Yeah, this is the one I've seen. I recognize.
Shout out me for knowing that he's in jeans.
Yes, and I like did watch a bunch of John Woo movies. It was like sort of an era.
John Woo's great.
I did not get John Woo for a long time because I was being shown these movies coercively, and I was like, I don't. Why am I watching Face Off? Also, frankly, when I was shown Face Off, I thought that I was watching the movie with Paul Newman about hockey.
Slapshot.
I thought that's the movie I was about to watch. And then I was like,
Slapshot, surely.
I've seen Slapshot now, but when someone was like, "Oh, we're gonna watch Face Off tonight," I was like, Paul Newman hockey movie. That's what we're about to watch, and then I had to watch Face Off, and I was like, this is not the mood that I'm in right now.
I could see. Yeah, if you're getting ginned up to see Paul Newman in pumps, then.
But I like John Woo. I like the Hard Boiled.
Yeah, Hard Boiled's tremendous. Probably the best action movie.
That's the one with the hospital blowing up, right?
Yeah, with 330.
Yes, Chon Fu Wat, and like when he kisses the baby on the forehead, I'm like, what's better?
It's
than
probably
that?
the biggest like tragedy that America, like the fact that we like shaved the edges off John Woo when he came over to America, because like Face Off's good, Broken Arrow's good. I think he did Broken Arrow. It feels like a Broken Arrow. Not Broken 1950.
Yeah, I mean, watching the Hong Kong movies made me understand like the American movies more, because I would watch them and I'm like, I don't get like what the appeal of this is, because it's like it has that. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't. It feels like he doesn't have the support that he needs to make a John Woo movie. And then you watch the Hong Kong ones, you're like, oh, that's what this is supposed to be like. It's so much better.
That's a great point. Yeah, it'd be like Jackie Chan not having a stunt team, and also like we did the same with Jackie Chan, but Jackie Chan was like, I think so unrealistically, the most talented, probably the most athletic person I think that's ever existed. I would probably say Jackie. And so his U.S. movies are still really, like, I think better than John Woo's movies. Although Hard Target, Broken Arrow, Con are still tremendous. Love them. But they're not Hard Boiled and A Better Tomorrow and The Killer. And
The Killer. I think I did a double feature of Hard Boiled and The Killer. I think they showed it. I saw it in theaters together.
I'd be exhausted. I don't know if I could do a double feature.
It was a long day. They were on film, so I think it was like prioritizing seeing them on film, which was fun. But yeah, Hard Boiled I think is my favorite John Woo movie that I've seen. But yeah, action movies from the 90s. I've never seen Terminator 2. I feel like is like the big blind spot. Because I saw Terminator 1 and didn't like it, and I was like, why would I watch the second one?
That is actually fucking crazy.
But I've heard the second one is like the better. It's like the movie. Like this first one.
I think so. I think it's a lot better.
It's like Aliens for some people.
Yeah, I think Alien and Aliens are a lot of people don't like Aliens as much as Alien. You haven't seen Aliens?
I've seen Alien, but not Aliens. So I've seen Ridley Scott, not James Cameron.
They're both great. They're a lot different movies.
But they're different,
yeah. Aliens is like a good, like, if you want to understand, like, so many, like, I didn't see it until, like, a couple years ago, honestly. For some reason, it was just one of those ones I missed. But it sort of explained, like, so much of sci-fi over the last, like, 30 years. Like, oh, okay, this is where it all comes from.
So
like,
this is my thing with sci-fi. Sci-fi also a boy movie that I've seen fewer of. For a long time, I feel like the only modern sci-fi movie I'd seen was I, Robot, starring Will Smith. And so, like, anytime I watch, which is an incredibly derivative film, and so anytime I saw any sci-fi movie, I was like, oh, this is like I, Robot, because I, Robot is like everything else because it's very derivative.
You're doing the Boss Baby tweet.
Yes. You know? That's my life with sci-fi and I, Robot.
Okay.
Is that I'm like, oh my god, this is just like anything with like an ethical dilemma. If they're drones, if there's like a cop who's investigating something. Like when I saw Blade Runner, I was like, oh, this is like I, Robot. Like,
so you haven't seen like The Running Man?
No. Is that James Caan?
That is Arnold.
Oh, okay. What am I thinking of?
If you were a TV watcher, I don't know if you ever hopped over to the Game Show Network, but Richard Dawson, the old
Match Game PM is like my favorite. Is probably like it's like jazz, baseball, and Match Game PM.
Did he do Match Game PM?
Yeah,
Mr. Dawson. I didn't know. I know him from Family Feud. I used to watch that all the time. He's the villain in The Running Man, playing like a game show in the future. He's tremendous. Like he's so fucking good in it.
Okay, that would make me watch. I do love Richard Dawson. Because he Match Game. Yeah, Match Game PM is like
Predator.
I've not seen Predator. I know it fights Alien later.
Crazy. Predator 2? So you haven't seen Predator 2?
No.
RoboCop?
No.
This is like
this is like just like total because I don't even know where to Total Recall. I think I've seen the remake. Is Colin Farrell is it a remake of this?
Maybe
I think there's a remake of Total Recall with Colin Farrell that I've seen.
Okay. Did it also have a lady with 3 boobs? That's like famously in the first one.
I don't remember that, but yes, I've seen the 2012 Total Recall. I think I saw it in theaters on a date.
Okay.
Yes.
Batman and Robin? I'm just looking at Arnold's.
I've seen. Well, no, hold on. That's the Joel Schumacher Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I saw it as like a kid.
Okay.
It's
not good, but
yeah, I think those were like sort of the right. I was like the right age for those like comic.
There's bat nipples. There's like hockey villains. It's great. It's yeah, that's wild. Yeah, there's a lot of
total blind spot. Because I just
okay.
My brother. I have a twin brother who I think was like my and I think we like shared movies together, but he was really into like war movies. And so it's like I've seen like a lot of old war movies.
Oh, okay. So finally, 40 minutes later or whatever, I think I forgot to do my theory. From Here to Eternity.
Oh yeah, circle back from Here to Eternity.
So my thing, my theory on this is that I think, so I thought Stalag 17, like I would give it like 4 stars. Like I think it's a solid recommend, fun, fine. I think there's probably why it has like I'm not sure I understand. This didn't seem like a great year for movies when I was looking at some of the other movies, like compared to some of the other.
Is it
53 or 54?
Yeah.
Because William Holden won Best Actor.
Yeah.
Which I would have personally, I think, given it to Van Heflin in Shane if I was to redo that.
That's fair. I do love Van Heflin.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this is the Oscar I think that Barbara Stanwyck gives him, and that speech is so good.
Okay, I'll have to look that up.
I think that's.
I haven't seen
she
that.
definitely gives him an Oscar at some point, and she calls him her golden boy, which like is very sentimental to me.
I'm so unwatched on her. I have a bunch of her movies that I need to
talk about
really
walking
see.
around like a big cat. Have you seen Ball of Fire?
I've not seen Ball of Fire.
Oh,
okay.
Ball of Fire. So Ball of Fire is there are 2 things that I know about fathers, and it's that they love Barbara Stanwyck and Ball of Fire, and they love Ava Gardner indiscriminately. Like,
okay.
So Ball of Fire is a movie. Like if I put it on when my dad is in the room, he has to like stand up and like stress walks. Like it's like dads love Barbara Stanwyck in Ball of Fire. So
she has. I will say, I'm not trying to judge women on here. She has something about her face intimidates me. Like it's kind of like angular.
Yeah, she got like the Joan Crawford like sort of. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's.
It's like I can't like process the shape her face is. Like it's
she's
like
also
some
got
type of like
hair,
weird
like
rhombus
the hairline. Like she's often wearing wigs.
Okay.
That like I think sort of she gives like an uncanny thing that I think maybe read differently in the 1940s. But
she's in a few Douglas Sirks that I want to see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so but From Here to Eternity,
yes,
because I will keep forgetting this. I think From Here to Eternity in this movie, I want to say that their reputation is like higher. I know not a lot of people have seen Stalag 17, but I think like this is also the From Here to Eternity year. I have a theory that I think it like these movies. Also, you could maybe throw like Pride of the Marines and like Task Force, some of the other Delmer Daves military movies that are mostly bad. Pride of the Marines is good, but the rest of the ones he did are kind of bad. Destination Tokyo. I feel like there was a whole genre of movies from like 45 to 55 that were for military guys because like 70% of the country was in the military.
Yeah.
So a lot of them almost have like a thing of like, oh yeah, it was like that in boot camp, or it was like that. Oh yeah, it's almost like a nostalgia thing of like, yeah, it was like there's so much. I feel like there was probably so much connective tissue because like of the draft and World War II and everything else that like so many people had these shared experiences that I think they probably elevated the movies at the time into something that was like just resonated with a lot more people in a way that I found it harder to connect with From Here to Eternity than like, you know, something like or even Stalag 17, like something like Sunset Boulevard, which I think is like more timeless, or
I think that makes sense.
Hole,
this is you're coming off of this. It's like now movies are not just being produced for the home front. It's like things are being happened. Like, I mean, I think about that with like I have this like review on Letterboxd where it's like, imagine like you survived World War II and then you come home and see Gilda and die in the theater because you've seen Rita Hayworth. Because I just feel like
die.
Yeah, you would die. Straight up
die.
If like you're waiting, like you're going to see a Rita Hayworth movie and 20 minutes in you haven't seen Rita Hayworth and she flips her hair up, I was like, you'd have a stroke. Like people went to war and then they came home and died.
It's like refeeding.
Yeah,
like they should have had to like had to show a series of like. Yes. Of like milder pictures, otherwise you get refeeding syndrome if you see.
I think that makes sense. That suddenly the audience is not just people who are processing the war in this one way. It's now people who are processing. Though, do you think that happens with other sort of global conflicts, like Vietnam? Like, do you think there's a difference between a movie made during Vietnam?
Yes. Well,
and then
60s.
Post, like, but do you
I haven't seen Easy Rider.
Like, the audience. Yeah.
Well, my brother said that about Easy Rider, and like there's some other 60s movies where like this is just so much 60s shit. I feel like there's a lot of like, and actually speaking of Delmer Daves, I would put some of his Troy Donahue movies like Rome Adventure. Like I did a video on it. My theory on that is like I think like there was a lot of people who like, if you think about like in 1960s, the only time you would ever get to see Rome is like in magazines or, you know, newspapers. But like in terms of seeing it on video, clearly a lot of Rome Adventure was just like, it was almost like a hybrid thing of like, let's just show Rome.
Yeah.
I think The African Queen is also like that, which I didn't really like lately. Even though Bogart won a Best Actor, I had no idea why he won
The African
Best
Queen
Actor.
has so much working against it. Like, there's so many problems with that movie. I mean, it's kind of like one of those things. It's like if you look away for like 50% of the movie, you can watch something. You can watch like two powerhouses like interact in a cool way. Like it's cool to watch Humphrey Bogart and Katharine Hepburn act across from each other.
I thought he was miscast in that. I would have loved to see Cary Grant. I mean, not that they didn't have chemistry, but like he didn't get to get. I love him. Like I love it when they get to express their like. This is like very.
It's the movie he's like dying during, isn't? Like he's about to die, right?
I think he had a couple more years because I think it was 51, maybe 50.
Because I know she got really close with Lauren Bacall because Lauren Bacall came with him because his health was not great. I
wouldn't be surprised if he was dying like the last 4 or 5 years of his life. But it was John Huston who we normally love. But I think like this is very like European football coach brain of me. But like I love the little, you know, inveterate Wikipedia reader. I love the like little style of play. I don't know why they don't have this on like American sports player pages, but half the way I learn about football is like or soccer is I'll just like read like something about I'll read the Wikipedia page of like a player, and the style play section be like, you'll have like a bunch of these like Italian and French and British guys like using these crazy metaphors, being like, he was a beautiful, like seeing him, the expression of his play was, you know, to see Picasso painting like they are so much better at hyping up players, but they always say like, you know, it's like, I feel like there's always a thing of like, we're not using him as like the best expression of himself. Like if you can't put like, you know, if you're not trying to impress you, but trying to impress all the soccer fans. If you put like what's his face, Holland in like if you put him as like a central midfielder, he's not going to be as good as he is as like a know, pure striker, center forward, whatever. I feel like Humphrey Bogart doesn't get to be rotten enough. Hepburn doesn't get to be like like sort of ornery and wild enough, and Houston doesn't get to be like kind of like acerbic and like also rotten.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a movie that is like less than the sum of its parts. And like I don't like reach for it. I'm not gonna be like, let me put on the African Queen.
Let's watch African Queen again. But I feel like it's probably the first time a lot of people saw elephants on film. Is like honestly,
yeah. So I did look it up. It's 1951. Yeah, he's in 2 of my favorite movies after that. So I don't know why I was like, he's dying in Africa with Lauren Bacall when he's filming this movie. That's not true. Barefoot Contessa and Sabrina were afterwards, which he's like not dying during. Though he worked. It's The Harder They Fall. I think that's the one that he was like dying during.
I was just looking at that the other day.
But I don't remember what I was saying about. But yeah, I mean, yeah. So Easy Rider, I had a similar experience. I talked to my parents about it, where I was like, yeah, this movie is like kind of like I understand like it would be different if I was watching it in the 60s, but it's like this just looks like hacky boomer shit. Like because everything looks like this, like that is like a send up to this period. It looks like Easy Rider. It sounds like Easy Rider. Yeah. And so I'm like, oh, this has like no, I cannot resonate with it at all, other than like as a historical document. Where it looks hacky, but it's not. I don't think it is hacky. I think it is. Things have been hacky based on it. Much like iRobot, you could say.
Yeah, I think there was. I haven't. My brother says that about Easy Rider, where it's like it's very, very 60s. I haven't seen it yet. I would like to see it. I think I have it. It's been on my list. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's my reaction watching it. I think the other part of it was like I think these military movies, especially From Here to Eternity, like it sort of gave. I want to say it felt like it sort of gave guys an excuse to watch Melodrama because it's on a military base. It's like it felt very much like Giant. Also, like it felt very Giant coded, but it wasn't as good as Giant. I love Giant because like my headcanon about Giant is I imagine like a whole bunch of wives like invited their husbands to be like, oh, it's a Western. We'll go see a Western. And then they get 3.5 hours of just like the most pure, like fun melodrama.
It's an Elizabeth Taylor movie.
It's an Elizabeth Taylor, Rock Hudson, James Dean, Mercedes McCambridge. Like there's not that's 4 gay icons, like as sort of the leads there.
I mean, would you call Stalag 17 a melodrama?
I think so. Yeah, I would. I think so.
I mean, I'm trying to think. Like,
it's like a melodrama comedy.
It's definitely very human in the way that, like, it's about like emotions and connections. And to me, like, it's a murder mystery. It's like it's definitely like a genre picture. It just happens to be taking place on in a POW camp, and that's the distinction between it and like something like I think I said this in my video. Right, I was talking about it where it's different than like Bridge on the River Kwai or The Great Escape, which I think are the other sort of 2 big POW movies in my mind. Probably the 2 actual big ones, because this one is not one that everyone watches. But those movies are about like war is hell. Like they're both like the thesis of those movies is like we have to like reckon with what we've put these men through. This movie doesn't really do that. Like it isn't. There's some sort of hints of that as like this like shared experience of it all, but it doesn't turn into like, oh my god, like this like emotional like wreckage that happens to be at the end of Bridge on the River Kwai or The Great Escape. Like I'm just like a puddle of tears by the end of either of those movies, because like, oh my god, like how do we move on from this like war wound as a country now or ever? Like that whole sort of and that's the David Lean and Richard Attenborough. Like, did Richard Attenborough direct The Great Escape, or he's just in it? Actually, don't know.
I haven't seen either.
I know he was. I think I attribute the politics of The Great Escape to Richard Attenborough, but I don't think he directed it. Who directed this? John Sturges. Who also did like The Bad Day at Black Rock, The Magnificent Seven. So I think so. I mean, the back half of Stalag 17 is like a murder mystery, and so it's it's like fun high stakes. Like I mean, that's why I think it works so well as a Christmas movie, because it's like it's so fun to show other people. Like, if you come over to my house at Christmas, we're watching Stalag 17. Like, if we have a guest at the house, I'm like, you're gonna watch Stalag 17. I'm not like, and not a lot of people have seen it, so they don't know the ending. So it's like the mechanics of the murder mystery are so fun to like watch play out with like a group of people.
Yeah, I'd be so. I think I'd be curious about like what your definition of melodrama is. I don't know if I'm just using the word wrong or if I have just a different definition. My own, it's like almost like it's like it's sort of in the same vein a lot as like it's kind of in the same same vein as like camp in a way that like I personally like, it's like heightened. There's a lot of like heightened emotional drama and sort of heightened stake, like not necessarily even heightened stakes, some often heightened stakes, often heightened emotional stakes, heightened characters and sort of like more exaggerated characters, sort of in service of a point. So I thought like, while this movie is like, it's not, I wouldn't call it like, like satirical that they're going for so far out, but like, sort of like the good German, the sort of the German prison guard is like a very jovial, like prison guard. And like, William Holden's character is like sort of like more cynical than even the average bear, like in a way that like it sort of goes one step or a couple steps past each one, is kind of like why it felt a little melodramatic.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to me it's like, I think because they're such like stock characters, to me it's like commedia dell'arte. It's like, these are like, you know who these guys are immediately, and that's what again, like these character actors are so well cast. Whereas like when you meet like Animal and Harry, you're like, okay, like big Polish guy, small like nerdy Jewish guy, and you're like, okay, I know who these people are, and like they're going to deliver on that promise over and over and over again. Like the guy who plays Cookie is like the little squeeb, and it's like he's like delivering on that over and over again. And so it's like, and like the Germans,
silent guy,
it's like they're. So it's like, oh, like these are stock characters from like a POW, and that's the other thing. I think a lot of the POW stuff, I imagine that there's like media about it that is sort of like not necessarily lost, but we are not like sort of like newsreels or sort of like smaller pieces that are more like even more sort of stuck in that like contemporary, like what we talked about with From Here to Eternity or this film. I was like, nobody's picking that stuff up now outside of the historical context, but it's like they are playing with like these tropes of guys that you imagine would be in any sort of like forced proximity thing, like prison of war, like even like if not necessarily prisoners of war, but even like just a battlefield movie. Like you have these guys, and they're I think that happens in a lot of war. Like I think I just watched Saving Private Ryan for the first time. They do that in that movie. It's like they're these guys, like based on their accents, you're like, oh, they have these different values. Like I can tell who the character who's gonna be like the Catholic one is, like the one
Spielberg's very much an old Hollywood guy in that way.
Yeah, and so it works like. I think maybe the heightened thing that you're feeling is like, again, that like commedia dell'arte stock characters. But to me, like melodrama, I think pushes, because I think the emotional stakes of this movie are actually pretty low. I think the stakes are very high.
Well, that's what I wanted it to be.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be, well, not necessarily higher, but like I didn't like the stakes. Like I wasn't as like, I didn't think they executed, I'm not executed it poorly, but like I wasn't as interested as like, in like the actual sort of escape and everything at the end, and like I just more like my favorite parts of it were the guys dancing and like them like,
Again, I mean, I think this is one of my I similarly would put it probably like a 4-star movie that I just had like a good time with, but to me it really is like a 5-star Christmas movie, because it like
I
to me
want to
like,
ask you about that.
It lands with people, like it lands I think it like it's a democratic, it would apply, like I just can't imagine watching this and not having a good time. Where it's like you don't have to think about who the audience for this movie is, because it has that combination of like hijinks on the front, which is like it's fun to see the still, which happens in The Great Escape. Like how do they make the still? The mouse racing, the like when they try to get into the Russian compound, all those sort of like hijinks are fun to watch. And then you also have this tension of like the investigation of like figuring out like how is it going to be resolved. And I mean, it's the movie that like I do wonder as an adult, like, did you know, like, the ending? Like did you predict it at all?
I figured that he would have like a come to, goodness moment. Like, if that's what you're, like, I thought like that was
the person who was the stoolie. Like, could you predict that before it happened?
Oh, I thought.
Because like, I've seen this movie every year since I was 8. So like, I have no idea what it's like to watch as an adult, like who has like processing abilities of narratives.
We thought it was going to be the silent guy, actually.
Okay.
So that was kind of, that may be very modern coded. Like maybe we thought it was like, because we thought like maybe Kaiser Soze kind of thing, right. Like, but we thought it was going to be the silent guy.
Okay. Yeah, that's that. I think so. I think that sort of like pretty mystery that works pretty well, I think plays to an audience well. And it's just, I think it's a 5-star Christmas movie, because again, it's I can't imagine showing it to someone and them not having a good time.
Well, you know what it is? I think it's a very, I think it is very much like a 4-quadrant movie, so to speak. Like I think there's a little bit of something for everybody, because like I'm more interested in the like there's just enough of the emotions, and there's just enough of the plot, and there's just enough of like the sort of comedy, and there's just enough of like other stuff. I think that for viewers, there's a good article on Wikipedia about 4-quadrant movie, like classically appealing to men under 25, women under 25, men over 25, women over 25, I think is like the common term.
Yeah, it's like young people, adults from both genders. Like Titanic is our last great 4-quadrant movie.
That's interesting. Yeah. I hadn't thought about that. I have actually seen that. That's
You've never seen Titanic?
I know. As big of a JC fan
that's
as
crazy.
I know.
How have you not seen Titanic? It's a banger. That's the thing. It is not a movie. There are lots of things that are working against it as far as like my taste go. I'm very scared of water. I will never get willingly on a boat. Like I really don't like boats. And I really avoid a lot of movies that are set on boats. Titanic.
Do you you're not the Groundhog Day thing? You like boats but not the ocean or whatever? You just also don't like boats?
But where do you drown but on a boat? Like that's.
What if a boat was like moored though? Do you like just the concept of boats? I like the concept of boats. I don't know if I like boats. Okay.
I think I'm just like a very like anti like I don't think I would have been a colonizer because I wouldn't have gotten on the boat. Like I just I never would have. I never would have done it.
You'd have stayed religiously persecuted.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
But yeah, Titanic it's incredible. And so I took my sister to go see it in theaters for the first time maybe a couple months ago, and she had never seen it, and she was like, "It's a horror movie," and I was like. She thought it was scary because I'm scared of water. And I was like, no, it's scary because it's a disaster. Like, it's scary because it's the Titanic and it's scary.
I don't know why. I think my dad, honestly, my dad showed a lot of the movies and just like, there was like a general, like, he's more into like sci-fi, horror, not necessarily action, but kind of action, but like he's not necessarily into like the big heavy duty emotional romance, and he wasn't a lot into musicals. He not a big musical guy at all. So we didn't end up watching a ton of those growing up. And I think it came out when I was 7, I think in 97. And I don't know, there's just like something, I think it was largely that. And I just, it's one of those things where it's hard to sit down and watch like a 4-hour movie. And I just like,
I mean, I have a
special edition
they do put it out everyone. I mean, this is the first time I'd seen it in theaters.
I know I'm gonna love it. I love every movie.
Yes, I was like, there's no. People who don't like Titanic.
Gone with the Wind. I've not.
Gone with the Wind. The first hour of Gone with the Wind is perfect to me. Like I
love Clark Gable.
Gone with the Wind is I think we actually talked about this last time. Gone with the Wind is like I have there's like a white woman from the South like problematic relationship with Gone with the Wind. That I think people not from the South will be surprised to learn how late into like the timeline of the universe young white women were being gifted Scarlett O'Hara Christmas ornaments, like by parents who were like liberal. Like there was no like problematizing of like why maybe this is not like Southern femininity that we should be.
Connection to Stalag 17. Doesn't he do a Clark Gable imitation?
Yes.
Of that?
Oh god, that guy is so. Yeah. I don't know if that guy's in anything else. He's so good. Like he's just James Cagney. He does he's the Cary Grant and Clark Gable.
Have you seen The Long Goodbye? It reminded me of that scene in The Long Goodbye with the parking attendant.
Oh yes. Oh god, I love that scene. That's my favorite part of the Long Goodbye, or one of my favorite parts of The Long Goodbye.
I'm shocked that that's your favorite part. It makes a lot of sense. He's imitating old actors of all the stuff you ever.
You're being sarcastic. Like, I was like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, The Long Goodbye is great.
I
mean, that's a great. I don't have any connections for The Long Goodbye other than that. That's probably my favorite. Like neo-noir.
Neo-noir.
Probably my favorite Marlowe, I think. It's
you know what I actually really liked was the one. Oh God, I can't remember the guy who it has. Mike Mazurki in it, who you might be one of the few people who knows who that is. He was in Night in the City, and
Murder My Sweet.
Yeah, Murder My Sweet.
Is that the one with the POV camera?
No, I think you're thinking Lady in the Lake.
Okay, because I hate Lady in the Lake.
Okay, I like Robert Montgomery. Okay. Have you his Ride the Pink Horse? I don't know if you've seen that.
I like Robert Montgomery. Yes, I like Robert Montgomery, and I like.
Have you seen Ride the Pink Horse?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I like movie. That. Lady in the Lake. I often it's on TCM all the time, and I'll put it on, and I'm like, fuck, I forgot I hate this movie.
There's also a Delmer Daves, Dark Passage with Bogart. Speaking of Bogart,
Dark Passage. One of my favorite Bogart movies. That's with Lauren Bacall. That's my favorite Bogart Bacall movie. That apartment.
I believe it is. Yeah,
is my favorite apartment in any film ever.
It's a great
the San Francisco like Art Deco apartment. That is my that's my favorite. Underwatched Bogart and Bacall. I think it's probably the one that people the least watched of them. But
yeah, I need to finish my set. I haven't seen the other two. I haven't seen Big Sleep is my favorite romance, and that's like that is like,
I mean, Big Sleep
that along
doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense.
It totally works.
Like
it totally works. It's about two people matching each other's freak. That's what it's about.
I mean, as a romance, it works, but like as a movie,
doesn't matter. Yeah, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's about the freak matching.
I would put it. I don't know. I would probably be. It's probably my least favorite Bogart and Bacall movie.
Really?
Yeah.
So you don't like it works as a romance, but you don't like the actual, like, it is a very intricate, like, the plot is kind of strange.
Because the two things that are most interesting in The Big Sleep are the kid's sister and the lady at the bookstore.
Oh yeah, Dorothy Malone.
Right. So it's like Dorothy Malone. It's like, so it's, as much as I love Bogart and Bacall, I was like, Dorothy Malone is that movie, and I'm like, okay, well, this is not. It's not. I can just watch that scene.
I like the thing of just like it's just Bacall keeps trying to be like, nah, you don't understand. I'm a real freak, and you don't want to be with me. And Bogart's like, he's just only getting more horny the whole time. And I love that dynamic so much, where it's just like, no, I want the freak stuff. And then it just ends like, and I know like 5 minutes after it's gonna be this tragic romance where it's like they're gonna like get into a car explosion, like those two characters. I just love it. It's like, yeah, I love it so much.
I just it's one of those movies. It's like I feel this way kind of about Annie Hall too. That I've seen it probably a dozen times, and I still am like, have I seen that movie? And I'm like, yes, you've seen every part in order multiple times. I've seen it in theaters, and I'm like, I'm like, have I seen the whole movie? And I'm like, it's just it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I could watch it. My brother's been trying to get me to watch more Woody Allen, because he's seen a lot of Woody Allen. But the one I finally gave in, because I never, for some reason, that was another one I just missed growing up. I finally gave in and I watched Crimes and Misdemeanors, and I was so offended by the ending that I'm like, I'm never watching it. I gave Woody Allen one chance. I don't know if I can give him two. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not like stumping for Woody Allen.
No, I'm not asking. Yeah, sorry. This sounds like, how dare you bring him up? I'm not saying that at all. Like, yeah, I was just more talking.
Yeah, I rewatched Annie Hall when Diane Keaton died, and I was like, wow, like she is really like effervescent. Like,
I've heard it's great.
It's like she is just really like, you're like, wow, this is. You see like why she is famous. Like you're like, like you're just watching this movie and you're like, wow, she's a movie star.
That was me with fucking last night when before the pod we were talking about The Way We Were. When like within 20 minutes I was like, okay, Robert Redford's probably the most charming, handsome guy I think I've ever seen in my life.
Okay.
And yeah.
I take issue with one of the words used there.
Charming?
Yes. I love Robert Redford. He's a wet blanket in that movie. Like on purpose.
In the first 20 minutes, his riz?
He's he's hot. Like he's
he does, but he knows how to use his hotness. He's a hot guy who knows he's hot.
I don't think so.
I think so.
I think he's a hot guy who nothing bad has ever happened to.
You know, well, I was because I was like, I literally paused it to show my housemate. I was like, check out how hot Robert Redford is in this movie. And I was dying laughing for like the whole movie, because like that scene early when they're in the diner and he's talking to Barbara Streisand, and he like does that thing where he screws up his face, and like he knows he's so hot that he can do that. But I was telling my room, I was like, imagine me doing that at like a diner to some like waitress, just being like, oh, how you doing? And I'm just going like,
but I think it's like John Hamm on 30 Rock. Like I think he's in the bubble. Like it's like, I don't think he realizes that he. Because I mean, you know the anecdote about The Graduate, right?
But it's like, it's like blaming that. I feel like that's like blaming like Peter Crouch for being six and saying he's like really good at headers. He knows how to use his body. You know what I'm saying? Like he's getting
right. I'm not saying that Robert Redford is a talented actor and he's very handsome, but I think part of the appeal, and I think he is able to use his like woodenness to create characters that work really well in that. Like I think that's one of the reasons why it's so charming to watch him against Paul Newman, who is all charm, all aura. He's like out-mogging him, and it's like that. Yeah. It's fun to watch because Paul Newman. I mean, people are like Paul Newman is hotter than Robert Redford. I was like, I think Robert Redford is maybe more beautiful than Paul Newman, but Paul Newman is hotter than Robert Redford because he has that like.
See, I put him down at. We were
winkiness.
Talking about this. I did this with my gay housemate last night, and we spent like a good 20-30 minutes ranking guys.
Okay.
And I think like Rock Hudson, Alain Delon, and Robert Redford, I think are the top three. And then like in their own tier.
Pretty. Like they're so pretty.
we love twinks and twunks at this house.
Yeah.
And then the next tier is like Paul Newman. It's like James Dean. It's like,
so who would you pick, Al Pacino or Robert De Niro?
Which era?
I mean, whichever hottest version of either of them against each other.
I don't think I've ever thought about that. They're not like, I don't think either of them are particularly like hot in the way that like Alain Delon, Rock Hudson, Robert Redford is.
See, I don't think Alain Delon is hot.
That's crazy.
I think he's beautiful.
I will say,
like, but I'm like, if I saw him in person, I would not be attracted to him. I don't think. I think I would be like, that person is very clean and tan and beautiful.
I respect and I in fact admire your own preferences on this, but you were saying, I don't know.
Okay.
You were saying that Dennis Franz is like. Yeah. was like mega sexy before the pod, which I agree with.
Yeah.
Because like I do love twinks and twunks. I also love your Dennis Franz looking guys. Mm-hmm. Also politically, because of who I am, I'm trying to like put that out into the world of like Dennis Franz type guys are hot as like a balding, relatively.
Okay, this is a political stance you're taking.
It's a political stance, yeah. But also I do think like he has like you can get there in different ways, and like Jimmy Stewart's not like
I think this
like a statuesque.
We're just distinguishing
right?
like Alain Delon is very beautiful, like I'm not saying that.
There's a level of aestheticism there that's like,
Am I attracted to Alain Delon? No, like not real, not anymore. I guess to me, I'm like attraction is something that's individualistic. I'm like I think I'm equally attracted to Alain Delon as like everyone who's ever seen him, because he's just gorgeous. And I feel it's kind of the same about Robert Redford, where I'm like I'm attracted to Robert Redford because like I have like warm blood running through my veins, like not because I'm attracted to Robert Redford.
This is like favorites first best. I was just talking about this where like I wouldn't call like a Fellini movie one of my favorite movies, because like everybody should think they're like some of the 10 best movies ever. Like I don't know that I disproportionately like them more than everyone should. I feel like everyone should have like Nights in Beer in their top 10. But like Trapped in Paradise has like a 10% Rotten Tomatoes. So that's It's a Wonderful Life I think is the best Christmas movie. Trapped in Paradise is my favorite because I disproportionately like Trapped in Paradise way more. But like
it's more reflective of like it's saying something about you. I'm like, if I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's so I'm like an attraction is like I think it's the way that I would just define it is individualistic, where it's like I am attracted to this person, and it's like Robert Redford and Alain Delon are just like that's what they look like, and like we all get to appreciate it.
But it's also I think it's like I'm trying to think of it again. I'm trying to put this in like a like. I think, well, I guess it's, it's almost like Ichiro in baseball. It's like Ichiro versus like Barry Bonds or like A-Rod in baseball, where it's like A-Rod and Barry Bonds are like, they're like, they do end up producing more just because like they're so gifted, but Ichiro has to work more for it. And he's like, he has like a different way of doing it that he ends up like, he's not quite as good, but he's like, I guess just like
Steve
maximizing more of his talent.
Dog's digging in the carpet.
Oh, no.
Steve, stop.
Yeah, Steve. I'm trying to pod here.
So I mean, I think that works. Yeah, it's just like individual. Yeah, and I think it may be just my own perception of it. It's like if something is like universally loved, it like cancels out any sort of individual. And I do think there are probably people who are attracted to Robert Redford individually. I'm just not one of them. My sense is that like I think there are lots of actors like that. Like I think that when I brought up Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, I think like Al Pacino is on the side of Robert Redford, where it's like most beautiful Al Pacino, like is just like he is gorgeous. Like in Godfather Part 2 when he is yelling at Kay, I saw that in theaters once, and a woman next to me said, "Oh my God, he looks good." It was like as he's like abusing his wife, and I was like, "Yeah, he looks incredible in that coat in that movie." It's like, well,
I will say, young Al Pacino is better looking than young Robert De Niro. I think Robert De Niro aged better.
I think he had a longer run of like handsomeness, but like Robert De Niro, I feel like my attraction to Robert De Niro is like very personal. Where I'm like, I am attracted to Robert De Niro. Where Al Pacino, it's like that's just like a gift from the universe to all of us.
Yeah. I will say, if you're attracted to like 90s Al Pacino, it's a little bit different because like Heat era Al Pacino.
I think in
Devil's Advocate, Son of a Woman, he's a little crazier there.
What's the Michael Mann movie? Not Heat, the other one. Not the other one.
Oh,
the other one.
The Insider.
The Insider. Yeah, that's my favorite. Because I like when he is.
I was just telling my friend to watch that.
I think it's his best phone. I mean, Al Pacino's a great phone actor. That's his best phone acting to me. Also, I love Russell Crowe in that movie. There's a scene where Russell Crowe falls down the hill.
I forgot about that.
He falls down the hill. Like it's like this like pratfall he does because he's like his life is falling apart and he falls down a hill. And like that's what he won the Oscar for. Like when they gave it to him for Gladiator, they gave it to him for that scene in The Insider.
I just love Fat Russell Crowe. That is like my hill I'm going to die on.
Yes.
Like when I saw him, I got to see him in like an IMAX preview of Nuremberg. He looked so fucking big in that movie. I was upset that I didn't get to see it in theaters. But...
It keeps getting extended at my local theater. I'm like, who is demanding that we go see Nuremberg? Like who is selling out Nuremberg at my theater?
A lot of Dennis Franz looking guys in Philadelphia.
Yeah. But yeah, I do love Fat Russell Crowe. I remember when the Road Rage movie came out and people were like, Russell Crowe in fat suit. And I was like, do not accuse him. He's not in a fat suit. I was like, that's what he looks like. And it's incredible.
He's just, he's doing the, who's the lady that's also doing it? It's not Kirsten Dunst. Is it Renee Zellweger? Who's like famously has like aged, like not had any, like she looks so different than like a lot of actresses as she's like aging. I can't remember which it was, like the recent one, but I have so much appreciation for Russell Crowe just getting fat. Like it's so.
I think probably not. Yeah. Renee Zellweger has some pretty notorious plastic surgery. I think you may be thinking of Kirsten Dunst. Because like she like hasn't gotten her teeth fixed and she like won't do Botox.
There's another lady that hasn't done it, but I can't.
Kate Winslet has been talking about it lately too, I think.
Actress who hasn't had plastic. Yeah,
she's like actress who's not had plastic surgery.
There was one like famous one that I always think of, but
I just saw a clip of Emma Thompson on the Graham Norton show, and I was like, her face looks incredible. Like I was like, she looked so glamorous, but also had very clearly not had Botox. And I was like, she looks amazing. Because like she's like doing these like big Emma Thompson faces. I was like, oh, like it just makes me sad.
I mean, I'm not trying, have it if you want it, do whatever you want. But I do appreciate someone who's just sort of aging. Might be Kate Winslet.
I think Kate Winslet. I think she's been talking about it because also like Emma Thompson's one of her mentors from Sense and Sensibility. But I mean, I think it's like do what you want with your body. However, if you are in a storytelling medium where it's like movies are about faces, I'm like, I prefer faces that emote.
I will say on the opposite side, two famous examples of people who got plastic surgery that has improved. The counterfactuals or whatever. You're the lawyer. I wouldn't know. Would be, I don't know what the metaphor is, like the exception that proves the point.
Yeah.
The exception that proves that, like Joe Shishido, the Japanese actor. Have you ever seen him?
I don't think so.
He got cheeks put in. You know the whole buckle fat thing that people are like taking out? He got cheeks put in the 60s in Japan because he's like, this will make me more interesting on screen. And like, it did. He like straight up, he became a big star and he's great. But he's got like these huge chipmunk cheeks in like all of his movies. It's crazy. And Gloria Graham, who you probably...
Yeah. I mean, Gloria,
she had her eyes worked into a way, her eyebrows were like, you could never tell what she was thinking. I've heard this.
Yeah. But Gloria Graham also, like, towards the end of her life, got like addicted to plastic surgery.
Yeah, I'm more thinking In a Lonely Place here.
Yes,
Gloria Graham.
So there's a window where it's like her acting is, well, I mean, also like like Rita Hayworth had, what do we call plastic surgery? She's another
one of my gals.
Yeah, like Rita Hayworth, like she had electrolysis on her forehead and like people shaved down their noses. And so it's like, things that like the epidemic of current plastic surgery is like, it's a lot longer than we think.
And also, I'm sure there's like, a lot of people who've done it.
Yeah.
But the idea of getting your eyebrows worked into a thing of like where people can't tell what you're thinking just because you want to be like, I don't know. I love that.
Yeah. I do love Gloria Graham. She's one of my Columbia. I mean, anyone who's at Columbia, I'm on board. A Columbia girl.
You know the studios. I don't know the studios.
Oh, I mean, you can I think if you watch enough old movies, you kind of get like the vibe. Like, I mean, a big thing is like costume designers. Like if you if you get used to seeing like Jean-Louis dresses, you're like, oh, it's Columbia.
Or Kelly and stuff.
Yeah, so like Jean-Louis is Columbia, and he did Rita Hayworth, Kim Novak, Gloria Graham, who's another Columbia girl. But like you can always tell a Jean-Louis dress because of like he's obsessed with like rib cages, and so like even with like if there's like an emphasis on the rib cage, like if there's the scene in what's the other Gloria Graham film where she's like she gets scarred.
Oh, I don't think I know.
It's with Glenn Ford is in it. She's got like a bit. She won the Oscar for it.
This sounds great.
Bad and Beautiful. Bad and the Beautiful. The Bad and the Beautiful.
I love Glenn Ford.
Yes.
Glenn Ford's my guy.
I'm sorry she's not seen this, but
Kirk Douglas and Dick Powell.
Kirk Douglas. I think Glenn Ford's also in it.
Doesn't say.
Or maybe I'm thinking of a different movie. But there's a scene where she's like making a drink and she's like shimmying with her, like she's wearing like a white tank top and a white skirt. But
like there's the Big Heat.
Maybe the Big Heat. I'm thinking of The Big Heat, which I often confuse with The Bad and Beautiful. The Big Heat,
I need to see both.
Which I think she wins the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress. She gets scarred. Someone throws acid on her face in the film. But there's a GIF where she or it's like a scene that has turned into a GIF where she's like shimmying her waist, and where the belt is, you can tell you're like that's a Jean-Louis dress. Like you're like, oh, like that belt placement is the Jean-Louis because of like the emphasis on her rib cage, and like all those Rita Hayworth movies or costumes from Gilda, and like
you
Ori
just gave
Kelly.
Me 4 more.
4 more movies?
Well, yeah, Bad and the Beautiful, and then I just saw Sudden Fear, Joan Crawford, Jack Palance, Gloria Graham, looks great. Big Heat, which I've been on my list, but her and Glenn Ford, and then Human Desire, Glenn Ford, Gloria Graham, and Broderick Crawford, who I adore.
Yeah, Gloria Graham is fantastic. I mean, she's one of the best parts of It's a Wonderful Life. She's as Violet.
I think last time Broderick Crawford came up, because I remember I told you about him, Steve Harvey being named after him.
Oh,
I don't know if you knew that. Yeah,
I don't think you brought that up to me because Steve Harvey was named after Broderick Crawford.
His name is Broderick Stephen Stephen Harvey.
Why did his parents do that?
I don't know why.
Like,
I remember
just liked Broderick Crawford.
I guess she must have seen him in a movie. I can't remember which. I'd be curious to know which movie it was.
Yeah.
Highway Patrol.
I only know him from
I guess she was watching
like
Highway Patrol.
all the King's Men. Like that's like the Broderick Crawford in my mind. Which I'm like,
have you seen Il Badone?
No.
Fellini? Oh, as an Italian, so for the viewers, Emma is fully fluent in Italian. She's learning Italian, right?
I'm learning Italian, and I'm not Italian. I do like Fellini. Fellini's got so many movies, though.
Yeah, I have only seen his like 50s ones, but they're all because I think I recommended The White Sheik last time to you, because that's the romance one.
Mm-hmm.
But they're all good. I just rewatched Eva Alone for a pod.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. If you like Goodfellas, it's like where Goodfellas and Mean Streets came from and all that. Great boys movie. Actually, I meant to tell you, I haven't released a pod. I think it'll come out after Christmas a lot, but the other guys picked Little Women.
Oh. Which Little Women?
94.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what she said too. I don't think she liked the girly one as much. I'm trying to remember.
You may need to cut this out of the podcast because it's a hot take. I'm not allowed to see the 2020 or whatever year, 2019 Little Women.
Why not?
Because my family is like, you'll be so upset by it that we'll never hear the end of it. Like, you won't be able to recover. You won't.
Can we do that for a pod?
No, I'm never gonna watch it. I have like I can't.
Can we do it like? Can we do it for a pod and I'll record you right after? Like, I want the immediate scorching take, please. Like, I'd love that. That'd be such good content. Come on.
It is like I can't allow myself to form an opinion on it because it will ruin my life, I think.
Are you a big Little Women fan?
Yes. Like it was my favorite book ages like 8 to 16. I probably read it. I not even like I read it so many times. I was reading it perpetually. Like I loved it, to be honest with you. I love the yes.
yeah.
I mean so I saw that movie in theaters I think last Christmas. Maybe it wasn't even for Christmas. It was sometime in the past year. I saw it in theaters for the first time. I don't think I'd ever seen it in theaters, and I also have not watched it in about 20 years because I watched it so much that it was like I don't even need to watch this. It's just like a part of me.
Yeah.
But I saw it in theaters with my sister, and about before the title card dropped, I thought I was like I've made a huge mistake because I started crying immediately, like full body sobbing, like
it's great
as the music cues started, and great
Christmas movie.
I mean it's the Christmas movie. Christmas will be Christmas without any presents. And Joe lying on the rug, which is the first line of Little Women. But yeah, I sobbed the whole movie, and it was like I was like shaking my row in the theater, and I was like I can't I can't come back from this, and it was like I was crying during all the happy scenes, and Julie, like my sister, was sitting next to me, and she knows Beth dies, and she's like, what is gonna happen when Beth dies? Like I was like apoplectic, and I was like, oh my god, I've made it. I was like, I can't see this movie again, probably for another 20 years. But it's so well cast. I love little Kirsten Dunst as Amy. I love.
It freaked me out because she looks exactly the same as she does older, like in like a bizarre way. I had never seen her that young.
Yeah. Yeah, she's very like self-possessed child. Like I think she. I mean, the Interview with a Vampire.
I judged her. That was a spoiler on the thing, which I got the thing, but I also thought it was like one of the most like I remember just like when she burns the novel, I was just like, you fucking like, I just was so upset at her. Do you identify with any of the sisters? I'm sure you talked about this on the podcast. The episode. No, I'm happy to. That app will come out in a few months, I think. So I identify. I mean, definitely like, not so much. Who's the quiet one?
Beth.
Not as much her.
Okay. Okay. Not bad.
Not as much her.
The one who dies.
Yeah, and then the one who marries the guy. The one or the that's
wait,
so
the other
stupid.
3 get married.
Yeah. The one who marries the tutor.
That's Meg.
Meg.
Yes.
Okay. Meg very slightly in that she seems like the more responsible one, but definitely like definitely the writer and some combination of the writer and the little one.
Amy,
the Kirsten Dunst.
Yeah.
Amy. Yeah, because I judged Amy so bad for doing that because like my older brothers are also like both writers and like the idea of like I would never in a million years like think like that would just be like if I did that I would just straight up hang myself or something. Like I would feel so bad about like if I burned like that one copy of a thing. It just seems like the meanest thing ever. Not that we didn't have spats, but like that just crossed the line. But I will say like I'm probably judging her because of like I do understand slightly somewhat of the impulse behind like being left behind as a little sibling.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm judging myself by judging her. So I'm not like it's more like an excuse for me to like, you know, censor that part of myself that like would want to be vindictive towards an older sibling. I think it's giving it.
Yeah. I can't tolerate people who are. I mean, to me, it's like you have to, in order to love Little Women, you have to love all 4 sisters. Like you can't be mad at Amy. Like that's the book doesn't ask you to be mad at Amy. The movie doesn't ask you to be mad at Amy. Like Joe forgives Amy, and also like Beth wants you to forgive Amy. So like, are you gonna do something?
She forgives her too soon, too quickly.
She almost
say
dies.
in the movie.
She dies. She almost dies, and it's like
that's true. I guess that's true.
And I think it's like the realization that like the thing that the reason that the manuscript is so important to Joe is that like this like trauma that her family is going through is the same reason that Amy burns the manuscript.
Well, you know, I think it's an ice skating thing because I think that might be specific to me and my brothers because like we're all hockey players. So like if one of us almost died because of ice skating, we'd be like, you fucking idiot. Like, you know, because it's like we would never get caught in a hole. You know what I'm saying? Like we would just skate out of that
She's
shit.
little.
Yeah.
She forgives her very quickly. But also, frankly, Joe, if you read the book, the stuff that Joe is writing is not very good. She improves. She's writing drivel.
Yeah.
We're talking about Melodrama is the stuff that Joe writes. Louisa May
Alcott's
Alcott
writing like thrillers and stuff, right?
Louisa May Alcott has a novel that is like it's her Juvenilia that I read in college that is like it's like Joe's early writing and it's wild.
Didn't she prefer writing that type of stuff? Like she didn't.
The Little Women was a moneymaker.
That's so wild.
And that's why there's a sequel to it. Because she grew up.
Little Men, right? There's 3 sequels.
Yeah, there's Little Men and then Joe's Boys.
Joe's Boys, yeah.
And which is about like the orphanage that Joe starts with Mr. Bear. But yeah, I mean her father basically like raised them in poverty, like sort of on purpose, like as a transcendentalist and also like protesting like the slave trade. So they wouldn't use anything that had any involvement in the slave trade, which in America, even in Boston, was like most food. And like they couldn't wear cotton because it was picked, and we couldn't wear wool because it was like use of an animal. So they wore like flax and linen clothes in Boston. And so like his transcendentalism, he like loomed really large in her life, and they were very close. They died, I think, only a few months apart. And like I think like affected her deeply, and as like this like lionized figure. However, like he basically was like abusing his family by like making them like the March family is very poor because their father was away. The Alcotts were very poor because like Bronson couldn't hold a job down because he kept getting like kicked out of teaching positions because he was like trying fancy new things that like they were like, please don't do this, we're trying to pay you, and he's like, I'm doing what I want. So it's a different dynamic. But yeah, so I think the financial stability that comes with writing Little Women and like being able to support her mothers and sisters, and also like Amy, the May sister who Amy is based on, died. She had a child and then died before the child was an adult, and so Louisa May Alcott like helped raise her niece. So I think that financial stability, she valued it a lot because her father did not.
I liked it.
Yeah, the Julian Armstrong one is incredible, and to me it's like it's so perfect. I don't know why we needed another one.
So movie magic. Yeah, I'd like to see the others. There's been like 6 of them or something, right?
Yeah, that's honestly one of the reasons why I love Katharine Hepburn, because I watched like all of them when I was so obsessed with Little Women that I watched Little Women with Katharine Hepburn. I think she's a good Jo March. She's a little old, like when she plays, which happens a lot. I think they age up a lot of the characters, like like actresses play children, and so in those older films, so it's like a little bizarre. But I like Katharine Hepburn's Jo. I mean, it's just she's like that hoyden sort of like boisterous. It plays to Katharine Hepburn's strengths really well. But yeah, I mean, the Gillian Armstrong one is absolutely, I think, the best and definitive one. And I mean, I'll never change my opinion because I'm never gonna see the Greta Gerwig one.
Please, I would so.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it?
No.
Okay.
No, I've never seen it nor read the book. I knew nothing about it.
The book is surprisingly
parable. Your point about the girl universe, or the thing about the girl universe, that was very much in the girl universe. And, my house was very firmly in the boy universe in terms of media consumption.
I would say it's in the girl universe, but even like I didn't have friends who read Little Women, and it was my favorite book when I was little. Like
I'm not trying to say you're basic.
Yeah. But yeah, there's like a precocious like sort of historical element. But yeah, the book is very Christian. It's very like parable and like virtuous. Like the girls, I don't think they mentioned this in either of the movies or any of the adaptations. They carry around like copies of Pilgrim's Progress by John Bunyan, and this is like they're like trying to live their lives like these like sort of like restrictive pilgrims. Like this is how they view their life through these like very like sort of restrictive Christian values of like do unto, like help other people, like give up all your worldly goods. And so there's a lot of like parable stuff in it, which is not uncommon for like that sort of style literature for children in the 19th century. But it sometimes surprises people, I think, when they've only seen the movie.
Yeah, I'd like to read it. It's long though, right? It's like 700 something.
Yeah, but I mean, it moves like a bullet. I think, it's very episodic.
I read so slow. I used to read a lot quicker. Well, I mean, I always forget to read books. Like I just will finish like 2/3 and then I'll just.
Okay, yeah. I mean, the chapters are very short. They're very episodic. I mean, some of the there are a couple chapters that I probably reread once a month. Like I will just go pick them up and I'm like, I just love the chapter in that book. I'm like, it's so good.
I need to find like a good, there's like honestly, cause like I've done a couple interviews with authors and they'll like send me their PDFs of their books. This is the weirdest thing, but like a PDF on a browser or like on a computer is probably my favorite way to read a book. Cause I can just cruise through it. But like I have like OCD about like on my Kindle, or I have like I read on my phone, or like with Pages, I have like OCD about my hands. So I don't like the ink and I don't like, it's like, there's something like the dusty and mustiness of it.
Yeah.
But
well, you have I
need to get everything in PDFs. No, it's the Libby app.
So your public library, I don't know what your public library system is. If they circulate ebooks, they likely do it through Libby, which is a application that you can sign up with any library card that you have if your library uses it for their ebook distribution, and they have a desktop app. So I read a lot of romance novels on my computer because I don't have an e-reader, and I'm not like buying every romance novel that I cover for the podcast. And so if I check it out from the library on the ebook, I read it on my computer. So if you like desktop reading, they're not PDFs because it's they're EPUBs because it's like the proprietary DRM stuff. But yeah, if you have a library card, which you should, I can help you find one if you need to off pod. This is one of my favorite things to do is help people get library cards. So, but
giving my childhood PTSD. My mom's a librarian.
Oh, I have a high horse about Libby though. I will tell you. Okay. So, Libby, this is the thing that I've gotten in trouble the most on TikTok for. Is
sponsor her, Libby.
I know I don't like Libby. Libby and I have beef.
Fuck you, Libby. Sorry.
So, Libby.
Apologies if your name is Libby and you're listening to this.
Libby is an application that libraries use to distribute their ebooks. My beef is that people will say things. They're like, oh, it's on Libby. Like, this book is, check it out. It's on Libby. I'm like, that's like saying something is like on my DVD shelf and I'm telling you to watch it. I'm like, there's no correlation between your library's collection and my library's collection.
Okay.
You have no idea because it is a pass-through application to take things that are in your library's collection and get it to your phone.
It's like saying it's on Plex or something.
Yes. And this drives me crazy because Libby leans into this. And Libby, also the name, is the name of the application. The name of the company used to be Overdrive, which is like less friendly sounding. And basically they control the digital rights management for ebooks for public libraries. And so they're a corporation that is like charging like an arm and a leg for these libraries to have ebook copies, which is like a whole issue of like how much they charge for these licenses. And they have to renew them. Like you can't check them out like perpetually. Like if you hit a certain number of checkouts, you then have to renew the license to the ebook. And so it has all the problems of like digital ownership. It's all licensing. but it's through this pass-through company that is valorized and talked about, like, oh, like, I love Libby, it's so cute and fun. I'm like, no, they're tricking you with the cute name and the cute logo. It is an application. The thing that you love is your public library. That's my high horse. Is like, you don't love Libby. Libby is a mechanism that your public library subscribes to, or it doesn't even subscribe to. It's the pass-through for things that your librarians are choosing to put in the collection.
Shout out public libraries.
Yes, so that's and people get mad at me. They're like, everyone knows this. It was whenever I make TikToks about this. They're like, everyone understands this. I was like, there are people in my comments who don't understand this. I'm telling you, I see it all the time.
Yeah.
So that's my beef with Libby. But you should still get Libby because then you can read books on your computer.
What makes it so? You were what makes a Christmas movie to you? So
okay.
This is probably
I've been thinking about this.
Hold on, but this is probably a record because I think I can't. Counter says 125, but we had to split. So did you like Die Hard 2?
Yes, I like Die Hard 2. I liked it.
What are your thoughts?
I mean, it was like Die Hard, but more like it was like
everything, Die Harder.
Yeah, everything. It was like there was like 20% more quips. There was like it happened. Things started a little bit faster. That's the thing with Die Hard.
I kind of wish they get rid of the quips. I feel like Bruce Willis wanted them to do the quips. You don't need most of those quips.
Yeah, Die Hard 2. There was a lot of them. There
were a lot of dad quips.
It felt a little bit like, remember this character who's so funny?
Yeah,
but I mean,
presaged some darker stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Bruce Willis is very charming. I forget. I feel like we don't, because of his personal life and also like his health struggles right now. I think that's like how we talk about him. He was like a movie star. You're like, wow, he's incredibly compelling on screen. And yeah, so that it was fun. And I mean, I love Dennis Franz. I did not know that Franco Nero was in it. Franco Nero.
I forgot about that. Yeah,
love him. Vanessa Redgrave's husband. So love Franco Nero.
You're talking about him like they used to talk about Mike Fisher on The Predators in Nashville. I don't know if you. They used to say Carrie Underwood's husband scores for the Preds.
Oh, my dog is barking. Sometimes he just barks. But yes.
Poor Steve. What's Steve named after?
Steve McQueen.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean his full name is Steve McQueen. Like he's the first name, last name. They give him my last name at the vet. I'm like, who is that? Steve Kearney is like someone's uncle. I'm like, who's that?
What? I saw the house I live in. My brother, they're technically my brother's cats. We have 3 cats, but at some point when I get my own apartment or place, I think I'm gonna get 2 cats. I'm probably gonna name them Gene and Laird. I think is probably gonna be the 2 names, Gene Tierney and Laird Krieger. So it'll be kind of a similar thing. Also, maybe I'm probably it's gonna be more of a reference to Gene Parmesan in Arrested Development because I know when I see the cat, I'm just gonna go Gene. And then,
and I think also like if they're bonded, like 2 boy cats like get along really well. I think that's like a thing.
Well, it'll be a lady.
Oh,
yeah, I'll get a lady and a dude probably. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I typically do. Boy cats are great.
I only ever had girl cats growing up, and they were mean as hell. So
girl cats love me. I have the Kavorka on Seinfeld for girl cats. Mm-hmm. They adore me. Whatever pheromones I'm giving off.
Yeah, I mean I had cats growing up, and then I have this dog, and he's been around here for a decade plus. And he won't leave. So
shout out Steve. Okay, so yeah, Franco Nero's in this.
Yes.
Vanessa Redgrave's husband. Which I was saying that's how they used to talk about Mike Fisher on The Predators, as Carrie Underwood's husband scored a goal last night. Back, I don't know if they're still married.
I don't think Franco Nero was probably married to Vanessa Redgrave when this movie came out. They had like they were together and then they became apart and then they got back together years later. So yes, but I am a pro Franco Nero. He's always fun. And yeah, I mean it just was like it was a good time. I don't have like a ton of affection for Die Hard like to start with. Mm-hmm. I think I was thinking about this. My parents are like young boomers, and so I think it's kind of like a Gen X movie to me, like or like late millennial, early like Gen X. Like I feel like they're kind of outside the window of like when people who love Die Hard. So like I didn't grow up watching Die Hard. Like I'd seen it as a kid. Like they showed me once. We don't watch it every Christmas. And again, it's kind of like I feel like it's one of those things. It's like important to watch because people quote it, or like also like the argument about whether it's a Christmas movie or not. It's like it's good to see it and be able to participate in like Gen X internet discourse.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was fun. I do love the friendship. I mean, I'm glad that he came back. The what's his name? His friend who's a cop.
Reginald Vell Johnson?
Yes.
Carl Winslow? Family
Carl
Matters?
Winslow.
Yeah.
Though I will say, my favorite character from the first. I did not rewatch the first Die Hard in preparation for this, but the limo driver Argyle.
Yeah,
he's my favorite in the first one.
Really, you're a big Argyle fan.
I think as a kid, I liked the idea that someone was named Argyle. I was like, oh,
yeah, sweater name. Yeah, I like. I think definitely one's like obviously a better movie. I think for sure, and also one shot by Jan de Bont, who's one of my favorite. Directed Speed and Twister. Have you seen Speed or Twister?
I've seen Speed 2, and I've seen.
That's a crazy one I've seen of all the.
That's the one with the boat, right?
I think famously bad
Speed 2
movie.
Cruise Control. Yeah. I've seen Speed 2 Cruise Control, and I've seen Twister.
Okay, Speed 1's really good. Twister, obviously, I love.
I think the Speed 2, I was doing like a thing where I think I was with a friend where it was like we were watching sequels. We were like, we're gonna watch. I think we watched Two Towers and Speed 2.
Okay. Yeah, there's Speed 2 is not like there were. I was thinking about this in Die Hard 2. I like Die Hard 2. A lot of people think it's weaker because it's not John McTiernan, and which I think is the reason it's a little bit weaker. It is still Stephen E. D'Souza, who I love as a writer. John McTiernan, I think, just makes his stuff. Have you seen Last Action Hero? That's like one of the best movies about movies. I would watch it. Like, you would particularly love it because there's like Seventh Seal references in there, and there's like you got Charles Dance as the bad guy. It's so good, and there's all Humphrey. They have like I'd be curious about your take on the digitized Humphrey Bogart. They almost do like a Humphrey Bogart, not like it's not a deep fake, but it's like they include a clip of him from I think Maltese Falcon, because the idea is that like the kid is my dream as a kid, and I loved it ever since I was a kid. Also Tom Noonan's in it. It's so good. But he gets like a golden ticket that allows him to transport into the movies. So he transports into Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, this fictional franchise called Jack Slater. And then it's like Charles Dance like figures out that he can escape the world, and so he's like trying to conquer the real world because like he can be a lot more evil in the real world. It's a lot of fun. It's
like the Purple Rose of Cairo, which is a Woody Allen film.
Yeah, I haven't seen. That's what my brother.
If you were gonna like a Woody Allen film, I think that probably is the one that you would like.
That's what my brother said. My brother's been
because he goes into.
I watched Crimes and Misdemeanors. Have you seen Crimes and Misdemeanors?
No, I've seen Annie Hall and Purple Rose of Cairo. I think are the two Woody Allen films.
Crimes and Misdemeanors, just for the audience, because I think I brought this up. Crimes and Misdemeanors, the ending of it was so shocking to me because it's like it's talking about like guilt and crime and punishment and like what are crimes, what are misdemeanors, and it's an incredibly well-made movie. I will give Woody Allen that, but it ends with like the ending montage is like basically someone saying like, who knows what'll be legal in the future? Like, maybe the things that we're judging now may not be so bad in the future. And it overlays that with a guy dancing with his daughter. And also as Woody Allen develops a friendship with his friend's daughter, who's like 13. So it's like
a little
the combination of that. Yeah. The combination of that made me like so deeply uncomfortable that I'm like, this is an evil movie. This is like evil in the way that like, I think there are a lot of evil. I think like Midnight in Paris is evil. Like I think, which like I don't think I've seen that.
It's just the one with Owen Wilson, and like he goes time travels. There's like this like level of nostalgia that I think is evil. I think a lot of times nostalgia is one of our most evil impulses. And
Star 80, that's
yes,
evil movie.
Yes, and so I think the sort of nostalgia. There's lots of badness around Woody Allen, but sometimes his nostalgia for things, I think, often permeates in a way that like makes things. But like nostalgia for his personal life and also for history. Like I think that's what happens in Annie Hall is that he's like having this nostalgia for this relationship. Like comes like Diane Keaton's incredible in it, but you're like, wow, this movie is kind of hateful and like there are a lot of
In terms of sequels, I will say so. Die Hard 2, a lot of people don't like it as much. Because I don't think they like William Sadler as the villain as much as they do Alan Rickman and Jeremy Irons, which I understand because those are both like
I mean, Alan Rickman. That's one of the. I do think when I watched it, I was like, I think I kind of thought of Hans Gruber as like a joke. I was like, oh, like, but it's like no, he's good in it. Like it's beyond just like the meme of Hans Gruber.
Yeah, he's like straight up just great in it. Lethal Weapon 2, my brother likes more than Lethal Weapon. I can't remember. You haven't seen Lethal Weapon.
I've not seen Lethal Weapon. We thought about doing that for this, and then we did Die Hard 2 instead.
That's my favorite. I might get you back. We might do, if Lion and Winter comes in, maybe we'll do like a third.
Okay.
You can be also the first one to hit 3. We can do Lion and Winter.
What's the overlap there? Like, what's the connection?
Just Christmas.
Okay.
Yeah,
Lethal Weapon is also Christmas? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that is, I think, it's like in my top 15, 20. I legitimately think it's like a pure masterpiece and like one of it actually like in terms of movie history it like sort of says like things about it like advances the Western / action movie / like the male sort of like almost conservative movie in like a way that
and Joe Pesci's in it.
Lethal Weapon 3 he's in. He starts
okay.
or he might come in. I think he comes in either 2 or 3. I can't remember. Yeah, he's like the sidekick.
Does Darlene Love sing in it? I'm seeing that Darlene Love is in it.
No, I think that is just I think she just plays she's just
Danny Glover's wife? Maybe?
Danny Glover's wife, yeah.
Okay. She should sing. Sorry to whoever made Lethal Weapon. I was like, you should
I heard that. I never knew about that. I just always knew her as the mom from Lethal Weapon.
She sings the greatest Christmas song of all time.
Which is that?
Baby Please Come Home Christmas.
Oh, I don't know.
Phil Spector produced.
I know that one.
Darlene Love.
I'm sure I've heard it.
Yes, did you watch Letterman growing up?
Not too much.
Okay.
I mean, bits and pieces.
We were a Letterman family.
That's not shocking.
No, I think that explains a lot about like me. Is that I was like I grew up on like
definitely.
we were a Letterman family to the point where like we didn't watch Conan, not because Conan did anything wrong, but because Conan was.
I was a Conan kid.
We're like people are mad at Jay Leno because of what he did to Conan. My parents were so mad at Jay Leno for what he did to David Letterman that we never watched Conan because he was on the same network as Jay Leno. So it's like we like predated the Conan Leno beef.
So they big Andy Kaufman, like Harvey Pekar heads, like some of his wild guests.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, but Letterman every Christmas, I think for like 30 years, he had Darlene Love come on and sing the song, and he would have what's his name? Jay. He's in Mr. Holland's Opus. I'm sure he's in other things. I know this guy from Mr. Holland's
Richard
Opus.
Dreyfuss?
No, it's the friend from Mr. Holland's Opus.
Oh, okay.
Jay is the actor's name. The guy tells a story about, I think, getting arrested. Jay Thomas. Jay Thomas tells a story, I think, about getting arrested and like being high or something. And then he would take a football and he would throw it at a Christmas tree that had a meatball on top of it. And him and Dave would throw the football until they knocked the meatball off. And then Darlene Love would sing Christmas, Baby, Please Come Home. And they did this every Christmas for 30 years on David Letterman. And so this is Christmas to me, is like That's watching supercuts of every time this happened on David Letterman, which happened every Christmas. I
love that.
So, but I mean, it's also the greatest
more
song.
Letterman.
It is. Yeah, I think it is. I think when people talk about like watching Seinfeld with their parents and like it informing their like takes or like humor, I think Letterman is fine.
Yeah, I watched a lot of clips of him because I just like it just never. But he was kind of like a little bit checked out by the time like I was like starting watching like late night shows. I think.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely towards the end he like got. Yeah. Because he used to be so like sharp and like sort of, I think like,
he was nicer. I didn't realize how mean he was, or like more like.
Oh, yeah, I think he was always mean. Word. I think that was the thing. It's like there was always like a reverent, like, and it had that like late show. Like, I think that like type of late show of like that's like different than the Tonight Show. That like meanness is like a Letterman thing. But he's like not a good person. Like but he would do like absurd things, like sort of notoriously a woman that he was having an affair with. But before we knew that they were having an affair, like whenever a Survivor contestant would come on, Letterman, she would come out and he'd be like, "Oh, do you have any questions for our guest?" And she'd be like, "Did you touch a monkey?" And like she would ask this every time a Survivor contestant was on. And like as a kid, like I just thought it was like I can't believe this is on TV. Like this is so funny to me. Like that this sort of like absurdist humor. And like he would have. Like, I mean, I love watching old clips of, like, he would get the This Old House guys to come on. Like, Norm would come on from This Old House and, like, make, like, shutters. And, like, that would be, like, his guest at the end. It was, like, instead of a musical guest, they would have shutters. And, I mean, it just, David Letterman, I miss David Letterman.
Yeah.
I miss late night as a thing that was, like, enjoyable to watch. I mean, I guess, obviously, there's still late night, but.
Yeah. Yeah. I did watch a lot of Conan. Especially it just came out a lot of reruns, which I always quite liked.
Yeah, my sense is that Conan had similar like vibes, but yeah, we'll go back to
he was definitely like huge Letterman fan.
Yeah.
Lethal Weapon, tremendous, I will say. Okay. Yeah, so it would just be Christmas between that and Lion in Winter.
Right.
Even alone, I forgot to say that means like I think it means like big calves. Or but like basically big fail sons. So that was like the time between Little Women and that is like Little Women, Big Boys basically, and they're just like a bunch of like literally 30-year-old fail sons that they should make. In terms of you were saying about like why do we need an update of Little Women? I don't think we need another Little Women. We do need another Eva Deloney because like the idea of like just fail sons is like so pervasive in the culture, but like Fellini just nailed them in the 30s. The other one I think I mentioned, because I don't think I described it, but Broderick Crawford is the main character in Il Bidone, and he just gets dubbed. That is also like a group of like failures, but it's just people scamming, it's poor people scamming other poor people in Rome, and like just doing like the funniest, most like just scumbag shit, like selling fake antibiotics to people and like, you know, like robbing old women of their savings.
Is it post-war?
Yeah, all of his stuff in the 50s. I haven't seen his later stuff. Like everyone knows him as like the surreal.
Yeah,
whatever.
I think
I haven't gotten to
the
that
thing
period.
with Fellini is that like every time I'm like I want to sit down and watch a Fellini movie, I end up putting on 8.5, and I'm like, oh, like
see, I haven't seen that. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I guess he does like the neo-real. So actually, but my Italian project this semester, I took a class on translation, and I translated a neo-realist novel from Italian. So I read a lot about Fellini's like neo-real. It's interesting, these guys who get cast as like neo-realist in like the fact like Visconti is like a neo-realist is like wild to me, because like yeah, like his movie, which is an adaptation of The Postman Always Rings Twice. It's Ossessione, Obsession in Italian, 1942, is like the first Italian movie that's called neo-realist, is a Visconti movie, which is wild to me, because like, I know him from like Death in Venice, which I'm like, how is that neo-realism?
Speaking of problematic faves, now that one is like, I can cancel me if you want to cancel me, viewers out there, but I love Death in Venice.
I love Death in Venice.
Like,
I mean, I'm like, it's.
I think we talked about this a lot. You also like the Leopard, because you talked about the resort.
I love the
you
Leopard.
taught me about the
Risorgimento. Yes, I think I bring up. I think I just seen the Leopard in theaters when we did the last record. The Leopard.
Solid movie. Yeah,
it's
not.
I talk about Alain Delon. He's beautiful. I like Alain. Here's the difference between Alain Delon is beautiful. When Alain Delon gets the eye patch, Alain Delon is hot.
Yeah. Okay, I see that. Yeah, when he gets a little, I could see that. He definitely. But also like La Samurai and all those Melville movies he's in.
Yeah.
The is he in Mr. Klein? I always forget if that's him or. Have you seen Mr. Klein?
Is that the?
Yeah, you should see what Mr. Klein. I don't know if
Joseph. Yes, Joseph Losey. Yes. So I've not seen this. I do love Joseph Losey because I love
The Servant.
The what's it called? The Go-Between.
I haven't seen that. Have you seen The Servant?
Yes, I've seen The Servant. That's
okay.
Dick Bogart.
Most powerful gay guy ever on cinema, I think. Dirk Bogart in The Servant.
Dirk Bogart, one of the most fascinating careers ever. You could convince me that he has 4 different actors, because I'm like, how is this his trajectory? It's wild. Yes,
I love him.
The Servant is great. The Go-Between is. I mean, actually, I don't know if you like The Go-Between.
He was.
I love it.
I wrote it down. I honestly, as we're big Dirk Bogart fans. I've been meeting. Shout out Katie Asaurus. We will be doing like a sort of a Sex in the Movies theme podcast. And I think the first one we'll watch, which I haven't seen. We might have talked about this last time, is The Night Porter, Liliana Cavani, because I haven't seen many. Yeah, I don't know if you know that one. The it's he plays like a former concentration camp guard, and like a former concentration camp victim. Is like they get into a BDSM relationship, directed by an Italian woman in the 70s.
Yes, so I don't think I've seen this, but I've heard of it because of Liliana Cavani, who's just like comes up on like list.
I'm excited to see it, The Night Porter.
And she directed Ripley's Game.
Okay.
Ripley's Game is the
Patricia Highsmith.
Yes, but it's the one with John Malkovich. It's probably I think it's the best Ripley. Like John Malkovich's Ripley is the most.
It's better than The American Friend.
Maybe not a better movie, but like better Ripley, like character. Like I think, like John Malkovich's Ripley is Ripley from the novels.
Love, speaking of, I think I just showed you, this is now a Show Physical Media podcast, but that's one of the other thing. I got like, I think it's like Wim Wenders, like most of his movies. Yeah.
My favorite is, I'm
excited.
The Ghost one, the with angels.
Wings of Desire.
Wings of Desire.
I need to see that.
It's Peter Falk.
Mine is Paris, Texas. I haven't seen the other ones, but.
Yeah,
it's hard.
I've not seen Paris, Texas. I think Wim Wenders is someone I've never like sat down.
If you want to introduce someone to like an art movie, not like, but like a non. I think if you wanted to introduce someone to like who hadn't seen a lot of movies to like, this is just a great classic. I would almost put Paris, Texas as like the number one, because like it's hard for me to picture someone not liking.
I do feel like it's one of those movies that like a lot of people who I would not necessarily say have like are not like movie heads or know like a ton about movies.
Baby's first movie.
Yeah, like a little bit.
Yeah.
No, I've never seen it, so I'm besmirching it. I'm not even besmirching it. My perception of it is.
It's one of those ones that's like lives up to like Casablanca or something, or like It's a Wonderful Life, where it's like
Damn.
It's even though it is like the one that people know, it is like, yeah. Also got Bellatar collection. Which
I am less familiar with Bellatar because I always confuse Bellatar and Bella Fleck.
And the Fleck Duds?
Yes, and I'm like, people talking about Bellatar movies, and I'm like, what? The band?
Bella Fleck doing like a 7-hour banjo solo or whatever.
Yes, that's kind of what I'm thinking when I think of Bellatar, and I'm like, that's not right.
They're very slow. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, famously,
your mind works so quickly that like the movie might feel like I don't know how you do. Well, you like The Leopard, but like I still even feel like The Leopard has like more stuff going on. There's just a lot of it.
The Leopard does not feel long to me. The Leopard feel like I know it's really long, and because I've sat in it.
I would agree with that because I do think, but like Bellatar movies are more. I don't know if you've seen like any of them, but it's literally like a 10-minute shot of a truck pulling up is like.
Yeah.
So
I slow cinema. I do.
You'll like have a whole dissertation in your head by the time the next shot goes.
A slow cinema, I do struggle with mostly because of like not because I'm disinterested in slower cinema, but because it's like time. I'm like I don't have 4 hours all the time to like sit down and watch something.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was surprised at how much I reacted to Gene Dealman when I watched it.
I've seen that.
That's like the slow cinema movie because it was the number one.
Yeah. I have it somewhere here.
So a couple places showed it in theaters. But I think I talked about Gene Dealman last time on the pod. Because it did affect me deeply. And so I think it's like if I can carve out time for things, it's like I do like slower movies, but it is I
need to because I'm doing the Avatar thing. I might. I haven't seen Way of Water yet, but I'm part of the promo thing.
You're doing the Avatar thing? What does that mean? You're just going to see the movie?
Well, there's like a thing on TikTok where they sent like a bunch of film creators like clip to promote it. So I'm promoting it, but I haven't seen the second one. So I'm like, I bought
the third one
Avatar to rewatch
it.
Yeah, when you said long movies, I might watch Avatar tonight, Way of Water tomorrow, and then Fire and Ash on Friday.
Okay.
I might like do that, which is like a lot. That's like a
that's a lot of
9, 10 hours.
I saw the first Avatar and then was like, I'm good.
It's a lot of blue people. Yeah.
I had no desire to see Way of Water. I probably will not go see that anyway. I like James Cameron. I wish he was making Titanic again, but I was like,
definitely watch T2.
You just gotta watch T2. I'll see it eventually. Like it's
and when when we do girl movie, boy movie, I'll definitely do True Lies.
Okay.
Because that is like his insane movie he did after T2 that is like fucking a lot of it's just bizarre. I think it's like his Paul Verhoeven movie where he's satirizing America.
Okay.
Yeah, whole genre stuff.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think of James Cameron movies I've seen. It may just be Titanic.
Terminator. You said Terminator.
Oh, I've seen Terminator. Yeah, I forgot he directed that
Abyss.
No, Abyss is like that. I can't even think about Abyss without
the water
getting scared.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's his thing. Is that he? I'm looking at the list. Yeah, it's Titanic and Terminator.
Have you seen like Poseidon Adventure?
No.
Okay. I watched that with my dad.
Things set on boats. It's hard. I mean, what I have to do when I watch a movie set on a boat, I have to tell myself nobody drowns. So like when I'm watching Titanic, I'm like nobody drowns during Titanic. They all freeze to death. Or like in Jaws works because nobody drowns in Jaws. They're eaten. So
yeah. Okay.
It's
the drowning.
It's the drowning. It's like the threat of like water killing people. Stresses me out a lot.
Jeez.
It's like caves, all that. It just does not work.
Well, this is just airplanes, I guess. And how do you deal with Little Women, I guess? Or is that just more cold? Like you think she's going to die because of the cold?
Wait, who?
In Little Women, I was going to say Amy.
Oh, it's scary. Yeah. It's like, but also it's like, it's not the climax of the movie. They don't like linger over it. It's scary when it happens, but it's not like in Titanic, people are drowning for like an hour. Like it just goes on and on and on.
Big drowning movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I thought on this rewatch of Die Hard 2. So this was like I can't remember if I probably have said this, but it's definitely the movie I've seen I think the most in my life. Not out of like choice, but just because it was always on TNT. Just Die Hard 2 for whatever reason. And
yeah, I feel like that was
TNT.
my exposure. I did not watch it, but I was like I think even my exposure to Die Hard. Like I'd seen it and then I was like, oh, it's just on TV all the time.
Yeah. On this watch, I hadn't like seen it probably I think I probably watched it last year, maybe a year or two. It's pretty so a lot of the kills are pretty gruesome. I thought that was like much more than Die Hard 1, where like there's an ice pick.
Yeah.
And it's like
There's this
he like bites off. Does he bite off the guy's finger?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a violent. I was thinking about this because I watched Home Alone last
they
night.
send John Amos through a turbine.
But
I forgot.
the Home Alone is really violent. Like I was like, this is I could maybe
now
it's like
that was a late watch for me, and that surprised the shit out of me. Where I didn't realize, especially Home Alone and Home Alone 2, it's like these are like Hostel. Like these are like Saw or Hostel movies.
Yeah. And maybe it's that thing of like PG-13, where it's like not like maybe like I don't know what Die Hard 2 would have been. Probably would have been rated R, but like that's it. Yeah. It's that like hard PG. Like that's what Home Alone felt like. It was like, oh, this is not for babies, but like probably if it was released now, it would be much cleaner and be PG, or like much even more violent and be PG-13. But it's like this thing where it's like this is clearly marketed to children, but is also like we are watching like Daniel Stern like steps through the nail on his foot. It's terrifying.
Yeah. That was a hard one to watch because I'd never watched that one growing up, and then friends showed it to me, and I was just like, it's honestly the mindset of it, of just like, shout out friend Marza, whatever, go subscribe to her on YouTube, she's great, but she said when we were talking on the pod, we released a pod, she was talking about how like people are really mean to like delivery robots, and even though she's like, as am I, and probably as are you, as most right think like anti-AI and like anti like all this stuff, it's still like gives her pause, the impulse that people have to like abuse like a little robot traveling around.
Yeah.
Like she doesn't like I think she said like it doesn't like the way it sort of trains us. I feel that way about like just laughing at the guy getting a nail through his foot.
Yeah.
In Home Alone, it's like
it's like a step past like slapstick. It's like these people are being like terribly injured,
maimed.
And it's I also did not watch it as a kid. I think my parents probably were like, this is too violent. Like I think they were like, this is, or like you're gonna also Kevin's kind of like a little, they're like, oh, Kevin gets left at home. It's like, well, Kevin gets left at home because Kevin's annoying. Like I think my parents were like, don't pick up these like bad habits from Kevin who like talks back to his mom. But it's the kind of thing like I'll watch every couple of years and I'm like, oh, this is like a pleasant like time. It's like Macaulay Culkin really is like a charming child actor. You're like, oh, this like a lot of kids like it doesn't work. And it's like, oh yeah, this works pretty well. It's like a fun. Catherine O'Hara is like, it's fun to see her in like not quite as broad a role where she's still funny in that movie, but she's not doing like Moira Rose like comedy.
I don't really have a desire to watch it again. It just wasn't like my cup of. There's certain like I don't know. I feel like some of that stuff, some of those John Hughes movies, not that they didn't age well, but they're like good once movies where like I don't know that I'm like rewatching a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, I get that. I don't have a huge nostalgia for. My sister loves Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and I like don't.
It's another kind of weird energy to it.
Yeah, it's not. It's kind of like again, like kind of like less than the sum of its parts. Where I'm like, oh yeah, they're like very iconic bits. But I'm like, oh, that's like people reference that a lot, but I'm not like I don't need to watch it. But even Home Alone. The thing I love about it, I love Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern. I'm like, it's like a gift to me that I get to watch Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern in a movie together. I love The Wet Bandits. And it's like, I'll tolerate the movie just because I'm like, I love those guys. Have you seen Diner? I'm just thinking about Daniel Stern movies.
No.
Diner, I think Homosociality and like The Boys, Diner is like the Christmas movie for you.
Okay.
It's Baltimore. It's directed by Barry Levinson.
Barry Levinson.
Yes.
How about that?
Like
Mickey Rourke,
yes.
Kevin Bacon.
Yes, all the boys.
Okay.
The boys are there. Baltimore, like they're coming home for Christmas. They've all gone to different lives. Like some of them have gone to college. Some of them have got married. Some of them are working. And they're all home for Christmas and also someone's wedding. Steve Guttenberg is getting married. And it's like about like growing out of your hometown, basically. And your hometown is Baltimore. And like there are all these great references. It's like there's like, they talk about like who would you rather like who do you put on when you're trying to get a girl to make out with you? It's like, do you play Mathis or do you play Sinatra? And they're like Daniel Stern is married to Ellen Burstyn.
For the viewers, who do you play? Or for me, if I was ever like who should you play?
Oh, put in Notorious by Alfred Hitchcock.
The movie?
Yes, that was my move in college.
You would put on the move Notorious.
I would put on Notorious and be like,
okay,
that's
take notes.
No, okay. Like that's like this movie. This is the move. This is like me putting on R&B. This is like I'm.
Okay. See, I think I don't know. I think I'm too autistic in that like if I put on a movie, I'll just end up more interested in the movie. Like that's happened like so many times to me where like I'll just get into the movie and like gals trying to hook up or whatever. Be like I'm trying to trying to watch the fucking like.
But you pick something you've seen before. You're like, this is
even still.
Okay.
Then I'll get trapped in. Yeah. Then I love rewatch. It's either that or like I'll start to get like critically minded, which is weird. It's like even though I don't dislike movies often, it only happens on dates. Like my very first date, I don't know if I told the story. My very first date, I went and saw Shanghai Nights with this girl. I danced with this girl at a dance in 6th grade. Very cute, and I liked her a lot. And we made a appointment date to to watch Shanghai Nights. And
you went to the theaters, or this was at a house?
At theaters. Okay. Yeah, this is when it came out in the theaters. And I remember thinking like, oh, I like, Jackie Chan. I didn't really know Owen Wilson, but how bad could it be? Seems fun. And so we went and saw it. And I remember we came out of the theater and like we talked about it. And I was like, I was just like, she had liked it. And I was like, I thought it was, I remember that I was such a bull fucking, I think I was 12, 6th grade or something. But I was like I remember thinking like this was derivative, which I didn't know the word derivative, but like they do like a fucking stunt in there where they like rip the flag of Britain down while they like go down the side of a building. And it's like, they had done that stunt in Tomorrow Never Dies, which is like one of my favorite movies at the time, Bond movie, Pierce Brosnan.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, they kind of ripped that off. And I was like, I don't know. I just didn't, I was a big action movie kid. And so I just thought it was not very well executed and didn't live up. And I remember just like kind of saying that just because that's also like the way that my family, which I would imagine probably your family would be similar just based on who you are, of just like vicious debate, like, vibrant debate, I would say, about like movies and stuff. And that's what we always did.
Yeah.
But I don't think she had that after watching movies, which I've ran into that so many times afterwards.
I was in my 30s before I realized I shouldn't go on first dates to movies. I was like, I like going to movies and I like going on dates. Like, why wouldn't I do this at the same time? Like, this is a natural thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not good after a movie. I'm not fun to be around. I'm not making my best first impression. I have had so many bad first dates at movies. I saw Hangover 4 different times in theaters on 4 different first dates.
Why?
I don't know. Like, it was like I just at that point I was like just going to see any movie. I was like, it was
That's
like this. It was like the summer that Hangover came out, and I was like, that was the movie. And I was like going on a lot of first dates that summer. So I saw Hangover 4 different times.
That's a real shame on you type thing. Like, fool me twice,
But I mean, I like Bradley Cooper.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Hangover since, so I have no I'm sure it does not age well. It does not hold up. There's no reason for me to see it.
It's fine, but the idea of going to see the same movie on 4 first dates is I
think it was just more like I don't know. It was like I just needed to, there was like
Did you tell the guys that you had seen it? Like numbers 2, 3, 4?
I don't think so. And
did you tell them after, and were they weirded out by that? Because I don't know if I would be weirded out, but I could see someone being slightly weirded out by me.
I think
like,
it was just like they were picking the movie, and I was like, oh, I'm not going to tell you like you can't go see The Hangover just because I've seen it.
Okay, now
already.
I blame your taste in men.
Yes,
like,
that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's absolutely the problem.
Yeah.
And I saw Inception on a first date. I saw The Master on a first date.
Okay. That's a good one.
Inception was bad as a first date because I remember the guy was like, what do you think happens at the end? And I was like, I refuse to pick. I was like, it's supposed to be ambiguous. And he's like, but you have to pick.
Can I make
and I was like, you don't have to pick.
Comment?
Go ahead.
If I saw The Master on the first date, I'd probably have to do the big cat thing too, because like not like I do love what's her Amy Adams. Mm-hmm. I do love her, but also just the scene where just like sort of, like overweight kind of balding guy where she's giving me a hand job in the sink or whatever. I'd be like, ideal relationship goals right there. I would not be able to not say that on a first date, just being like,
I don't remember what the guy thought of it. I was not crazy about The Master. Like, I honestly,
I wasn't as much as other PTA movies, but I did really like it.
Honestly,
my brother loves
I learned
it.
about Paul Thomas Anderson. He's very talented. I like Phantom Thread because it's the one that's like a David Lean movie. I'm like, that's I like David Lean is what I like.
Guy figures out his mommy kink. Great movie.
Yeah, it's like that's I like the gowns. I'm like, I like if he makes another period piece that's like set.
Did you like One Battle After Another?
I haven't seen it.
Okay, you should see Terminator 2, then One Battle After Another.
Okay,
it's a big homage to Terminator 2.
I mostly was like, I don't think I'm gonna like it. Like I just like for no reason other than the fact I don't think I'm gonna like it.
One Battle After Another?
Yeah. I
mean, if you're not that much of an action movie, it is very much an action movie.
Right, and I think Paul Thomas Anderson is very talented, and I think he has great taste in movies. And
you didn't like There Will Be Blood?
I've never seen. I always fall asleep.
Okay, then what movies are you talking about? Punch Drunk Love?
I'm talking about Phantom Thread.
No, but I mean, what other movies do you?
So like Magnolia.
You don't like Magnolia?
Magnolia's fine. It's like, that's the thing. It's like, it's fine.
It's fine.
It's like, to me, like Phantom Thread is like one of like the only perfect movies produced in the 21st century, and everything else I'm like, this is fine. Boogie Nights is fine.
Punch Drunk Love.
Punch Drunk Love I like more. It's like quieter.
Boogie Nights is fine.
I tried one of other, like The Master was like fine. I've rewatched it since the first date thing, and I was like, it's fine. There Will Be Blood. I always fall asleep. I think I probably would like that one. Honestly, I just always fall asleep. I started too late. Yeah, and it's just not my. So I think it's the thing is like he's doing these like send ups to movies that he loves. Like I did like Licorice Pizza, but like the send up to the movie he loves in that is Yours, Mine, and Ours, starring Lucille Ball.
I don't think I've seen that.
It's like Cheaper by the Dozen. It's like a Henry Fonda. It's delightful. Children's movie from the 60s, but it's like their references to Yours, Mine, and Ours in Licorice Pizza. And I'm like,
I do agree with you on him doing an homage in a way that like is kind of like it's the only similarity that I think he has to like Tarantino. I think he's much better in Tarantino generally, but a lot of the movies didn't necessarily feel like his.
It's like your mileage may vary based on like your taste of like what he's ripping.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. But One Battle After Another, I think, is finally his. It finally like reconciles his like formalism with his earnestness.
Yes, I've heard that. Which maybe I could appreciate it on that level. I'm like, I thought about going to see it in theaters, and then like I never got around to it. And I was like, I don't know. I'll probably see it eventually. I just like was not like driven to go see it. So I've kind of been off movies this past like few months. I've like not been watching a lot of movies. Like relative to myself, I've been rewatching a lot of stuff more than anything.
Yeah, I haven't watched as much. The last couple months, I haven't watched a lot of new stuff in the theaters. But what
have I seen in theaters lately? I'm excited for Marty Supreme. That's like the one that I'm like excited about.
Love Me a Safdie Brother. I didn't see the Rock one because that also seemed like I know that story too well, and like I'm sure he's good in it, but I've heard it with like I'm so sick of biopics.
Yeah,
that like even like there's such a more interesting story than what it seems like from the trailers. I'll go see it, but if it turns out to be another one like that fucking wrestling movie that I hated, about the Von Erichs.
Oh, the one that was Iron Claw?
Yeah.
I did love Iron Claw.
Oh.
But I don't watch wrestling. Like it was like
it's not even. Do you know who Ric Flair? You know Ric Flair?
Yeah, kind of. Like because he's like
it's the closest I've come to walking out of the theater when they had that guy play Ric Flair. Because like Ric Flair is probably like that sounded really. I was about to say something really bad. Whatever famous world leaders, actors, celebrities are like the most charismatic people you've ever seen in your life in the 20th century, Ric Flair has an argument for number one. If you put like Muhammad Ali up there, if you put like, FDR, like JFK, like Ric Flair is like, he could have been anything. He's like that in his prime, he was that charismatic, and they totally fucked up the casting by like, that the guy had no energy, and they're like, oh, it's more of a thing, but like, it just was nothing. I don't know. It's also just like, oh, it's sad tragedy. And I like that what's his face took so much HGH that he changed his jaw for the movie.
Zac Efron.
The main guy.
Yeah.
Zac Efron.
I was there to support Zac. Like, and I was like, wow, Zac. Who I do
like him as an actor. I liked him in that weird like movie he did with Seth Rogen where he was the neighbor. It might have been just called Neighbors or something.
Oh yeah. Neighbors. He's a frat boy. And him and Rose Byrne.
I remember seeing that and liking it.
I love Zac Efron. I bought his stock early in High School Musical. Sometimes I think about like people are like, oh, these were my favorite movies in high school. And I'm like, what was I doing in high school? Like, how was I spending my time? It was High School Musical. That's what I was spending my time doing.
Well, see, that's where PTA comes in for me. Because like the first R-rated movie I ever watched was Boogie Nights. And then next movie I was like, oh, I really love this. The first R-rated movie I ever watched by myself was Boogie Nights. And I remember just mind blowing. And then I watched Punch Drunk Love. And I was like, this is my favorite guy ever.
I don't know my first R-rated movie. In theaters, it was Up in the Air, the Jason Reitman, Anna Kendrick, George Clooney movie.
Good movie. Great movie.
I saw that. It was like I came home from college. My brother and I were like, we're going to go see an R-rated movie. We've just turned 18. Let's go.
That's a very like, I'm watching an adult movie.
Yeah, I'm going to see an adult movie.
When you were saying it's the last like Titanic was the last 4 quadrant. We don't like, honestly, one of my biggest frustrations, we don't just get movies for adults. That was the movie when I was watching The Way We Were last night that made me think, I was like, man, this is just like this is a movie for adults.
Yeah.
For like, And that is like the biggest thing that we've lost is it's real sad.
Yeah,
all these movies you've recommended, like all this David Lean stuff, they just sound like adult movies.
David Lean. That's the thing. I watched every David Lean movie a couple years ago. I do like that thing where I pick a director and I watch everything. I haven't done it in a while. Maybe I should pick one for next year.
You want to do a leaned out podcast?
Or just watch every David
Lean movies?
Sure.
Well, and drink lean.
Okay. I did see a funny joke the other day that I think it was on TikTok. It was like you ruin the vibe of the party when you say your favorite non-alcoholic drink is lean. I was like, fair.
You ruined?
No, like,
why does that ruin the party?
Oh, yes, or maybe like you misread the vibe of the party when you're like, my favorite non-alcoholic drink is lean. But
I was gonna go if I went out for Halloween. That was gonna be my Halloween costume this year. Was just David Lean, where I was just gonna dress in a suit have like a red Solo cup. Yeah, that was gonna be.
That's good. I like that.
But I don't want to tempt myself with codeine because that was actually my thing with me and my buddy did in college. Is fuck up in my first college. But I ran they put me in charge of the student film thing, which should never have happened. I was just awful. And but I would just sit up in the student film building. Like it was like this small house that they had on campus or the first floor or something else. And just me and my buddy would just drink codeine and watch Die Hard and Lethal Weapon. Like just drink codeine and die. For some reason at my
you're my age. How do codeine was hard to get by the time we were in college.
That's the thing. I don't know how. I was the last chopper out of Saigon. It was, but I was the last chopper out of Saigon. Where it was for some reason the college that I went to. Shout out Puget Sound. They're the school nurses there or whatever. You could just go in and just be like, I have a cough, and they'd give you no shit 375 mil. You know, the small the 375 mil of codeine, and you just do it every week. So I would just go in and say I had a cough every other week, and just get a big thing of codeine. And me and my buddy would just pour it in some Diet Coke cans, and just sit up and watch Lethal Weapon, Sopranos, Die Hard. But we didn't even really know what lean was. We sort of, it was carcinization.
Yeah, you parallel thought.
Parallel discovery.
Yeah.
like gunpowder or some shit.
Okay. I mean, were you not listening to music where they reference lean? I feel like that was my thing. It was
no.
I knew what lean was.
I was listening to Modest
music.
Mouse, Bella Fleck, as you said, and not as much of a hip hop guy.
I mean, I was just in Atlanta. I mean, not that I was super into hip hop, but it was more.
Yeah.
In
shout out ATL.
The culture of I was I knew what lean was well before I had access to lean, and also that I didn't have access to lean. I didn't really want to.
I had lean tens or hundreds of times by the time I knew what lean was.
Interesting.
But ours was just in Diet Coke. I didn't know it was grape soda.
Yeah.
And that's also the
that. I guess.
Yeah, leaned out. We'll do the leaned out podcast.
Okay. You'll do lean, and I'll watch David Lean movies. Yeah, he's the best. He's underappreciated.
Is that the pod? I'll just show up on lean, not having watched the movie, and then you'll describe the movie. Okay.
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
Yeah. He's the best. I underwatched, I think. I'm about to say.
Yeah, I'm underwatched on him. I have that David Lean Criterion set.
Yeah.
Brief.
Noel Coward.
Noel Coward.
So I mean, Blythe Spirit. That was my Twitter name when I had Twitter. Was Blythe Spirit.
Yeah.
I mean, I love that movie. There's one David Lean movie I don't like out of all of them. There's one that I don't like.
Which one?
Oliver Twist, but I just don't like Oliver Twist.
Okay. Zhivago's good, and did he do Great Expectations?
His Great Expectations is great. Yeah. His parlor movies are great. Noel Coward adaptations are amazing. He only directed, I think, 17 full-length films. And Bridge on the River Kwai. Ryan's Daughter is the one that I watched last. I kept saving for it because I was like, oh, it's bad. It's bad. It's great. It's better than most movies. It's just not the best David Lean movie. I mean, it's probably my favorite score. The Maurice Jarre, who did Zhivago and Lawrence, did Ryan's Daughter, and I think it has the best score.
Love the Lawrence score.
Yeah, and it's just there's just nobody like him. And I mean, Passage to India is incredible. That would be if you want to. So what you should do is you should watch a Merchant Ivory adaptation of a Forrester novel, and you should watch A Passage to India because it's I love both of them. A Room with a View is probably my favorite Merchant Ivory movie. But
we got to do girl movie, boy movie, because all these would be great. Not that David Lean movies are girl movies, but anything like historical romance, I think.
I think if anything, David Lean is a dad thing. That is a boy movie. David Lean is...
I think we're losing that. No, I mean, it's sad, but I think we're kind of losing that generation of dads. Because actually my first long-term girlfriend, her dad's favorite movie, that I think I might have seen it, but I can't remember watching it. But her dad's favorite movie was Bridge on the River Kwai.
That's my dad's favorite movie. Or that's what my dad says is his favorite movie. It's not his favorite movie. His favorite movie is The Music Man.
Okay. So I love that.
Certainly. Like he.
Yeah.
When
Is
he
a Simpsons fan too? Does he like the monorail episode?
Oh no, I don't think either of my parents have ever seen any Simpsons episodes.
Really?
Yeah,
Do you know the monorail episode?
I've never seen a Simpsons episode.
It's a Conan O'Brien written parody of the Music Man. Marge vs. the Monorail.
I just don't think we're not Simpsons people.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I've never seen it.
That episode's good.
I believe it. The Simpsons are one of those things that I'm like, this will be a blind spot probably till I die, until someone makes me watch The Simpsons. There's so much of it. But one time I was watching...
You would as a and I mean this lovingly, as like a somewhat nerd, like intelligent, like very intelligent lady, you would really like, because most of all their writers were like I think famously like Harvard guys.
Like the Harvard guys, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably get something out of it. It's just one of those things where I'm like, this is not... Maybe someday I'll feel inspired to watch The Simpsons.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did not know that they did a Music Man parody. But yeah, one time I watched, it was on TCM 3 times in a month, and I watched it with my dad 3 times. Like it's on TV, he'll put it on.
Oh, you got trouble.
Yeah, he was in the Music Man in high school, and so he's like very attached to the music. But yeah, he says his favorite movie is Bridge on the River Kwai. But one time I was talking to him about it, and he's like, Emma, I haven't seen this movie in 40 years. I was like, how is it your favorite movie if you haven't seen it in 40 years?
You might then I would also, I think the guy's in it. Oh, maybe he's not. No, he's in a different movie. I can't remember the main guy in Music Man, the guy with like the weird face.
Robert Preston. He has a weird face.
Yeah,
I don't think he has a weird face.
It's too much of a face, if that makes sense.
Okay,
like it's like if you had to like encyclopedia definition of face.
Okay,
you'd be like, you draw Robert Preston's face, like show me a face, like a capital F face. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Cary Grant was supposed to be in that movie, but then he was like, I'll only go see the movie if Robert Preston is the Music Man.
Really?
Yeah, because Robert Preston originated the role on Broadway and had not had a lot of success in Hollywood. And they were like, well, dude,
he is great in it.
We'll get Cary Grant to be it. And Cary Grant was like, I won't buy a ticket to the movie if I'm in it. So he's like,
There's
we got to get Robert
movie
Preston.
He's in that I remember loving, but I can never remember the name of it.
Yeah, he did a few other like...
Oh, Reap the Wild Wind and This Gun for Hire.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in both those.
I've definitely seen him in another thing, but I mean...
This Gun for Hire?
That may have been it.
With Laird? Alan Ladd and
Blood on the
Veronica
Moon.
Lake and...
With which is a Western with Robert Mitchum. That's what I've seen.
Oh, Robert Wise.
Yes.
Walter Brennan. Hell yeah.
So, but yeah.
Iron Eyes Cody. How about that? Harry Carey Jr. A lot of good guys in here.
But yeah, The Music Man is, I think it's phenomenal. I think it's one of the funniest movies ever made.
It's great.
I'm in stitches when I'm watching it.
Yeah. Do you like the Matthew Broderick one? I haven't seen that.
I saw it like probably when it was on ABC. Like when it premiered. Like we watched all those like ABC musicals like Annie and like the Brandy Cinderella. But yeah, I think I liked it. I think I liked it because I like the Music Man. But I mean I think the movie is I mean Robert Preston is incredible in it. And like all the side characters are so fun, like all the children, the Buffalo Bills, Shirley Jones. It's just, and like Hermione Gingold as the mayor's wife is hilarious.
What a name.
It's very good. The Music Man is. I was thinking about. I went to go see a Broadway show over the weekend, and I was like, I always describe myself as someone who doesn't like musical theater, but I like musicals. Like,
yeah.
Like I love movie musicals. Like I love a movie that is a musical. Like
I saw that. I saw your video on that, and I was gonna. Thanks for bringing that up because I meant to attack you on that because you brought food to New York.
Yeah.
Crazy.
What? Why?
It's the greatest place. I mean, this. I guess it's like it was just so foreign to me hearing someone being like, I'm going to New York City for something else and not getting food there because like any trip to New York City just turns into a food trip for me just because like
it's like I live in a city, I have food. Like what can I get? True. What can I not get in Philadelphia that I can get in New York?
Do you have good Jewish deli there? As good?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if they're as good, but like they're sufficient.
Like second half deli. Georgian food.
Georgian. I don't know if there's a Georgian restaurant in Philadelphia, but again, to me, I'm like, it's like a waste of money.
Uzbekistan.
It's like yeah. I think there is an Uzbek restaurant in Philadelphia.
Okay.
I've not been, but there's one in West Philly.
Nepalese like Nepalese
yes,
ramen.
There's definitely Nepalese. Honestly, what you're describing is the food scene in Bloomington, Indiana.
Okay.
Which has the best Asian. I think probably the best Asian spread, maybe in the country, as far as like. It's incredible. Like because Indiana has such good relationships with. They just bring a lot of like PhDs over, and then they open restaurants. But yeah, Indiana. Bloomington, Indiana has like a surprisingly good and diverse Asian food scene.
I'm literally making a note. Yeah, I guess because you're in Philly. I mean, there is like, but it's just the idea of just I don't know. Yeah,
I mean, I did go to a restaurant. Like, I was like, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna waste money on like breakfast and lunch sandwiches.
Waste.
Yeah.
But you get like but it's like you get like a nice like I don't know, like an egg bagel. Like that's
Again, I could get egg bagels here, but
that's true.
It's just like I want to spend the money on the things that I can only do in New York, which are like go to museums, go to those museums, see that art, see those Broadway shows. They're only in New York.
I think if you're in Philly, I kind of more understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's food
that
everywhere.
Does make sense.
And I mean, New York is so like New York. I have trouble eating in New York, like picking restaurants. Like I feel like I don't have a sense of like what is like what I want, like what it's like. A lot of stuff is so touristy, especially like because I'm going to like cultural events.
Yeah.
Like I'd have to like go out of my way to get like food that I would consider like worth it.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, especially if you're in Philly, a lot of the stuff I would just default to is like Italian sandwich or pizza,
right?
Which like, but you have that.
Like I stay in Chelsea usually when I go to New York, and Chelsea's fun to like walk around, but like there's a lot of the restaurants on the avenues are like just like touristy bars.
Yeah. Oh, have you had Hamburger America, George Mott's?
No.
You should go to Hamburger America. It's like the best hamburger. He's like a hamburger historian, and they're really something.
I was like, is it better than a quarter pounder from McDonald's?
Come on.
That's my perfect hamburger.
I actually really like the classic like Happy Meal like old. I love a thin burger.
Mm-hmm.
Those are like the McDonald's like cheese hamburgers. I do actually genuinely love. Quarter pounder I'm not as big as, but like yeah, it's Hamburger America is like if you like that style of burger, it's like that.
Okay. What neighborhood
is the
best
best of that style. I think it's in Greenwich Village. Okay. Maybe it's either West or East Village. I think.
Well, that makes a difference on how to get to there.
Well, I mean,
I'm looking at the map.
It's in Manhattan.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's my film forum, sort of.
Oda House is in if you want to, Oda House is a Georgian restaurant.
Yeah, it's between Tribeca and West Village.
I do highly recommend Oda House, but Oda House is kind of heavy if you're going to be walking around because it's like Georgian cheese, Ajaruli cheese bread.
I mean that's the thing. It's like I go to New York, I walk 30,000 steps, I like go see everything. I go to shows, I go to museums, I bring my sandwiches.
Oh, Russian food, Marivana. Have you ever been to Marivana?
I had Russian food. One restaurant I've ever been to was in Portland, which was good.
Marivana is really good. It's the it's where all the Russian hockey players go when they're in town. It's really.
Have you been watching Heated Rivalry?
No,
okay. I'm just saying, like a gay hockey. I was like, it's there. Yeah. It's there. As a romance reader, I endorse it.
I've heard it's good.
It's good.
Yeah, I've heard it's good. I don't watch a lot of TV, unfortunately.
You should read the book. Honestly, the book is better. I mean, not the book. I don't know if the book is better. I think actually the TV show is better, but the book is there.
There's so many like classics. Like if I read that before, like Little Women or something, or like
but you could read it in like 3 hours, like.
But I forget, and then it would take me like a while to sort of just there's so many of these of books. I'm just like even the Gene Tierney memoir, like
oh yeah, that one's great. I think
I've heard fucking like all the Philip Marlowe stuff I have that I've been meaning to read. Yeah, there's so much of it. You were gonna say I did say I think I might have told this story. So Paul, I'm probably gonna tell these stories repeatedly. My buddy was making fun of me for that the other day. Because I can never remember what I told to people. But the reason I started this pod actually and the channel was because of a bad first date. Not a bad first date, but it was like a bad first date about. Eventually I'll tell the story, but it's sort of like the genesis of the channel actually, where like we both really liked the movie, but the date went sort of bad for other reasons. But I did want to ask you, I'm still laughing at seeing The Hangover 4 times. That's been like that's happened aside from The Hangover?
No, I think The Hangover is the only time I've seen the same movie, like on first dates.
Have you had bad other first dates?
Oh yeah,
on movie dates.
A movie, I would say.
Please name some other if you could.
Hugo, Martin Scorsese.
I haven't seen that. Okay,
it's like one of the only Martin Scorsese
films. Is that like a kids movie?
It's a kids movie. Okay. But it's like a kids movie for like nerdy adults.
Yeah.
I don't love it. I think he's doing like 7 themes too many in it. I also really don't like the source material. It's a children's like chapter book that I think is like, I hate it. Like I really don't like the author. I didn't know. I think when I went to go see Hugo, I like went in with a bad attitude because I don't like Brian Selznick, which I think is his name. Who maybe I'm besmirching. I just don't like his children's books. But that was bad because a guy answered the phone while we were in the movie, and my date stood up and yelled at him. And I was so embarrassed that I was like, I can never see you again.
Wait, he did what?
a different person answered the phone during the movie and like kept talking on the phone. And this was like 2000, I mean, whatever movie year, 2011, whatever year that movie came out.
And your date stood up and yelled.
My date stood up and yelled, and I was so embarrassed that I was like, I can never see you again. Like, it is rude for the person to have answered the phone. He
didn't just like, hey, could you please turn it down?
No, he stood up, turned around, and like pointed and yelled. It was like a 21-year-old.
That's kind of a bad sign, I think.
Yeah. And he'd already been like kind of rude to a waitress, so I think I was like not like but that was like that was probably the worst movie date that I've ever been on. Inception was bad. Those are the ones that stand out. Hugo.
Why was Inception bad?
Because the guy was like, you have to decide what happens at the end of the movie. Like, I want to know what you think happens at the end of the movie. And I was like, I think the point of it is to be ambiguous. I'm refusing. It's 30 seconds after we saw this movie. I'm refusing to tell you whether I think it's still a dream or not. And he just like kind of berated me, and I was like, I'm leaving.
I do get asking the question. You should have an opinion. Do you have an opinion now?
No, I
know the point is to be ambiguous, but do you have like a?
No, I refused. I don't think that's what the movie wants. I think picking.
Okay, now I'm on the guy's side.
I just think picking is like not. It's not the exercise of the movie. Like that's not.
It's fun though.
I was not having fun. I don't.
You don't have fun like thinking like, oh, it's more of a dream or it's more of a thing.
No, I think if the movie is successful, which I think Inception is that you can't decide.
You're not leaning one way or the other. Gun to your head.
No.
See, that's a little. I'm kind of on the guy's side.
So it was like an incompatibility issue between me and this guy, but
yeah, it's a fun conversation, you know.
I was like I
go dream. I pretty much always go dream. I think most things are dreams.
I guess that's the thing. I like even good faith, like talking to you right now. I can't form an opinion. I'm not trying to be obstinate. Like I'm like I cannot pick, because I think if at the moment I picked something, I would feel like it's the opposite, which is like the point of the end of the movie.
Yeah, he's I would be more fascinated by that, to be honest with you. The idea that you can't or won't pick is more like is like funnier or more interesting than like actually doing it. That
was the thing where I was like, I'm okay with like you picking. I'm not telling you can't pick. I'm telling you that like I literally cannot pick, and like it's not. I'm not gonna pick just to have this conversation with you.
You would have such a reputation among me and my friends of like just immediately, because I'd immediately be telling people like, who doesn't pick? It'd be like a Seinfeld episode. Like she refused. Yeah, they'd be like, I'm ending you're ending the relationship.
She didn't pick.
She didn't pick. How can you not pick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
that might be on my
the movie First Date that I think of is like that's exemplar. I think I maybe have told you this before, maybe even on the last podcast. Is like I left a date because a guy said Gregory Peck was a wooden actor.
Now that's crazy.
I was like, we can't.
You left a date? You didn't tell me this.
I was like, I can't. It was like a casual date. It was like a coffee date.
He does move woodenly. He has like a Pinocchio. He feels like his.
Yeah, he was saying
he has the strangest body structure
I've
ever seen.
I think he was saying like, oh, I think he's a little wooden in like To Kill a Mockingbird, and I was like, I can't. I was like, I can't.
Yeah.
I was like, this is fundamentally incompatible with me. I was like, I can't be around you anymore. I don't think I told him why I was leaving. I think I cut the date short because I was like, I just can't. I can't date someone who thinks Gregory Peck is not a good actor.
Yeah.
That was I think of movies. I don't know. I feel like I've stopped sort of seeing movies on dates. It becomes less of a requirement for like dating me is like liking movies. I'm like, it's okay if it's my thing.
Yeah.
Also, like I will date guys who like movies, and then like they will have seen no movies that I like, and I will have seen no movies that they like. They will think that they are so well watched, and I consider myself well watched. I'm like, there's no overlap because
That's the girl movie, boy movie thing. It's probably very hard, you know.
I mean, I think it's like the old Hollywood thing more than anything. It's not like
definitely, yeah.
I mean, the 90s, the 90s are my weak decade, and I feel like the 90s are a very
not having seen Terminator 2 is kind of fucking crazy. I will say that just as like for our age cohort. Yes. I'm assuming we're around the same age. It's
I think,
a little nuts.
Because I saw Terminator 1 and didn't like it, and I was like, why would I watch the second one?
But it's just like you would have. It's just like something you would have seen, I guess. You know, just like somehow you would have seen.
I don't know if either of my parents have seen it. I think that's the thing. It's like I was too young to see it in theaters. And then my parents.
In the same way, it's crazy for me not to have seen Titanic.
Yeah, like
I will agree with that. But that's like same thing with T2, I think.
I've just never felt the need to watch it. And then now, like some movie guy can like some like in some future date can patronizingly show it to me. And I'll be like, oh my God, I've never seen Terminator 2.
Why does it have to be patronizing? Could be like a...
I think if I were to if I were to watch Terminator 2 with a romantic partner, it would be coercive. Like it would be it would be under duress.
Really?
I just don't think. I don't know. There's that sort of like ilk of movies that I'm just like, I'm okay with never seeing. And a lot of those movies that I've watched, and I was like, I regret having seen it. Like I really wish I had never seen Blade Runner. Like I really hated Blade Runner.
Now that's
I was like,
wow.
I was like,
why'd you hate Blade Runner?
I was shown it. I think the weekend the Harvey Weinstein news broke. Like these two things are like I was like it was like Harvey Weinstein. Like I think the Me Too article had come out like that, like the one, the big expose had come out that weekend, or like going into that weekend, and then that was the weekend that my boyfriend at the time decided to show me Blade Runner, and I just remember being like, I feel like you are not reading the room at all of like how. Like what my mindset is at all. Like was
Weinstein associated with that?
No. It was like I think I was just thinking a lot about violence and like violence of like women who are like serving like male.
Oh, I see.
I was very upset, and I think it was like, oh, this was not read correctly of like what movie I should be shown right now. And
did you communicate this? Did you insist? Did he insist on it?
No, I think it was like after I think it was after the fact. I was like, oh, I shouldn't have watched that movie this weekend, like that. Okay. And it was so I think I really I kind of like maybe I should have saved Blade Runner for a different time, but I also don't know if I ever would have liked it. I do find it very hard to watch. I mean, I've only seen it one time, but I found it like a very difficult to watch Harrison Ford sort of like loom over her. Like there's like a lot of like threatening violence. Like I found it very upsetting. Anyway, I mean, I think that's true. It's the same reason I don't like Vertigo. Honestly, it's like I think. Like these depictions of violence against women, I think can be interesting. And it's still if a movie is so hard for me to watch that I'm like it sort of alienates me. I'm like I can't like that movie. I think Vertigo probably does it very well. Like this sort of like this like the obsessiveness.
I think you're reading the vibes correctly.
Yeah,
like it's bad vibes.
Right, it's bad vibes, and you're supposed to feel bad, but it's like it tips me over to the point where I'm like I get like no emotional satisfaction from that, like those bad vibes. Like I think the difference, like Rear Window works for me and Vertigo doesn't, and Marnie, I think is a movie that works for me from Hitchcock. That like I think that movie is almost I think more upsetting to me than Vertigo, but the fact that it's like centered on Marnie, helps. Like, and I think Tippi Hedren's performance is so great in that film. And yeah, I think it's just, and it's also like messier than Vertigo. Like I think Marnie is often unfavorably compared to Vertigo. It's like Marnie is like Hitchcock, like the wheels are coming off. But I think something about that like makes it more watchable for me than Vertigo. Like which I do have a hard time like getting through. Like it really, I just find it very, very viscerally upsetting to watch Jimmy Stewart behave like that.
Yeah, I like. There's a lot of I don't know if you've seen The Red House with Delmer Daves. I probably might have.
I don't think I've seen that.
Delmer Daves. He has like the worst vibes. Well, there's also, I mean, I guess it's not on a boat. There is a water scene. But like Delmer Daves has like some of the worst vibes of like any directors. I've probably talked about this a lot on the pod, but like I think like 15 or 20 out of his 30 movies have some type of assault in them. Yeah. And like in a way that's like, whew, like brother. They're like kind of like David Lynchian, like like he's the closest thing to Lynch. But in sort of like an untherapized way, because I think he was a child of divorce, so his movies are like just so much about like broken families, and there's a lot of like fascinating stuff to them. But I Vertigo also, when I first watched it in college, it freaked me the hell out, because it's like, I think it is to the point in the category of evil movies, but there is something like it exports. Somehow Hitchcock was able to like put something on screen that like showed his own depravity and horrific attitudes towards women, and like sort of like desire for violence and desire for control. He put all that out in the film. I think it's like one of the very best expressions of it, but it is hard to watch. Yeah, it is like, but that's where I think he's at his strongest, when he's like just portraying that stuff. Yeah, and it's like this like thesis movie that it's kind of like looking at the sun. It's like you don't want to look at the center. Like it's like it's easier to watch things. Like I mean, I love The Birds, and The Birds is a hard watch because it's like you're watching Tippi Hedren like be abused. Like you're watching her be like
coercively put into scenes that are uncomfortable while he's like trying to have sex with her, like behind the scenes. Like, this is a very hard watch, but like something about that, it's like that is, I think also because Tippi Hedren, like her, I was really impacted by her memoir, which I read like right before I saw Marty for the first time, and something about that where I was like, oh, like this is some like it, her performances in these movies, like watching these performances is like honoring work that she could like I try to think about this a lot with like old Hollywood actresses, like Rita Hayworth is a great example of like people often talk about like things that were done to Rita Hayworth, where it's like she like got the electrolysis on her, like she had to change her name so she wasn't Margarita anymore. It's like she was like hiding her sort of like Latin identity, like all these things. It's like that it is true that these things were done to them, but also like they were like creating art, and it's like they were participants in this, whether it like was totally coercive or halfway coercive or whatever, like or whatever system was making them do these things that we consider now to be abuse. Like Rita Hayworth was participating in some sort of her own image making. And it's like Tippi Hedren in her Hitchcock collaborations is collaborating with him. She's collaborating to produce these movies. And it's like to cast them specific, like exclusively as victims is like to diminish the amount of like that movie. The Birds and Marty works because Tippi Hedren is the actress who's playing those characters, not because Hitchcock is like laying bare his like psychosexual problems on screen. It works because Tippi is there. And so I think that,
to bring it back to the thing, have you seen Roar by all the movies with the cats?
With the lions. Yeah.
I need to see that. Yeah. Tippi Hedren, for the viewers, had like 200 cats and they filmed this crazy movie.
Yes.
The connection to the movies we're talking about today actually is the Jan de Bont was the cinematographer, cinematographer in Die Hard 1. He got scalped in that movie by a tiger and like had 250 stitches or something.
Yeah, Tippi Hedren and the lions. Yeah. I love her. But the lions is crazy. Like she like kept the lions, and like Melanie Griffith was like raised around the lions like after people were
Dakota
injured.
Johnson too.
Yes, it's like it's wild. But I think
Roar looks like the craziest movie. I have it. I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, I think I watched it when I was on this like the Tippi Hedren kick, because I read her. Yeah, when her memoir came out, I think maybe 2016. And I just was like, oh, like I'm just like floored by her career, and also like her the way that she speaks about her career in Hitchcock is fascinating. Because I mean, Hitchcock I think is probably my like entry into movies. Like I was like, oh, this is like North by Northwest, and like watching every Hitchcock film was like, oh, like I'm like a movie person now because I've seen every Hitchcock film. So he's like very important to me, but also like he's someone who's like very violent and upsetting, and like has that in movies, and like was very like the way I don't know if you've seen any of the movies with his daughter in them, like she's in Strangers on a Train.
I've seen that.
She's I think her name is Pat. She's like the kid sister or something.
I've seen The Lady Vanishes.
Okay. Also on a Train.
Also on a Train. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Strangers on a Train. She's in it, and so the character who Midge in Vertigo, she looks like his daughter, like uncannily, like, and it's like that sort of like level of cruelty of like how he depicts women who look like his daughter is like this whole thing in Hitchcock.
I forgot, by the way, you just reminded me. I think I started a sentence like 2 hours ago about the canon, about like canonization and lionization. I think the reason like stuff like Notorious, and I'm not calling out your opinion on Notorious, whatever, but like stuff like Notorious, Lady Vanishes, I think Hitchcock in general, and a lot of these other like the sort of the directors that were canonized, speaking like when we were talking about William Wyler, I think a lot of them were canonized by the initial wave of auteurs and New Hollywood people who were connecting to them on like aesthetic grounds, and they were connected to them on very male grounds. I think like that's why every one of those New Hollywood guys like made a Hitchcock movie. De Palma just made like 10 Hitchcock movies and just over and over, and none of them are as nearly as good, I don't think. No shade to De Palma that much. Wolfgang Peterson made Shattered. Like he's not necessarily a New Hollywood guy, but like so many of these like Hitchcockian things. But I think like guys like Wyler and guys like John Brom, who did a lot of the Twilight Zone stuff and Hangover Square and The Lodger and The Locket, and I just watched Rio, which I'm putting on the list of recs. I think like Brom, Wyler, like John Stahl, who I just watched he did Holy Matrimony and also Leave Her to Heaven. Like I think it took another generation. Douglas Sirk also too. Like I think it took like other artists who were not just straight white males who were like, New Hollywood is like younger generation, but it was really just sort of a lot of the same crop of like, I feel like the same type of directors that were already in Hollywood, a lot of them, like in terms of the mainstream ones. But it almost became like, now that I say that, it almost became like more straight, like New Hollywood. I'm trying to think of like, at least like Western New Hollywood. I don't know that there's a ton of gay guys in that cohort in the same way of like so many of the old Hollywood directors were gay. And I feel like the people that they lionized, you know, John Ford, who should be lionized, but a lot of those guys, like, I don't know, that would be my theory on it, is like, I feel like there's a lot of the types of movies that weren't necessarily saved because the initial people who were sort of like establishing the auteur theory, I think a lot of them were.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's hard to do auteur theory when like in the studio system. Like, you're not. That's the thing, is like the auteurs were people who were out. Like Hitchcock wasn't under contract for like the same studio over and over again. He had like short-term contracts, and he was like,
well, and he almost fucked up Rebecca. I don't know if we talked about that the last time
with I mean,
he tried to make it a slapstick comedy.
Yes.
Which is fucking crazy.
Yes.
And Zanuck, so like, who should get credit for that? Daryl Zanuck?
Right, and that's the thing with like, you asked like, is Rebecca like my favorite Hitchcock movie? I'm like, it's barely a Hitchcock. It's like, to me, I'm like, that's Zanuck producing. That is such a Zanuck movie, and like even getting Laurence Olivier, like that is Zanuck plucking Laurence Olivier out of England and being like, you're gonna be in this movie in 1940, and everyone's gonna like, you're just gonna become, we're taking you from the old Vic, and we're gonna put you on in movies.
Definitely much more of a Zanuck. Yeah.
So yeah. I love Daryl Zanuck because he loves Gene Tierney. It's like he loves brunettes. I
mean, hey, good taste.
He's always like switching out the brunettes in his lineup. But yeah, I mean the old, and I think that's the thing. There's like big cast, like the sort of like genre picture melodrama movies that have women in them. I mean, I think that's one thing that I think people are often surprised about, like my deep affection for Martin Scorsese, because he is like someone that I maybe the people who are not as into movies, like when I like tell,
you're just an Italian weeb, right? Like you're a weeb, but for Italy.
That's absolutely true. But I'm like, Martin Scorsese loves old movies. So it's like Martin Scorsese. It's like, and I think that
The Leopard, one of his 5 favorites.
Yes, and so it's like he loves old Italian movies. He loves old Hollywood movies. Like I think I've sent you the video about him talking about Leave Her to Heaven.
Oh, I don't know if you have.
There's a YouTube video, I think, of an introduction that he gave. He talks about he was a very sickly young man. He talks about like basically being sick in California, probably like cocaine sick combination with his like own sort of poorly health. He talks about like basically having a fever in California, and like Leave Her to Heaven's like on a loop on like some channel showing Leave Her to Heaven, and so he's like in a fever dream watching Leave Her to Heaven, and he's like, and Gene Tierney just like, and it's like how it deeply affected him, like Gene Tierney and Technicolor. And I was like, yeah, like that's why I love Martin Scorsese. Like that's why I feel like I can.
He's the inverse of Tarantino. Like I hate every time Tarantino opens his mouth about a movies, and he has like probably the worst opinions. And like I don't know if you saw his recent things on like Paul Dano and
I generally
Matthew
stay
Lillard.
away from Tarantino.
He made he's like Paul Dano, and he's like, he's just weak sauce. Like he's just the weakest actor.
I saw people like
Matthew Lillard.
Yes, I saw people like being like Paul Dano Defense Squad, and I was like, I guess we're defending
has,
Paul Dano.
The worst taste.
Yeah,
and like his movies, I like several of his movies, but he just has the fucking worst taste. But to your point about, I'm happy every time I hear Scorsese. Like if I see a YouTube video on Scorsese talking about a movie I like, generally it's like the most like astute thing you can see about it.
And that's like when people like dismiss him, like whenever people do discourse about like the number of like women in his movies, I was like, or like the number of black people in his movies, I was like, Martin Scorsese has like done more for world cinema than any of us. So like it's like you can have problems with the way what movies he picks, what movies he chooses to make, but I was like, he's good as far as like reparations on like back end of like making the gangster films. He's done nothing but credit Thelma Schoonmaker as like sort of his tag team partner, and like deservedly so. Yeah, like we know the name of his editor. Like that's like, and
who was married to David Lean, right?
Or she was married to Michael Powell.
The Archer.
Yeah.
Which I would not be married to that guy after watching Peeping Tom.
Oh,
no,
I love Peeping Tom.
I love Peeping Tom.
Yeah, Peeping Tom.
I love Black Narcissus. Love Red Shoes. But
Peeping Tom, it's kind of like the Vertigo, where it's like Peeping Tom works for me.
Vertigo. How do you? Yeah, that's a vile movie to watch.
I think because it's like the vileness. Something about it, like I can close the door on it when the movie's over. Something about Vertigo, it's British. It's not Jimmy Stewart. Like I think that's the thing. Like I think.
Oh, have you seen Once Upon a Time in the West?
Yes, I love Once Upon a Time in the West.
Okay, how do you feel about Henry? Do you get like, because Henry Fonda?
Similar, but
does it gross you out?
Yes, it grosses me out. But I think there's something about it being
so
like a genre
betrayed.
Yeah, it's something about like a genre picture.
This is a very nerdy film kid thing, where you have these like film stars.
I don't know if Vertigo thinks that Jimmy Stewart is a villain in that movie. Like, I think he's the tragedy, right?
You know, I got super mad at someone on Twitter the other month because they were saying, like, first of all, if you're out there, and cancel me for this, I feel like I've said that a lot this episode, but like, if you're one of those people who are like, oh, I hate modern audiences at film theaters and like people laugh too much or people do this or like audiences are bad, fuck off. Like, you never blame the audience. Like, I'm sure audiences are bad, but like, I never blame like, and people shouldn't like get on phones, but like what people react to or whatever, that's just part of the movie's journey. And like,
I disagree, but
well, for me, I never, but there was someone saying that they were pissed off at their theater, specifically for Vertigo, for people laughing at the scene when Midge does the painting. And I'm like, Hitchcock intended that, I'm pretty sure, as a mean scene. Like, I think he's laughing at Midge. Like, that's like the most that's like the most heart-wrenching scene in movie history.
Yes.
Of, like, when she does that painting.
But Hitchcock is laughing. Yeah, I think that's true. Yes.
People, even defenders of it, be like, oh, he's actually pointing out what a black comedy is, and you're actually supposed to feel like laughing but sad for her. I don't even know, like, if Hitchcock did feel like, I think he's just on some level just being like, check out this fucking
and that's the thing we're saying about like
shut in loser woman.
It looks like his daughter. Like, there's this thing where like if you track the characters who look like his daughter or his daughter
does
plays.
She?
Yes, she has the same glasses.
Oh,
it's weird.
Oh,
yeah. And so she looks like Pat Hitchcock in Strangers on a Train. She plays like a kid.
I would have.
Yeah, it's
blown my fucking.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, if I was a daughter and my dad did that scene,
it's weird. It's tough to watch. But so like, I mean, the issue that I have. I mean, we go to see theater. I find like I've seen Gilda in theaters probably upwards of like 6 times. Like, I will drive a couple hours to go see Gilda with Rita Hayworth in theaters. There's a scene that people always laugh at in that movie.
The big George McCready gal. Yeah.
There's a scene that people always laugh at in that movie that I'm like, it's not a funny scene. What's funny about it is like that I agree that like movies can go on their own journey. I do think people need to be cognizant of like, are you laughing because the acting is what you're considering over the top? Like, it's just like a different grammar. And so like so in Gilda, like,
people don't know how to watch melodrama.
Yes, the people don't know how to watch melodrama, and so they're laughing because like they think the acting is like broad. And I'm like, okay, that I understand why you're laughing. I know you're not literally laughing at like Rita Hayworth like just experienced it, like someone just hit her like that. You're not laughing because she got hit. You're laughing because the reaction is big. But it's like maybe work on that. Is sort of my take. It's like you should. I think you're doing a disservice to yourself to like not just have that moment be tragic. And like I saw Marnie in theaters, and have you seen Marnie with Tippi Hedren?
No.
Okay, so she's a thief, and Sean Connery catches her, and what he does when he catches her is that he blackmails her into marrying him, and she has this like. She's very afraid of sex, and she has like there are all these like movies like a journey to figure out like why she's so afraid of sex. But on their honeymoon, he rapes her, and it's like the inverse of the Psycho scene, where it's like Psycho is like all these cuts and it's like really frenetic. Marnie is the opposite. It's like a slow take. It's like one long take. You're looking at Tippi Hedren's face, and something like people like laughed during it when I saw it in theaters, and I was like,
now that's
but it's like
I will judge people.
Yes,
I will say I will judge people.
Yeah,
but they should do whatever. I guess is my kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
I judge you for laughing.
Yes,
but...
it's not like I guess it's like it's like a contract that you accept when you go see a movie in theaters. But that thing, I was like, I was so viscerally upset to like be in a room with people who were laughing at the scene because it was like we were watching like, and it's just like such an arresting. I think especially because the Psycho scene is so iconic of like of like that's what we think of when we think of Hitchcock. The way that he flips it on its head to depict this violence with like this actress in this movie is so like she's like a frigid character, like she's like Sean Connery's like basically like raping sex back into her.
Jesus.
And it's like it doesn't work. Like they have to do something else to like solve the problem of Marnie. But it's like he's like it's very I think it's one of the most violent scenes in his filmography, and people are like not taking it as they're laughing at it. That was really uncomfortable. So stuff like that where I'm like melodramas. I saw The Earrings of Madame De by Opals in theaters.
I was going to suggest that to you.
I love that
That's
movie.
the first thing I wrote.
I mean, it's one of Scorsese's favorites, but I saw that in theaters.
PTA, when you talked about PTA and blocking, he's on the Criterion talking about blocking in that movie.
And
a lot of the camera movements from Opals are from him.
I don't remember what people were laughing at in that movie, but it was again like I was like, we're watching like a woman like be hit. Like I don't know if we should be laughing at this, and it's not like it's not like Vertigo where it's being played for like cruel laughs. Like it's or even just it's like you're just like uncomfortable with depictions of violence. And I guess I try to tell myself, I'm like, oh, they're laughing because they're uncomfortable, but it is hard when you're viscerally upset by watching something to be in a room where people are laughing.
Yeah. I don't think, you know what I think it is? I think it's the same disrespect that like women's pictures, I mean, because a lot of women's pictures were melodrama, but like women's books too. They don't realize that. I think it's probably going to be my big project in the new year is just sort of like, I'm going to do a series on like, here's how you watch a movie. Because like, I think people, and I also blame the new Hollywood guys for this. I mean, not totally because they're doing what they're ever, but there was like it was like the pushback against the melodramatic style of like the 30s to the 60s. That like the new Hollywood guys came in with like realism and like, curtains are just blue sometimes and like not like these constructed things and trying to just capture more of like the raw real moment and whatever. But the only movies people have seen, we've been in that sort of mode, a lot of it for years and years. But like, I think the comparison I finally hit on the metaphor I want to make about it is like, I think it's like the They Live glasses. Like you got to put on like have you seen They Live?
No. Is this a horror film? What is this?
Kind of John Carpenter.
Oh, John Carpenter.
It's more of like a.
Okay, I've heard of this. I've not seen this. I do know John Carpenter.
Roddy Piper,
okay.
Keith David.
Okay,
it's great. You've seen the meme. You know the meme when like I don't know where my sunglasses are, but the guy like he does like this and he sees like the billboards say like obey.
Okay.
And like
okay.
like consume, like it's like that type of thing. Like he'll look at like a Coca-Cola billboard and just like without the glasses it says Coca-Cola, but when he puts them on it says like procreate and have kids or something like that. So it's like these hidden messages and it's like a satire on like the Reagan administration and like corporate America in the 80s. Really good. Probably my second favorite John Carpenter movie after The Thing. But I think the melodrama glasses, I think people should put those, like, that's my theory is that like, it's like oversimplification for a point. It's a bunch of extremely intelligent people almost like oversimplifying and over exaggerating things, or like it's like constructed in a way that like people aren't used to, in the way that it's like hard for people to like read like classic like stuff with like Greek choruses and like classic
it's just
poetry.
A different
like you have to
grammar. Like it's different movie making,
different grammar,
and it's like you have to. I think you have to accept it. Like it's also like a skill that you can practice. I think that's the thing. It's like people don't realize that like.
Absolutely, that's a great point.
You can you can practice watching melodramas, and like once you like get in there, you're like, okay, this is, and it's just like a Western thing to think like that movies have like people in movies have to talk like the way that people talk. Like that's such a like that realism thing is so Western. I think watching melodramas will like make it easier to watch like Asian movies, especially like anything that is like not in like the Hollywood canon.
That's why I think I loved Everything Everywhere All at Once more so than my brothers, who like this is like they're okay on it, but like I really loved it because like it felt like it spoke a lot of the Hong Kong language and like it was more of a. I mean, I love Hong Kong movies. You know what else is gay movies? It's like the same way people need like training, like like you need like experience to like suss out a gay movie, like the secret gay language. It's like if you don't speak it, then Holy Matrimony, Rope is not going to be as interesting,
right? Yeah, you're missing stuff. Because it's not the like the language that you're speaking all the time. But I mean, I think that way, especially like the melodramas where like a woman is at the center of it. Those have been like my worst movie going experiences. And I keep going back because I love those movies. But yeah, Gilda I go see all the time, and that's something I always steel myself. Is like people are gonna laugh when there's one the line where she says like you wouldn't think like a woman would marry two insane men in her life. People always laugh at that, but it's like a funny line, I guess, like out of context. But like Rita Hayworth's face in that movie is like so devastating, that it's hard to like. It's also like this is. I don't know. I feel like I
think it's the most bricked up a guy's ever been. So just like it's probably, I think Glenn Ford is like just bricked up and rock hard that entire movie.
Yeah,
like he's the horniest guy I think I've ever seen in a movie. In that movie, which I get.
Yeah,
but
I mean, that movie is so. I love it. I mean, Rita Hayworth is just so incredible in it. But I mean, it's also it kind of like The Big Sleep, where like it doesn't make any sense. Like the movie falls apart.
Yeah.
And because I mean the part like I think the thing that would fix it is like the George McCready character, like the audience knows like almost immediately that he's not dead. Like we see him like scurry away and you're like, okay, there's like no dramatic tension whatsoever that he's gonna come back.
Your point should have been more the control. I mean, it becomes more of like Glenn Ford is just, I think to me it's interesting because I love seeing Glenn Ford, not like I love it as like but like I love the exploration of Glenn Ford sort of like doing a more like straight guy, although he is kind of bi in the movie, but like
I mean absolutely that's the only
straight guy controlling of Gilda.
I think in order to enjoy Gilda you have to read it as gay, because like that's the question I had for so long when I was younger when I was watching it. I was like, how could these men treat her this way? And I was like, oh, because they're like measuring their dicks. Like it's not. It's like it's like on a human level.
Have you seen Undercurrent, by the way? Speaking of that,
I've not seen
Undercurrent. Kind of in the same.
Is that Glenn Ford? Who's that?
No, I did a podcast on it with shout out Stephanie Ed. It's Katharine Hepburn. It's the only noir she ever did by Vicente Minnelli. But to your point, when you said it's about the control, it's like dick measuring. It is like very much like a guy wanting to like remake a woman, and she has. That whole episode is good. She talks a lot about that in the context of noir.
I will listen to it. Gilda. I think it's just like it's so hard to watch. Well, it's so hard to watch like a human treat another human that way, and then to watch it like iteratively, especially in the context of Rita Hayworth's life.
It feels gay, I think, because that is the way that like Claude Rains and Deception and like I made a whole video about like gay guys like, and like that was like a lot of gay villain characters. Like, why are they so interested in the women? Or like what's his face from Aura, Clifton Webb. Or Clifton Webb in The Razor's Edge, like it's like patriarchy is not just they're not just sexual. Like you don't like when you get a marriage, when you get a woman, when you get to acquire a woman in the 40s, you don't just get like a sexual partner. You get like an emotional partner. You get someone you have financial, legal, and physical control over. And so like really they're like they have like, even though they may not be as interested sexually, it's like. It's the only legal long-term sort of intimate companion you can have. So like I feel like that's where a lot of the gay stuff got expressed, is like you still get to have those other things, and there was a lot of gay coded characters from that. But to your point, I do honestly similar to Notorious. I almost wish like if George McCready was in it more, then you get to see more of sort of I love it when guys battle over women and when they are like doing it more, because to your point, if that's where the interesting thing is, then lean into that.
I mean, you get the first 20 minutes of Gilda where you're like waiting for Rita Hayworth to show up, and Glenn Ford, you're like, okay, like I see like why Glenn Ford wants to be with this guy. Like he's like very, George McCready is like controlling and powerful, and it's like he's sort of like extending his largesse over his like empire to Glenn Ford. I feel like if Gilda was made today, they would have a flashback scene where we see Rita Hayworth and Glenn Ford's relationship before, and I'm like, that's what I love that they have a secret between us. Like we don't know why they broke up. We don't know what circumstances had him like leave her and like have to go to George McCready. We don't even really know the timeline of like how quickly did she move on from Glenn Ford. And it just like you get dropped into one relationship, but there were other relationships what you actually care about. Like you think you care about Glenn and George McCready, and then all of a sudden Gilda shows up, and it's like all bets are off. But yeah, it's just, I think Laura. I think I feel like I got that movie more when I was like, oh, like Dana Andrews is like he's like he has like a war injury. He's like his like penis doesn't work. You're like, oh, like that. No one's penis works in that movie. That's the problem. Is that they like?
You think?
Yeah, I think it's like he, like Clifton Webb. I mean, I think he's obviously in love with her, but it's like but she's a ghost, and so it's like it works because he falls in love with her because he like can't fall in love with someone in real life. He's like,
I think he's gooning. I think it's more that. I think he just thinks he's like so like straight guy.
There's that line about him like got like a lead full of lead full of lead, and I'm like, oh, his penis doesn't work. Like, okay. And he's got that little game.
I thought about that.
Like with the ball bearings, I was like that like fidget toy aspect of it. I was like, oh, like he's spinning his wheels.
He's got something else to play with besides his like dick and balls. Okay.
And it's like, oh, like he's
I love
he's
that
just
reading.
Like the most.
I've not thought about that.
He's just like the most acceptable. Also, there's a scene. I think when he's interrogating her, and there's like that shot of Jean Tierney like with like the light in her face, and she's just like it's stunning. He like trips and like totally like undercuts like the cool cop thing. I was like, oh, he's like failing at his job constantly.
I can see that. But I think they're so used to him being like kind of very sexual.
He's
a pretty sexual actor. Dan
he
Andrews.
Is like he's in Ball of Fire. He's very sexy in Ball of Fire. But even so, the very last scene of Laura, he grabs Gene Tierney and the other cop shoots the gun. And I was like, oh, because Dana Andrews can't shoot the gun.
I see.
So Gene Tierney is like rewarded in that movie with a husband whose penis doesn't work. To her benefit, I think. I think she doesn't want to deal with the penises.
That's a great rating of it. You should do a video on that.
Oh, I should. I mean, Laura, I should.
You should totally.
All right, I'll make a video about Laura for you.
Yeah. It started out with, Laura wins because she gets a husband whose penis doesn't work. Like, it's a great TikTok hook. I might, if you don't do it, I'll steal it from you. Because that is, because definitely, like, Vincent Price which that role might have gone to Laird Krieger, I think.
Oh, yeah. He dies, right? Or is very sick?
I think so, yeah. Well, I think he died suddenly because of the weight loss stuff.
Right. Yeah. Vincent Price, it's like, again, everyone in that movie is trying to get...
He's bi.
Gene Tierney
mostly
for decorative purposes. She's a painting. Like she's gonna be a vase.
That's why I wanted Notorious to be like, another thing like that. Like I wanted Ingrid Bergman to be more of a object instead of a subject, I guess.
But I mean, I get it would be a different movie. It would just be a different movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
think just those are the melodramas. Yeah.
I think
Razor's Edge too is like that.
It is. It is. Have you seen the 39 Steps?
Yes.
Okay, that's it is to me like the ancestor of Notorious as far as like how Hitchcock does.
I think
sex.
I don't like plot Hitchcock as much. Like if I had to rank like Hitchcock, the short I made, which I'm about to release, promo me, shout out me, re-release was like very much like an homage in many ways to like Rear Window, because there's a lot of voyeurism. Rear Window, Vertigo. I love voyeurist Hitchcock and I love freak Hitchcock, even though he's like very hard to watch like on like a deep level. But plot Hitchcock, I don't like as much. And like 39 Steps, Lady Vanishes, Dial M for Murder, like Notorious. Yeah, something about it.
I think we're the opposite. Yeah,
you don't like freak Hitchcock, but you like plot Hitchcock.
I mean, I think I like most Hitchcocks, but I think plot Hitchcock is my favorite. Like North by Northwest, I think is his masterpiece.
Yeah, I still haven't seen that. That's been on my list for ages.
I wonder how you feel about it because you're like more tepid on Cary Grant than I am. But I mean, Cary Grant in that is just he's phenomenal.
I can see Hitchcock getting good use out of him visually.
He's got the perfect combination of like screwball and like leading man. It's like peak Cary Grant. And I mean, but North by Northwest is a movie that he remakes a bunch. Like 39 Steps is North
he an
by
asshole?
Northwest.
I love
Salvador.
asshole Cary Grant.
Yes,
that's my favorite.
Yes,
okay.
He's a total dick. He's like an ad man in New York.
Because I like Bringing Up Baby,
I mean, the Lady
but
Vanishes, I love
His Girl Friday. I like when he's like really getting to be a
How do you feel about Philadelphia
like,
Story? That's my favorite Cary Grant.
I just released a pod on that with Oh
yes, I saw this. Yes.
Yeah, with Marza whatever. I love it. I don't like the ending. Because I think Katharine Hepburn should have gone off and solo Queen. She shouldn't have gone with either of them. I thought if she was able to make the movie,
you're not a romantic. That's the thing. I'm like I need a couple together at the end of the movie.
I'm gonna cancel you, Emma, because I think it's more. Yeah. I think it's more. Well, he hit her. It's like I don't. It's more. Yeah. I don't necessarily buy that the thing has been, because I thought it was a Goldilocks thing of like, I thought that like her husband, like her husband was too meek. Cary Grant was too like they're too combative. And I thought if they were going to get with someone, if she was going to get with someone, it makes most sense with Jimmy Stewart. But I think it should have been, because I'm a big believer, like it took me many years to sort of be comfortable with myself, and like being comfortable with myself, I feel like has led to the rest of my life improving, because like I was trying to like paper over all these things where really I just didn't like myself and I didn't like who I was. So now that I like am like have learned to like and not belittle myself and so much, that has like been the thing that like, and honestly look at myself and be like, yeah, I'm never going to be a fucking guy who can wake up at 9 a.m. in the morning and have a job very easily. Like accepting that has been the base to lead to everything else. And so like Katharine Hepburn in that movie, I feel like has a journey almost towards accepting that, but then she's like, oh, immediately I'm in a marriage. And it's like, I feel like she needs to go, she needs to go off and work on herself.
When she says, she says,
that's my
like, I'll be Yar. And he said, be whatever you like. You're my redhead. Like, you're my redhead. Like, that's the thing. It's like she thinks that she has to narrow herself down for him still. She doesn't anymore. That's the lesson that they both learned.
But
she
you
doesn't
don't
have
just
to
learn
be
that.
R.
She needs more work. She needs like a good year of just being by herself, living with 3 other autistic dudes in their late 30s. Maybe I'm projecting. And just like, you know, like she needs to work on herself.
I mean, I think I saw that movie too young to like. I think The Lion in Winter is also like this. Like I'm very invested in end game couples, and I'm like, I will square whatever morality I need to in order to like make sure that the couple makes sense at the end. And I also think that movie is very informed by Quakerism because of the play, like the origin of it being from Philadelphia, like the Quaker morality of it, of like they're no bad acts, they're no bad at people, they're just bad acts. And actually, I have an embroidery in my office that says like the time to make up your mind about people is never. And I think that like aphorism from the movie is like central to my morality in politics, because I watched that movie and I was like, I have to learn to accept the fact that Cary Grant hits his wife in this movie. And I was like, how do I square that? Because Cary Grant is a hero because I'm 8 and I love Cary Grant. It's like, how do I square this?
That was the cancellation thing. I feel like I feel like you're just more willing to be like, yeah, but he's Cary Grant. People.
Yeah, I was like, I couldn't accept that Cary Grant was a villain, so I learned to square my politics around the fact that I like needed to forgive him by the end of the movie. But I mean, I think this is like a defense lawyer thing too. Like I'm very prison abolition defense lawyer. I'm like, nobody's the worst thing they've ever done. Nobody. That's not a whole of a person. And if she forgives him,
I totally agree with that.
If she forgives him by the end of the movie, I'm like, that's fine. And also, like, be whatever you like.
So I don't even. I'm, obviously, I was about to say something really bad. I was going to say I'm not against like him. That's not true. I'm against him hitting her, absolutely. But like to your point, it's like no one's the worst thing they ever done. I do think forgiveness, especially in the light of the Christmas season, which eventually I need to ask you what makes a Christmas movie.
Okay.
Is it? But I interrupted you on that 2 hours ago. But I do agree with that. I just think like she had more work to do, and it'd be better if she was like discovering herself, and then eventually getting into
I think that's fair. That's also a different movie, and probably a different movie that I would love. I just still love the Philadelphia Story. Yeah. I mean, again, it is one of those movies that I'm like, I mean, if you watch The Lion in Winter, I think you'll get insight into like what I value in a long-term relationship. It's not necessarily. The Lion in Winter.
All the dudes out there, take her on that movie.
The Lion in Winter.
If you're a hinge date with Emma.
The Lion in Winter. Whenever I watch it, is the movie that makes me want to get married the most, and that. It is a weird take. It's not. It has like I think a very similar ethos as Gone Girl about marriage.
Okay.
Like, and I still love
it. Famously normal marriage.
I still love it. I'm like, this is what it means to be married. Is like to be like locked in as hard as these two are locked in. In a way that is like irrevocable and like soul changing. And I feel like with the Philadelphia Story and The Lion in Winter, I'm like, that's what marriage is. And I'm like, I'm not married. Yeah. I've never been married, but that's my image of marriage. Is those two films.
I think some of it is it's also like in terms of like panning around like a big dog. Like Katharine Hepburn really does it for me. I don't know if that's like a very like I love Katharine Hepburn, and the more I never watched her growing up, but like the more I see of her stuff, her whole vibe. Like,
she's my favorite actress.
Yeah.
I've seen.
She should have married me. That's kind of what I'm like at the end of the movie. She should have.
Oh, she should have married.
Yeah, she should have married me. Yeah.
Katharine Hepburn. She's so good. I mean, I think I've seen probably most of her movies. I've not seen that Noir. Because I think as a kid, I watched anything she was in. But yeah, Philadelphia Story, Bringing Up Baby is probably like Susan, and Bringing Up Baby is like probably
ADHD queen.
Like who I fashioned myself after more than any other movie character. I'm like, I strongly identify with Susan. And like the dream is to like bully a paleontologist into marrying me.
I could so see you doing that. Yeah, that'd be a good outcome for you.
There's sheer will and annoyance. I think I could get it done.
I want a criminal like Rosalind Russell, like in His Girl Friday. I want like just a straight up. I want to do crimes with someone. That's the ideal.
Yeah, misuse journalism ethics.
Oh yeah.
But
for good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Katharine Hepburn. Yeah, I mean, The Lion in Winter. The Lion in Winter is because The Lion in Winter, the title refers to Henry II. The Lion in Winter in the movie is Katharine Hepburn, like coming back after Spencer Tracy has died and just like wiping the floor with these actors. Like she is like bulldozing them in a way that you're like, I can't believe I get to watch this on film. Like she's
Have you seen Sylvia Scarlett, by the way?
Yes.
That was the other one we watched.
Very gay.
Very gay, not very good, but it's okay.
Yeah, she's in some duds. I mean, and honestly, one of the problems with Katharine
Christopher
Hepburn,
Strong is like my favorite of hers.
Christopher Strong, good. But part of the problems with her career is that she's in so many movies with Spencer Tracy. I don't like.
Really?
I don't like those movies. I don't like them.
See, someone else on the pod, I think it was Rebecca, who I'm going to do the pod on The Way We Were With, said that like I think it was her that she was saying like you've never seen chemistry like those two. I think it was her.
Oh, I disagree.
You disagree? Okay.
Yeah,
I'll have to get you. Yeah, this will be point counterpoint.
I like Adam's rib.
You should. I'm going to have you on after I do every pod, and you can just review the discussion of the older
check
pods.
It,
yeah.
You're
the appeals court for movie opinions.
I am biased against Spencer Tracy. I don't like him as an actor. Like I don't enjoy him, even in his like solo work. I don't think
I've seen him in anything yet.
I don't like him really. I mean, maybe in a few things. I'm trying to think. Like I don't like his style of acting, and so that hurts their collaborations a lot. And I thought
you said you like Bad Day at Black Rock.
Yeah, like that. That's like but again, like I like that movie sort of like around him rather than his performance in it.
All the guys in it look great.
But yeah, I think like Pat and Mike, Death Set, I don't really enjoy. Adam's Rib I like. Adam's Rib is mean in a way that the other movies are not. Like it's got young Judy Holliday in it. I think it's Judy Holliday. Judy Holliday, I feel like you would vibe with her a lot if you've not seen a Judy Holliday movie.
Oh, I don't know. Do I know Judy Holliday?
Judy Holliday is like she's a Columbia Harry Cohn apprentice, like Rita Hayworth. She's like I can't even think of who she's singular. Yeah, it's young Judy Holliday.
She's in Born Yesterday, which I have, and On the Town.
Born Yesterday. Born Yesterday, she wins the Oscar for. She wins the 1950 Oscar over Gloria in Sunset Boulevard. She wins over. Yes, she wins over Gloria.
No.
Yeah, but
this hold on, I thought Bette Davis won it.
No, they split the vote for All About Eve. It's Anne Baxter and Bette Davis split the vote for All About Eve. It's Eleanor Parker from Cage. She's nominated.
That's fucking
Gloria
crazy.
Swan. No, so it's fucking crazy. But also Judy Holliday's incredible in Born Yesterday. Like it is one of the most controversial Best Actress wins of all time. However, it's not like she's undeserving. Like she's
okay.
It is a comedic, emotional tour de force.
That's a crazy.
Yes.
I mean, that's 1950 might be the best year. There's a theory that it's like the best year in Hollywood history, I think.
I mean, those Best Actress race alone is like, Bette Davis does not win for All About Eve because Anne Baxter is also nominated for lead actress, and they split the vote, and Judy Holliday wins.
I love Anne Baxter. Anne Baxter is also my dream. She's a mess.
If you like Jane Wyman, she's got that like face.
Yeah,
the same taste as Ronald Reagan.
Don't say that.
I was like, those are the women that he romanced.
I love Dome. Isn't that what his wife was really?
Yes. I was off Twitter studying for the bar exam during Nancy Reagan throat goat.
Okay.
And so I had to ask my sister about it. I was like, why is everyone talking about Nancy Reagan? And Julia had to explain to me like what Nancy Reagan throat goat was. I was like, okay. Yeah. Like I
that
just
was
like
a surprising one.
The meme that trickled through.
I would do 1950. I think although that's I think by the craziest, which I feel really bad about, is the because I don't like the it's not my favorite Joan Crawford, but she won for Mildred Pierce over Gene Tierney in Leave Her to Heaven, which I think it's not nearly the best Joan Crawford for me personally. I love Joan Crawford.
I mean, that's the movie. If Gene was going to win for anything, she should have won for that. But
I think she could have won for Razor's Edge too, to be honest. Yeah, I think she could have. Yeah. Sunset Boulevard. Goddamn. Rashomon. All About Eve. In a Lonely Place. Oh, you could throw Gloria Graham in there for In a Lonely Place. I mean, Asphalt Jungle. You could throw Marilyn Monroe. Should have won. Like, she's tremendous in that. Winchester 73, Where the Sidewalk Ends. The Breaking Point. Night in the City. Gene in Night in the City is underused.
Great. Yeah.
Richard Widmark should have won Best Actor. I mean, he's
but he's crazy.
It should have been It should have been Gloria Swanson. But
I am always surprised that's like she didn't win because it's like such a that's the kind of thing she would win now. That's like such a, like that's like obviously we would give it to like though Glenn Close didn't win. So sometimes the career Oscars don't work. And And like that's, but it's I think it's interesting. People always are like, oh, the Academy loves to reward movies that are about Hollywood, and it's like stuff like that. Sometimes it doesn't always work. Like she didn't win for Sunset Boulevard, and Sunset Boulevard. I mean, All About Eve is about acting. It's not about Hollywood.
Although Catherine Walk can Try and Get Me that year. I don't know if you've seen that. It's also called The Sound of Fury, about the last like white person lynching in California in like the 1910s. It has not Beau Bridges, Lloyd Bridges, and I can't remember the other guy's name, but he's great. It's the guy in In a Lonely Place who's the cop, but they play like he's like it's the first Grindset movie. There's an actress in there, Catherine Locke, who was also in The Snake Pit, and she's in The Seventh Cross. That's not the one you said. You said The Seventh Fail.
The Seventh Fail. Yeah.
Okay. I guess there's a movie with Spencer Tracy called The Seventh Cross. But she is so powerful in that movie that me and my buddies still talk about her.
All right, I'm looking at the Oscars for 1951.
So down bad.
I do kind of love that George Sanders won for All About Eve, and neither woman won for All About Eve. That feels very meta.
Well, what's funnier with that is that fucking Jeff Chandler got nominated as Cochise for Broken Arrow. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, that is.
Yeah, Broken Arrow, not a good movie. Sometimes, I love Delmer Daves.
Sometimes they're
important movie.
They get. But also, like, All About Eve.
Have you seen Broken Arrow 1950?
I've not seen Broken Arrow.
Have you seen Broken Arrow 1996?
I've seen neither Broken Arrow.
Okay, that'd just be boy movie. It'd be bad movie, boy movie.
Okay.
Broken Arrow is actually important because it's one of the first, along with I think Fort Apache, to like portray Native Americans sympathetically Hollywood movie. Delmer Daves is like the earliest one, and also. You'll like this as a movie history. It became a cinematic universe of Jeff Chandler as Cochise.
Oh.
Because they later did Taza, Son of Cochise, with Rock Hudson as Taza.
Yes, yes. I've seen Rock Hudson in that role and was like, what the fuck is going on?
That's the cinematic universe of Broken Arrow.
Okay.
Because, it's bizarre.
All right, sorry to bring it back to All About Eve again. I think this is the more egregious win.
I love All About Eve.
So I do think if you watched Born Yesterday, you would vibe with it. Judy Holliday, I really, like, again, you can disagree about her win, but she really is phenomenal in it. Also, William Holden is in it. That's for Stalag 17 Connection. The worst Best Actress that gets stolen, it's a Best Actress in a supporting role that year. Celeste Holm is nominated, Nancy Olsen in Sunset Boulevard, Thelma Ritter in All About Eve, and then Hope Emerson in Cage. And Josephine Hull, who's in Harvey, gets nominated. And she's like a buffoon in that movie. And like, I mean, Josephine Hull, like, she played these characters. Like, that's just what she was like. But
she's in Arsenic and Old Lace, right?
Yeah, she plays basically the same character as in Arsenic and Old Lace.
Okay. She's great in that. She's very funny.
She's very funny. But that role is not... It is not the same thing as Thelma Ritter and All About Eve. Or Nancy Olsen, who I think is an underrated part of Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah.
Like, the movie doesn't work if you don't have Nancy Olsen. Like,
honestly, again, Marilyn Monroe she could have got it. I don't know if they were still doing a thing where you could get it for like multiple roles. But she's good in The Asphalt Jungle and in All About Eve as playing like the, both of those characters.
I think they stopped doing that after the first couple years. But yeah, that is she is great in All About Eve. That is a perfect. That's a movie that like I love to show people. I'm like, because I think everyone would like it.
Joe Mankiewicz. Actually, speaking of Mankiewicz,
my guy.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. He is another underrated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Only thing that like unites his movies is that all of his movies fuck.
Yeah. He did one. I'm guessing you might not have seen it because I just watched it. Because it was unseen for 40 years, but he did A Carol for Another Christmas. Are you a Twilight Zone head?
Kind of. Yeah. I mean, I like the Twilight Zone.
So I've been telling everyone about this. If you want a feel bad Christmas movie,
okay.
I just watched Carol for Another Christmas. It was written by Rod Serling, TV movie directed by Mankiewicz. They played it one time in like 1964. Then it was shelved for 48 years until a couple years ago, TCM found it and restored it. And now it has like only 1,000 logs, but like it's such an insanely stacked,
yeah, I'm looking at the cast.
Yeah, it's like Ben Gazzara, Sterling Hayden, Robert Shaw, James Shigeta, who is the guy from Die Hard, who plays, I think, Takagi. But yeah, I love Mankiewicz. I mean, Mankiewicz doing No Way Out and All About Eve in the same year is like one of the craziest years.
Yeah.
Ever.
I mean, he did. Well, at this movie I don't like the Honey Pot with Rex Harrison. I forgot he directed this. That Rex Harrison is like, I think. Why did I watch this? Is Rita Hayworth in this? Why did I watch this?
You know my favorite.
Oh,
I mean, he did Ghost of Mrs. Mary Dragon, which I need to see because of Gene.
Yeah.
But Suddenly Last Summer is one of my...
crazy.
So
are you saying
Katharine Hepburn.
You've not seen The Ghost of Mrs. Muir?
No, that or Dragonwyck.
Why do you even like Gene Tierney? You do watch these movies.
Because of Leave Her to Heaven. Because of Leave Her to Heaven.
But like Leave Her to
Rings
Heaven
on Her Fingers
is like, I mean, Leave Her to Heaven is like she could have just made that movie and then like never done anything else.
You don't understand that I need to see Gene in his highest quality as possible.
Okay.
So I will not watch it until I can afford the $100 per Blu-ray. But the problem is, I can spend $100 on that.
Like, it's fine.
Not for Gene. No. I need to luxuriate.
I mean, I've seen The Ghost of Mrs. Muir on film, so it's fine.
Night in the City, I love her. Heaven Can Wait, I love her. Where the Sidewalk Ends, I love her.
The Ghost of Mrs. Muir
Razor's Edge, I love her. Laura, I love her.
She's so delightful in it. It's like
Never Let Me Go.
She is the most utterly charming person ever in that film. I like The Ghost of Mrs. Muir, probably my favorite Gene Tierney film. It's so delightful. I love Rex Harrison in it. It's the thing that like makes me. Have you seen Sleuth? I'm just looking at Mankiewicz films now.
No.
Sleuth, hard to watch. I had to buy a out of region DVD for it, but it's fun. It's like a two-hander murder mystery. Laurence Olivier, Michael Caine, like just doing like acting at each other. It's very fun. That's another movie I show people a lot because I have a DVD of it. I'm like, come over and watch my region-free DVD of Sleuth.
Yeah.
Guys and Dolls?
Yeah.
Like Barefoot Contessa.
No.
Barefoot Contessa. Have you seen that?
No.
Oh my God. Ava Gardner.
Yeah.
You're going to have to walk around like a room like a big cat.
I've heard that. I don't think I've seen many of her movies, if any.
I don't know if she's a good actress. And I think her personal life kind of overshadowed her acting, even more so than a lot of her peers.
The Sentinel, Night of the Iguana. She's great. Night of the Iguana. Oh, Mogambo too. Yeah, I've seen some of her movies.
Mogambo.
She doesn't do. I mean, it's controversial. She doesn't do as much as Gene for me.
You haven't seen The Barefoot Contessa, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Liz Taylor gets me there, I will say.
So nobly attracted to Liz Taylor.
Probably even more so than the average dude, though.
Okay, you're like, I'll cop to being attracted to Liz Taylor. I was like, yeah, she's.
I would say less on Ava Gardner than most dudes. Probably less on, even though I haven't seen that, and less on Barbara Stanwyck than a lot of people. Way more on Gene Tierney, even if that's possible. I don't know, more than Gene Tierney, but maybe one of the most objectively beautiful women. More on Liz Taylor, more on Katharine Hepburn, less on Audrey Hepburn. I feel like most other people like her more than me. I'm not that big of a fan.
I like. She's in a lot of duds. I love Charade. That's Charade.
More on Ann Baxter for sure. I love Ann. Partially because not partially. That sounded like really. She's such a good actor. I really do think she's in The Razor's Edge and All That Eve. She's just such a tremendous actress.
But you've not seen Roman Holiday.
No, I haven't.
So you're like, I don't like Audrey Hepburn, but you haven't seen Roman Holiday.
Shelley Winters. Shelley Winters, I love.
Yeah. Roman Holiday is. It's one of the. It's like Lawrence of Arabia, where it's like.
Is that her best role?
I think Charade is her best role. Like where she's, but Charade, she is playing with her self-image from the 50s. I think Audrey Hepburn is a great actress. I think she's in a lot of movies that I think are bad. Like I don't like.
Wait, were you talking about Audrey Hepburn or Ann Baxter?
I'm talking about Audrey Hepburn.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying like you can't say that you don't like Audrey Hepburn until you've seen Roman Holiday, like and assessed
What's the one that Billy Wilder did?
Sabrina.
Yeah.
Sabrina,
less on that.
Sabrina is. I think that's Billy Wilder's funniest movie.
I disagree.
I think I'm the only person who thinks that, but
That's another one. I watched that on a date. That was probably my most recent movie date watch, and I was just kind of.
I love it. The thing that makes me think it's the funniest, because it is the thing. If I think about it by myself, I will start laughing. Is when the grandfather sits on the olives, like that gag, and the lead up to that gag. I'm like. You
like it better and Some Like It Hot? Like
I hate Some Like It Hot.
Really?
I hate it.
Okay.
I hate it. I watch it every couple years and I'm like, I don't get it. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's charming.
It's been years.
I don't get it.
I'm sure I'd love it because I remember loving it. I will say I like him. My two favorite Wilder so far, like Stalag, as we said, was like I was pretty good on. But Ace and the Whole Sunset Boulevard, I like his black, his like really dark I mean, both those are very comic, but also very dark.
Have you seen The Apartment?
No, my brother keeps saying
I feel like you would like The Apartment.
Yeah.
I like his comedies. Sabrina, I love. Sabrina, I think it's so romantic. I think it's I even have this great anxiety that I would have picked the wrong brother. Like, which is not even true. It's like I think I'm as attracted to Humphrey Bogart as I am to William Holden, but I'm like, I think William Holden would have worked on me. And I think you're just watching. I think you're watching people fall in love with Audrey Hepburn. Like that's the joy. It's like you're watching these two men like actually fall in love with her, and you're like, that's like. I think both sets have such chemistry.
I think you know what I think. So this is another. I'm going to be super gender. I think it is a girl boy thing, lady guy thing. Okay. I feel like women like Audrey Hepburn a lot more than men typically. I think there is like the whole thing of like women dress for other women, like dressing for other women as opposed to dressing for men. I think Audrey Hepburn has a persona for other women as opposed to men.
That's
which
fair.
Is I'm not criticizing, but like
I mean, I do think she's got that like she's kind of asexual in a way, which I think is actually one of the things I like about Charade.
Vaguely adolescent.
Yeah, Charade. Yeah, Charade is like have you seen Charade?
No.
Okay, with Cary Grant. There's a scene in that movie when I was little that I thought I was watching people have sex. I was like, that's what sex is. Like, because it's so hot. I was like, oh, this must be what sex is. They're playing like a game in a club where they have like an orange on their neck. And they have to pass the orange back and forth. And so it's like Audrey Hepburn and Cary Grant are like necking each other.
That's sex.
And I was like, oh my God, like I'm watching This Is What Sex Is. So I think Charade is one of her strongest movies because it's one where she's unequivocally horny. Like she is horny for Cary Grant. In a way that like stretches her. Though honestly, Roman Holiday, I think she definitely has like the Gamine thing going on in Roman Holiday, but like again,
Gamine?
like young Gamine is like a style like a Breton shirt is Gamine, and like she's like young and sort of boyish.
Breton shirt?
Yeah, like a striped shirt.
Okay.
But
I'm thinking of Elder Scrolls Oblivion. This is when you say
Gamine. I would say like Gene Saberg in Breathless is a Gamine.
Okay.
But she like Gregory Peck in that movie like so unequivocally falls in love with her. Like it's just so like he I think that works really well.
Attractively boyish.
Yes. Like like young, she like ballet flats and like little pedal pushers and all that.
Katharine Hepburn and Sylvia Scarlett, Gamine.
No, because she's too broad. She's too like I think.
Even though she's dressed up as like a
no, because it has to be somebody who's Gamine. I think is also it's not women in drag. It's women who look like boys.
Is it that one that all the right wingers would be like, we used to have towel boys like this, but we're not gay. Like I don't know if you know that picture.
No.
Okay. You never seen this?
No, I don't think so.
This is you're about to get a throat goat reference. This was on Twitter, great. There's this one lady who I think she's first when I Google towel boys Twitter thing, this top thing is what's all this about Roman towel boys? I'll
okay.
Might see if I'm for the viewers I'll try and overlay this, but I'll text it to you.
But
the tweet.
Yeah, Audrey, I think Roman Holiday. I think there are movies that she's bad in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the tweet, this is what towel boys.
Yes, I would describe that person as Gamine.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
right wingers are not gay when they say that. Just
I think
that's
I think Breakfast at Tiffany's and My Fair Lady hurts Audrey Hepburn's legacy deeply. But that's not her fault.
Okay.
Breakfast at Tiffany's is just like a movie that is not very good. Though I think she's good in it. I think she's
aged poorly too.
Aged poorly, Mickey Rooney. Yeah. The politics of it, the fact that it's like not gay, even though it should be gay. It's George Peppard has no face. So it's tough. I mean, I think but I think you're right that women tend to like her more. I think again she has this like asexuality, like but you want to like look like Audrey Hepburn.
She's y'all Steven Seagal. Like I've never met a woman that's like, let's watch a Steven Seagal movie, and I doubt I'll ever meet a woman. That's not even trying to be like, I will just straight up, let's say I'll straight up be bigoted. I'll straight up be big. Like if you're listening to this and you're like, yeah, I tell people to watch Steven Seagal movies all the time, and you're a lady, please let me know because I'm like, I just can't imagine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think I've ever heard a guy say, let's watch an Audrey, aside from a gay guy, which shout out. No disrespect, but like a straight male.
Yeah, so I mean, guys I know love Charade. That's another crowd pleaser movie. I like Charade is
Are they saying to watch it for her or to watch it because it's a good movie and her with like,
I don't know.
Like, I feel like
I'm not talking to a ton of men who are attracted to like old Hollywood actresses. Like I don't have a huge sample size here.
Oh
it's
yeah,
like,
you're having to watch
you
The
and my
Hangover on
dad
4 separate dates.
Yeah.
You need to meet more good guys.
I've dated guys who like old Hollywood movies who are not good people. Too.
Okay. Well,
yeah. But yeah, I think Ava Gardner and Barbara Stanwyck are the two that I'm.
If you ever want one more, you have my contact info. Sorry to say it. No, I'm a good person out there for everybody.
You're just a little bigoted against Audrey Hepburn.
I like her. She was in the Children's Hour, right?
Yeah. William Wyler.
Yeah, William Wyler. That's tremendous, and I love, absolutely adore that movie.
She's underrated dramatic actress. I think she's great in Wait Until Dark, where she plays a blind woman and Alan Arkin is breaking into her home.
And I didn't think she was bad in like Sabrina, and like I wouldn't call her the bad. I think it's just more. It just didn't come together. It's just more. I don't get the platonic big cat panting thing that women get with her.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. Well, I think the thing too is like Audrey Hepburn. I think you have to think about her, like what she is bringing to a role. Part of what she's bringing to a role is her ability to wear clothes, which it's like that sounds like I'm being dismissive, but it is a thing. It is a skill that she has that other people don't have, and so like there are certain in movie like in Charade. Part of her character and part of like the work that she's doing is the coats that she's wearing. And it's like her ability.
Jean's like that too.
Yeah.
Because of her husband. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like Jean's ability to wear certain clothes. It's like, it is a part of the character work that she can do because she looks a certain way in clothes. And I think that's like probably is one of the things that makes like women appreciate her because she often doesn't look sexy. Like she's not like sexed up. It's like she just is wearing clothes. She wears clothes that like I want to wear. I'm like, but it's like that's a skill that she has that like shapes her film roles.
Yeah, folks out there, if you haven't seen, I'm sure you've probably seen Gene Tierney movies if you're listening to this at this point. But her husband was Ole Cassini, famously, who was Jackie O's.
Frankly,
Jackie Kennedy's.
Some of the outfits he puts her in, I'm like, that there's a dress that she wears in Laura.
Which outfits?
There's a dress she wears in Laura that's like a peasant top that has like a tie in it that is one of the most unflattering things I've ever seen.
I'd have to see it.
Okay, like
I really love the way he dresses her.
It's not all the time. I think it's like stands out more like when it's weird. And you're like it's so. Is
that her version of the Robert Redford thing where she pulls it off, but like if anyone else tried to wear the dress, like it wouldn't really work.
More like it just doesn't make sense. I mean, I think it may be that I'm just like not in that era. I'm like, maybe this was a thing that was more popular, but it seems out of place in a movie. He doesn't do a lot of like streetwear rather than gowns. And so I think that's maybe him pushing the envelope. But sometimes I'm like, this is just, I don't, there are a couple outfits in Laura that I'm like, I just don't like how it looks. And yeah, so that's my hot Oleg Cassini take.
She definitely, Leave Her to Heaven's her best dressed. I love her. They don't show enough of it. The pictures are much better. The wedding dress and the Razor's Edge. I don't know if you've seen like the behind the scenes pictures of it.
Right. Well, that's her
pure lace.
Yes, because she did like it was like her. I think it was like supposed to be her real wedding dress. Like there's like something with him and her in that like the
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They got married I think 5 years before that, but he was Yeah.
So, but of course, like he didn't do the costumes for Leave Her to Heaven.
Yeah, he did.
I don't think he did.
He did her stuff.
Okay.
He would dress her. Yeah.
But he didn't do it in all those movies. There are definitely some movies that she's dressed by other people.
I believe in most of her movies from the time when they were married, he was like, the other costume designer would dress everyone else and then he would dress her.
I'm looking this up.
I'm pretty sure.
Because there are some movies that she, because I don't remember what it is, but let's see. There's a movie that she's dressed by someone else that I prefer the outfits that are than to compare to him. Let me see. Let me remind me of her filmography.
Yeah. I remember looking it up and seeing and like he's credited in a lot of her movies as like they'll like credit another costume designer and they'd be like
right, but he dresses her.
Yeah.
Is it Heaven Can Wait?
Maybe, which I think is probably the worst movie I've seen her. I mean, I think I was also hoping for more from Lubitsch on that one because of Shop Around the Corner, which I love.
Oh, I hate Shop Around the Corner. I hate it. I hate it. It's my
how do you hate? How the fuck? You said a lot of wild stuff today.
I know.
How do you hate Shop Around the Corner?
This is my hottest take. probably in like, this is the thing. Like, I'm surprised I said it on the podcast. I don't tell people this because I don't get it. Like,
I can cut it out if you want.
You can.
Okay.
I mean, not like I'm ashamed of it. It's like one of those things. It is the biggest disconnect between me and other people who has similar taste in movies as me, is that I watch this movie and I do not understand the appeal. I find it so devoid of charm and I feel like it is interminable. Like, I watch it, I feel like it's 3 hours long.
That's crazy.
And
I love it.
I like Ernst Lubitsch. I love Heaven Can Wait. I love Ninochka. I love To Be or Not to Be. Like Clooney Brown. Like, I love Ernst Lubitsch. That movie I hate. Like, I think I hate it more.
Is it Trouble in Paradise? His first
Trouble
one?
in Paradise, yeah. Designed for Living. I think I hate it more because I don't get it. Like, I feel like I should get it. I feel like I should be getting something else out of it. And I watched it. I'm like, I wish I'd watched anything else. I watch it every couple of years trying to figure out like why I don't.
How do you feel about It Happened One Night?
I love It Happened One Night.
Okay. I've heard that's like one where I've heard that some people don't like as much.
Oh yeah, I think that. I mean, it's like the first rom-com. That's like the first.
Yeah.
Like that's
from Clark Gable. It's Bugs Bunny maxing in that.
Clark. Yeah, I mean he's. I love them because like both of those actors look so of their time. Like,
yeah,
if Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert were alive now, neither of them would be famous because like they don't look like they should be alive now.
Do you find Clark Gable attractive?
Yes.
We asked. Okay, we talk about this a lot in our house, where it's like we definitely perceive he's attractive, but he's also just so the mustache and he's just like he has such like a fucking 73 IQ demeanor to him that we're like, how did this guy pull it off?
There's like the what's the guy's name from Nick and Nora? That guy. He was also married to Carol Lombard. The other
Michael Cera?
No, from Nick. Nick and Nora, the old Nick and Nora.
Okay. I was like, how are you going to tie Michael Cera and Clark? Yeah, I can't think of like two diametrically opposite.
So what is his name? I can't believe it. William Powell. So like there's William Powell on one end and there's Clark Gable on the other. And in the trough of people on the spectrum of looks, there is David Niven. And it's like William Powell is sexy, Clark Gable is sexy, and David Niven has never had sex in his life.
Okay, So honestly, I a little bit agree with you. He was in something else that I really liked. I can't remember the name, but I thought he was like probably the movie would have been like a remembered classic. The Delmer Daves one I was telling you about, with Broderick Crawford also in it and Jane Wyman, but David Niven's the male lead in it, and like. It could have been better if it's someone else. He's still good and it's still a great movie. There's a lot of the big characters or something.
I like him as a character actor. Like he's great in The Third Man, with the mustache, and I think I love him in A Matter of Life and Death. But in A Matter of Life and Death, Roger Livesey is also there. I know, like Roger Livesey is one of like the hottest British men ever, and so you're like, oh, David Niven, like you're kind of a charm suck here. But like Clark Gable is hot. Like Clark Gable is hot. He couldn't have played Rhett Butler if he wasn't hot. Like that's the thing. I'm like, independent of what you think he looks like in a photo. He's hot because he plays Brett Butler. He
is hot. He just has like, it's weird. It's like he's almost like willed himself to like hot dumb guy energy, which like he's got like Robert Redford energy, but like I don't think he's
good looking. Like, yeah, but I mean, he's got like also he's got those like ears that stick out, and he's got weird eyes.
He's even hot in The Misfits. Like he still has it in The Misfits.
He's super hot in The Misfits. I mean, when he gets older, I think he's even hotter. He not a good person.
Ladies, by the way, that's what I can offer you if you're looking for a house of guys. Picture the guys from The Misfits. That is the house I live in.
Oh.
And so if you want to be like a lady that joins it, like...
we need to work on your pitch.
You don't like that? Like, but I mean, it's a fun house. You got Gable, Montgomery Clift, and who's the other? I can't remember the other guy's name in that. Yeah, we just need a Marilyn Monroe.
Okay, well, yeah, don't we all?
Yeah. Yeah. I love Montgomery Clift in that movie so much. I love that. That was like, I think that's like that is the great American movie, by the way. I think
The Misfits?
The Misfits, I think, is the great, like if I had to describe America to someone, I think I would say, or the 20th century America, I would say watch The Misfits.
I don't know if I have an answer for a great American movie from the 20th century.
It's the most American thing, I think, just in terms of like
I feel like it has to be a Western, right?
The death of things.
That's
kind of a Western.
I mean, that's the thing. Is like I feel like if you pick great American movie, like categorically, it has to maybe Stars in Our Crown. Have you seen that?
Joel McCrea?
Yeah,
I have it, but I haven't seen it.
Oh, that's the one that I'm like, I think is like Soul of America.
I've been meaning to watch that. I love Joel McCrea ever since I saw him.
Joel McCrea.
I realized ever since I saw him in Sullivan's Travels, and realized that like Jack Nicholson's kind of just doing an impression of him. I feel like it's like, yeah.
How do you feel about Jean Arthur?
I love Jean Arthur.
Okay.
Oh my god. Ooh, another like.
Okay, because I was like, I feel like Jean Arthur is like definitely like your type again. But again, like you think that you would like Only Angels Have Wings.
Yeah, I love her. I love her like in Shane, honestly, just as the like, just as like the like that's my. She had such a good performance.
Marm.
Yeah, the Marm. Yeah, yeah. No,
but,
I would have.
I assume that you've seen The More the Merrier.
No.
Oh my god!
I love.
You're gonna lose your fucking mind.
I didn't like You Can't Take It With You either. I also hate
that one's not. I don't like that one. That
the whole town's talking. Have you? I just watched that. With Edward G. Robinson.
Yes, I've
seen
John
Ford movie.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, I loved her in that. She's got a great character in that.
The More the Merrier. You're gonna lose your mind. I like.
Okay.
It's So like the kiss scene in Notorious where they kiss around
George Stevens.
Yes.
Oh, I love George
They
Stevens.
kiss around the telephone in Notorious to get around the censors. There's a scene like that in The More the Merrier that is hotter than the scene in Notorious. It's so good. You're gonna lose your mind. Like I think you will spontaneously combust.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
The More the Merrier.
Yeah.
Speaking another director who doesn't get respect, George Stevens.
Yeah.
Like I'd put Giant, Shane, and A Place in the Sun up against like almost any 3 movies anybody's ever made.
Yeah.
Shane is my favorite Western. A Place in the Sun is like the weirdest 50s movie I think I've ever seen. Just in terms of its pacing and like the phone call scenes.
Yeah.
And Monty Clift playing like also Liz Taylor in that movie, Hubba Hubba. Also Liz Taylor in Giant.
Okay.
Also Rock Hudson in Giant, Hubba Hubba. I haven't seen Woman of the Year, but I'm sure I'm gonna love that. And I have Swing Time. Yeah, he's great. Gunga Din's very funny.
Swing Time is the one with the blackface, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Fred Astaire's doing a send up to Bojangles Robinson, and he does blackface. There's also blackface in Holiday Inn, but Fred Astaire's not in blackface. Fred Astaire is in blackface in Swing Time. So just for warning about Swing Time. Top Hat is my favorite Fred and Ginger movie.
I need to see that because I just did that on Holy Matrimony. What's his face? The Franklin Pangborn, who I think is one of the gay guys in all those movies.
Yeah.
The sissy. Yeah. He's in Holy Matrimony. He's really good in it.
Top Hat. Top Hat is so good. Top Hat is one of the. I'll put it on. I think I watch it like 6 times a year every year. Like I watch Top Hat all the time. Because it's got the music is good. I love Fred and Ginger, but Top Hat is kind of like it just. Sometimes they try to make tension in Fred and Ginger movies and have like Fred not immediately fall in love with Ginger, and it's like, what are we doing? Like, why are we pussyfooting?
I don't think I've seen a Fred and Ginger movie.
Top Hat's the best one. Top Hat, he's like immediately taken with her. The dancing's incredible, the costume's incredible. Top Hat, Swing Time are probably like the top 2. Swing Time.
You do have, I will say, I feel so bad for you on these apps or in the dating world. Like if you're getting like, not, I don't mean like disrespectfully. I just mean like, I can just imagine like, just like, yeah, like honestly, even the same thing I did of just like, oh, you never seen Terminator 2? But like the depth of movies that you've seen from this era is like,
oh yeah, I have something on my profile.
It's probably just a complete
like trying to throw the movie bros a bone on my profile. I say something like, I go crazy for Mike Leigh films, who directed Mr. Turner.
Yeah.
And the number of people who either message me and say like, who's Mike Leigh? I like movies a lot. I've never heard of Mike Leigh. And I'm like, you have a supercomputer in your pocket. Google him. Or they're like, oh, I've seen Naked. What else did I watch? And I was like, don't tell a woman. I know you haven't watched a lot of Mike Leigh movies. Don't tell a woman that the only Mike Leigh movie that you've seen is Naked. Like it's not a good look.
The only one I've seen is Mr. Turner. That's
Naked is the one that is like a post Thatcher. It's incredibly cruel. It's like very violent towards women. In a way that like I understand why he made this movie. It's very hard to watch, but it's like very. I'm trying to think of like what it's like Catcher in the Rye kind of like this like disaffected young man who's like kind of ruining his life and hurting everyone around him. And so it's like when the guys are like, I've seen Naked. I'm like, oh, why don't you watch one of the movies that like has a woman in it? Like, or it's like, oh, I really like Topsy Turvy, the one about Gilbert and Sullivan. And they're like,
I really want to watch that one.
Yeah. So it's the dating. People. The number of people who message me, they're like, "I love movies. I've never heard of Mike Leigh." I'm like, okay, well, Google him.
Yeah, there's definitely like, it's hard because it's like there's like a true. I mean, I have that too. It's like there's a, not calling you a freak, but like it's like it's hard to describe. Like I'm a true like I'm a freak. Like
everyone loves movies, right? It's like you're like, oh, I like movies. People are like, well, yeah, I like movies. I'm like, well, yeah, everyone likes movies, but it's like I'm like a different, and not only. Like
it's vacation versus being trapped in a prison, to use the old canceled comedian Louis C.K.'s joke about like his famous thing about like when women eat, like, which has aged poorly. When he had a joke, just realized it's like when he's like, oh yeah, he's like, I don't trust it when women say, oh, I'm horny, because he's like, oh, it's like a vacation you get to have. It's like, I'm trapped in here, which now is like aged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, but yeah, that metaphor works.
But anyway, that's how I feel about movies.
Yeah, that it's just like, yeah, this is we're playing like checkers versus chess here.
Well, I had as one of my prompts for a while. I had like, it was like my ideal relationship is, and I put like Humphrey Bogart and Warren Bacall in The Big Sleep, because I figured like, oh, that's like
self-filtering.
Bacall.
Yeah,
because I didn't want to. I didn't even put like Cary Grant, Rosalind Russell, his girlfriend, because I figured no one's seen that. So I was like, Bogart Bacall, Big Sleep, but nothing. Like no one has seen that.
That's it's just it's like, I don't think I need to date someone who has like loves like seen a bunch of old Hollywood movies. The worst incompatibility I think is when I date someone who's seen a lot of movies who thinks that they know more about movies than I do, and I'm like that. I'm like, I don't think that about myself just because I've seen a lot of movies you have not seen. But it's like I've
seen. I'm up to probably 365 movies this year, and I think for the past 4 or 5 years I've done 300, 330 plus. And I'm still way behind you in terms of like, especially the golden
it's
age.
a niche thing. That's the thing. It's like I've seen like
you have the movie experience of someone born in 1910 in America.
Yes. Yeah, it's like I mean, The Lion in Winter is from 1968, and it's like that's probably like I like New Hollywood is like not really my thing. Like I've seen like the classics, but like after 1968, I'm kind of like, it has to be like something that's highly recommended or like have an actress in it that I really love, and it's like I like and more like I will watch any old movie. Well, I won't actually watch any new movie. And so yeah, I mean there's some new Hollywood stuff I like a lot, but it sort of, and then the 80s and 90s, it's just like a total black hole for me, kind of.
Yeah.
I mean the 80s, I think like weak decade for things that I liked. Like that there are like I think probably my favorite movie from the 80s is When Harry Met Sally.
Great.
Like rom-com.
Rest in peace.
Yes. Oh my god.
Where's my? Got it.
So yes.
Castle Rock hat.
So and then like 90s, it's just like that sort of like the slickness of the 90s. I think I don't identify with. So yeah.
I love the crazy 90s shit like Perdita Durango and like Wild Side, and a lot of those just bizarre. It was a great time for independent movies because like
and that's the thing. I do wish I watched more like indie films. Because I really enjoyed this. Like I watched a bunch. Like I was thinking of like actresses. Like I watched a bunch of Parker Posey movies from the 90s. Like there's like a Criterion collection of like a streaming of Parker Posey, and I was like, oh, these are great. Like these are like there's like fun like small movies that she just was like sort of like ripping out with like people. I was like, oh, this is fun.
Have you seen a lot of Jackie Chan or like Wong Kar-wai movies?
I've seen some. I've seen I don't think I've seen any Jackie Chan movies in English. I think I've only watched the foreign ones.
Like Police Story.
Yeah, Police Story.
Drunken Master.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just
all those would be.
Never felt the need to watch like Shanghai Nights. Like I was like I don't need to. Or like Wild
the Rush Hour movies are good.
I think those could be fun. I think.
Those are.
Wong
Kar-wai though, In the Mood for Love.
Yes, I've seen In the Mood for Love. I mean, I think I've seen of like as far as foreign films. I think I've seen like the big entries and like starter kits for foreign films. Especially like newer foreign films. But that is like a deficit I think that I would like to work on. Every year I try. That's like my New Year's resolution is to like watch more non-English language films. And I
what about like Eastern European stuff, like
what
Wojciech Haas or like I don't know any of the Czech New Wave stuff or
no, not
Soviet
really
stuff. Tarkovsky.
I have my best friend who he loves Tarkovsky, and I'm always like about to watch a Tarkovsky for the first time, and I never get to it.
They're so diametrically opposite of your.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd be curious what your thoughts.
I think that's the thing is like they're the dourness and like it's just they're the opposite. They're the opposite of Top Hat. Like that's
well. I don't know if I'd say dourness. That is the perception, but like Mirror actually is a very therapeutic movie. They're just they're completely nonverbal.
Yeah.
So like you seem like a very verbal person.
That's true.
Like just and these are like I love him because it's like he is like I totally understand what he's saying, I feel, but on a completely nonverbal way. And I can't even describe his movies into English, but like Mirror is like if you want to contemplate you potentially being a mother, your relationship with your mothers in general, Mother Russia. It's all about like watch it at 1 a.m. It's an ASMR movie. Doesn't make sense.
I think formal stuff is the thing that I also feel like I have a deficit in. Like I like Orson Welles. Like that's the thing. I'm like I don't get Orson Welles. Like I'm
Citizen
like
Kane?
Yeah, I don't like Citizen Kane. I feel about Citizen Kane basically the same way I feel about Shop Around the Corner. I'm like
it is another one of those movies like I mean like you were saying about like Paris, Texas of like it is slightly baby's first movie. Now because it is the one that people watch because it like was so esteemed. Melodramatically, interpersonally, it's not like again Deception or like any of like the other like classic like All About Eve. I think is like all about like
All About Eve is like it's like the same movie.
It's the technical stuff. I mean, just the way it was shot and the editing and like all the innovations. Like it was like Star Wars. Like it's like that's why it's hanging out.
It was kind of like Easy Rider, where I'm like, maybe if I saw this when it came out, I'd be like, oh my god, a movie's never looked like this before. But like once I saw it, I was like, oh, like I've seen movies that look like this before. And Citizen Kane, I just don't. I don't get it. I don't connect with it really. I watch every time I watch it, I like it more. My favorite Orson Welles is F for Fake, by like a long shot. Like I think that is just like, I mean he like so Orson Welles I have beef with because he was Rita Hayworth's best husband, which is not saying a lot, but also I love him because he was a magician and I love magic. So I think F for Fake is this movie.
Have you seen Ricky Jay and his 52 Assistants?
No, that I love that movie. That Ricky Jay. So my 3 most talented Americans of all time: Ricky Jay, Sammy Davis Jr., and Rita Hayworth.
Did you hear what happened to his goddamn collection?
Yes, no.
Pissed me off so much.
I'm a librarian who loves magic. Obviously, I've heard.
Okay,
I've read all the articles. Ricky, that's
so sad.
That is my like Blu-ray restoration project when I hit the jackpot. Is Ricky Jay and his 52 Assistants.
I had a chance. This is like probably my biggest regret. I try not to regret things, but when I lived in New York, his last set of shows he did, I had a chance to go see him, but I was just like, I shouldn't have spent the money. I don't really. I had the money to spend, but I didn't. I was like, it's a fair amount of money, and he died like a year later, and I was mortified.
That would be hard for me to live down. I love him.
Yeah.
I think I've seen all of his documentaries. I've read a lot of his books. I love Ricky Jay. The New Yorker profile of him, I probably read twice a year. I love Ricky
it's
Jay.
Great. Have you seen Derek Delgadio's special? That's also if you like.
I saw that. I saw that in person in New York. And I did not like it.
That was almost when saw it. Okay.
My mom loved it, and to me, it was like 75% of what I love about Ricky Jay, and I really felt the 25% that was like not. It was like too smarmy, and I think that was the thing. Like Ricky Jay has that like cynicism of like the Derek Delgadio thing was so earnest, where it was like this is not. It was like so like affirming and like about like connections and all these things, and I was like, that's the kind of thing usually I would like go for, but something about that combined with magic, like I think magic is so much about like selling something. Like you have that like you're consenting to being lied to, and so to like consent to being lied to and then also being told like this like very earnest thing, I was like, it gave me this like really like deep disconnect in my body where I was like, I really am like disoriented by this. Which maybe was the point, but I like the Ricky Jay thing where it's like so matter of fact and so like historical, traditional, and like that sort of like I am a part of this long history of magic, a long history of con mans, and like we've been tricking you forever, and like you're gonna enjoy it. I love that sort of narrative that Ricky Jay taps into.
Going sort of sideways from that, have you seen American Buffalo? It's kind of ties in a couple.
No.
That is because it was directed. 52 Assistants was directed by David Mamet, and he did American Buffalo. I haven't seen it, but my brothers, every one of my friends raves about it with Dennis Franz.
Okay.
supposed to, since you're a Franz lady.
Yes.
Franz
David
fan.
Mamet is my like my like secret shame. As
Guilty
far as like
pleasure?
boy movie, yeah, my boy movies that I love.
Okay, yeah, because I literally put on. Have you seen like Red Belt and Spartan or no?
No, like
Okay.
the two of them think
Those
of
are
like Glengarry Glen Ross. I mean,
great
obviously,
movie.
it's just like incredible. And then the one with the guy with the mustache from Chicago, Dennis Farina. The Spanish Problem, something Spanish.
Okay.
The Spanish.
His you know what's weird? He has one. I might cut this out because I don't want to name the name of the country. But he has one that's like kind of like shockingly anti-Israel, which given his later politics is so funny. Yeah. It's in the 80s where like it's basically like the Israelis, the Mossad is like trying to do like a deep state thing in Chicago.
Oh.
And like it's like very questioning of the ethics of it. But then he became who he is. Just wild.
Yeah, Spanish Prisoner is the one that I'm thinking of. Okay. That I like. I liked Homicide, House of Games. He wrote The Untouchables, which I love.
Isn't House of Games that one?
Maybe it is House of Games. I think what I remember about House of Games is
yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right because it's in Chicago.
Yeah. Well, so is Homicide, which is good.
I mean, I Ricky Jay's in House of Games because he does the poker game, but that's
right. I forgot about that.
I mean, I love a guy.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. House of Games is not that one. Okay. What the fuck one is? Is it? It's Homicide. Homicide is the one with the yeah. Yeah.
But yeah,
House of Games. Also, Lindsay Krause. She's another one of my gals because of Slapshot. Yeah.
Lindsay Krause.
Yeah.
She
has the same Ann Baxter look too.
Yeah, she does.
Looks big. Yeah.
And she's pops up in the strangest places. She's in All the President's Men. She's in that movie with Paul Newman where he plays an alcoholic lawyer.
The Verdict.
She's in The Verdict.
She's in The Insider.
Yeah, she pops up in the strangest places. But yeah, she's very young in All the President's Men. She's like she's the like intern that she's like I can't ask him that. They're asking her ex-fiance for information. She's like, I care about this person. Very incredulous, Lindsay Krause.
Absolutely. Yeah. She's great.
All right, do you want to hear my definition of a Christmas movie? Okay. We'll end the episode this way.
Yeah. What is a Christmas movie to you?
I think the only thing that makes something a Christmas movie, it has to be set at Christmas. I think if it's set at Christmas, it is a Christmas movie. And then I think the broader category of like, what do I want to watch at Christmas? I want to watch movies that are about like family units. And that's like the unifying thing. Like I was talking to a friend about, she went to go see It's a Wonderful Life with her family. And she's like, is this even a Christmas movie? I was like, it's the Christmas movie. What are you talking about? But I guess her family got in an argument about like, because it's not like Santa. It's not like, they're not like Christmas. I don't know. She was like, it's not Santa. And like a lot of the movie takes place not at Christmas. And I was like, yeah, but like the thesis of the movie is Christmas. So I think like families being together, good or bad. And I think like Die Hard has that. Die Hard 2 has that. Stalag 17 has that like family unit of it all. I think that, and it just has to be set at Christmas. And I mean, Stalag 17, I've watched every Christmas since I was about 8 years old, and we just watch it. Yeah, we watch it every year.
You know, Die Hard and Die Hard 2 came out in July or June, I think. Which is crazy.
This is the thing. Like, this is the thing in the internet discourse. People are like, "How could it be a Christmas movie? It came out not in December." I was like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Well, I don't know why they released them in June because they're blockbusters, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a video about how Die Hard is not a Christmas movie just to troll people, just because it's like so overdone to say whatever. I think it does like say more stuff about. It's more of just like a gender relations and gender roles movie, as like is Predator, which is why I don't know if you've seen my video on Predator being about men getting feminized. That's why you should watch Predator, because John McTiernan has a lot of that. I think he's like, if you want like so this is like a thing of like we were talking about like movie glasses, like probably since you haven't seen a lot of the sort of boy movies, make sure you watch like I would start with like the like there's people who actually do it intelligently. Chief among them is John McTiernan, who's like he's as focused on gender roles as like any like classic women's, as like Douglas Sirk is, but he's just doing it in his own way. And like media theory, I think he'd be fascinating from like that. He's like he's such a brilliant director on that. But I would say that, yeah, there's something, I think redemption, the elements I look for are like redemption and like the family unit. I really think it's like anti-capitalism. It's rejecting capitalism and like rejecting money. And like, there's something other than like, it's like sort of almost like actively not participating in like just financialism.
Yeah.
Which is, and I think there's like a big, like, there's that mixed with like redemption, mixed with like return to the family unit. And like, I think it's so many of my favorite ones generally end up in the living room. I think is like if I had a complaint about, not necessarily a complaint, but a complaint about like Die Hard's as Christmas movies is that they take place in locations typically, as opposed to at least the first two, where it's like, you don't really, it doesn't end in the living room the way like It's a Wonderful Life does, Christmas Vacation does, Trapped in Paradise does. So many of like, I can't remember if Jingle All the Way does, but like so many of the ones that I like the most, which is why Stalag 17, I think Christmas movie, because I think it's the redemption angle of it, and like that is their home effectively is like the thing. I will say it's a little bit. I almost would have liked it. I think I might have liked it more, maybe. But like if Holden doesn't escape, like if he decides to like return to the bunk, it would have been, I think, better if he decides to like return to the barracks and he's now like sharing his goods with the people, or like he's like sort of like in communion and like community with them, because I think it's like a big community thing. The fact that he sort of leaves at the end is like he's almost like, he doesn't necessarily change his character. You know, he's like
Yeah, I think I don't think he goes on an arc. I think he just gets redeemed.
Yeah.
It's like I guess it's like the flat characters that you meet in like a strict social setting are
I don't
like
think
are
he
not
gets
flat.
redeemed. He's the same guy.
Well, yeah, I mean, redeemed in the eyes of the this is a person who like throughout the entire movie everyone assumes that he would not do something that is selfless, and it's like he says at the end, he's like, I like the odds for the first time. He's still doing
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
he's still doing something incredibly dangerous. Like it's not like they're out of the barbed wire. They still have to get to Switzerland. Like they're not home free.
Fair. It depends on how selfish you consider that act. I almost kind of think that he's like, he has a pretty good shot at it. Like the more he believes in his ability to do that, the less good the story is, I think.
Right. And I guess it's like these characters are, you meet, like when you're in a sort of forced family setting, everyone falls into their like character actor roles. And it's like this reminder that like, well, also because, especially because he's the guy he saves, like Dunbar, he has a past, like they have this like shared past. And so it's this reminder that like, oh, this person that you've known for how many ever years you've been in the POW camp has this like background that like they've never necessarily shared. And like there are all those hints of it, like the guy who gets the letter from his wife who's like, I believe it. Like you get all these hints of like something is going on back home that they're sharing pieces of themselves, but it's like not a whole thing, because like in this like hyper stressful sort of pressure cooker of environment, you have like as a callus, you have to sort of set up yourself as like, this is who I am. And I think like Sefton does that. He talks about how he's like, I got my left shoe stolen, like my first, and it's like I had to do this. This is the role that I fell into as this like draconian like sort of shopkeeper of the barracks. And it's like, oh, like these people are just they don't get fleshed out, but like there are these hints of like that these exist. And I realized when I was watching, I rewatched it with my sister before we did the podcast. I realized like as a kid, I don't think I realized, I didn't have a name for it, but I definitely thought that Sefton and Dunbar were boyfriends. Like in the past, I was like, they used to date, and I don't think I would have been able to like say that as a child. But I was like, the shared history that they have is that they were in love with each other. I was like, I realized as I was watching it this time, I was like, oh, that's what I thought. Like I thought
that would be nice.
I think it's. I think it's. To me, it's canon. I'm like they were together in Boston. One of them became an officer. The other one didn't.
Did Otto Preminger act in other stuff? Because he's really fucking good in this.
I don't think he did. And I don't really know the story of how he got in this movie. Other than they just like needed. I think
he's like tremendous in this. Like
he's phenomenal, and that is the thing where I'm like, it's one of those things where it's like as a kid I didn't realize like how good he is. But he's this combination of funny and terrifying. Like he really is. He's so scary. And like when he's abusing Dunbar and you're like, oh, like this person, I just believe that he could shoot any of these people at any given moment.
Yeah.
Which I think works.
He's like a true psychopath.
Yes. Which I think is like his directing style maybe like prepared him for that a little bit.
Was he a bad director?
No, he was very abusive. Like he was very cruel.
Abusive. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he was a great director. Like his movies.
I think he's the one who did the cow anecdote. I think. I think with Carol Lombard, or maybe I'm thinking of Hitchcock. Sure. Okay, maybe Hitchcock did the thing with cows. I think he was like, "I'll get a cow instead of you" or something. But like, Otto Preminger was like, he was like would berate people basically. Like he was very cruel on set. So I think I'm looking at it. So he's in other things. He's but this is like I think the only thing that's like he's a voice in a movie or something. He's the narrator of Bunny Lake is Missing. But yeah, I think this is his like getting like acting role. But yeah, he really is phenomenal in it. And
he's in The Hobbit.
Yeah, as
plays Elven King.
That's good voice. But yeah, he's just
Where the Sidewalk Ends, Fallen Angel, Aura, Anatomy of a Murder. Yeah,
but yeah,
Anatomy of a Murder. Speaking at Jimmy Stewart, if you want to hear him say panties, yeah,
I like Anatomy of a Murder. We don't get a lot of.
I love it.
We don't get a lot of defense attorney movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy to watch Laura and be like, "Oh, that's the Nazi from that's the Nazi from Stalag 17, which is my family's Christmas movie." He's so good. I think also the Schultz is good. The Nazi, because again, he's like is more straight comedy, like sort of antics, but he's scary too. And I think it works well. But yeah, I think the return to family, and it's just. I think also it's like Stalag 17 to me is a Christmas movie because it like gets people in your living room. Like it's like it's like I could show it to anyone and like they'll have a good time. And I just associate it with like welcoming people into my family's home. It's like, oh, like, well, it's Christmas time. We're gonna put it on Stalag 17. And like I think all my friends like strongly associate this movie with my like childhood home, which I like.
I think I'd do Trapped in Paradise because that's just like my favorite. Like it's Nick Cage, John Lovitz, Stan Carvey just did it brilliant. It's like the most underseen one that I just absolutely adore, and it's just like it's so sentimental and heartwarming but also very funny and very kind of crass. You'd love the mom in there. Has a lot of great bit, and it also has Richard Jenkins. And, it's got a lot of great cast. And speaking of big cast. Madge Amick or Amick from Twin Peaks. Yeah. She's in there. She's like the love interest in Nick Cage. She doesn't have very many lines, but her outfits are great. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just thinking about Christmas movies. I was like, yeah, I think we don't have a ton that we like watch every year. I think Stalag 17 is like the number one.
We should do Lethal Weapon. If you want to get like a real like Lethal Weapon Lion in Winter, that would be that would be a fun one.
The Lion in Winter is not a family Christmas movie. This is like just I watch it every Christmas. I watch it a lot. I'll watch it on Katharine Hepburn's birthday. I'll watch it on Peter O'Toole's birthday. I'll watch it at Christmas.
Do you like Christmas Vacation? National Lampoon's?
No. I don't like Jimmy Chase.
Okay.
I don't find him funny.
I get that.
Also, I don't like movies where husbands are mean to their wives. They're the butt of the joke. Lion in Winter, he's mean to her because she's also being mean to him.
He's like the Hitchcock of comedy, I guess, in terms of being mean. Yeah, he's like you can tell there's like very
darkness.
Yeah, darkness behind it. That was my family's Christmas movie. I still love it, but
we did a lot of we did like It's a Wonderful Life. Like we do a lot of like whatever's on TCM. So like I've seen like there's this crazy movie that I think you probably are the only person in my life I would recommend it to. The Holly and the Ivy.
Okay.
It's this incredibly depressing British movie that's set at Christmas. That is about like it's 1952. It's David Lean could have directed it. He didn't. It's like a vicar and his children. And it's like he's basically like ignored his children their entire lives in order to like tend to his flock, and now they've all come home at Christmas to like reckon with him. And it's a bummer. And they play the hymn, the Holly and the Ivy, probably 12 times in the movie, so it like gets stuck in your head. But we watched that one year.
Ralph Richardson.
Yes, he's great. Celia Johnson.
I love Ralph Richardson. It's great. Time Bandits. If you ever seen Time,
and that's Time Bandits.
You got to see Time Bandits. Terry Gilliam. Are you Monty Python lady?
Yeah, I do like Monty Python. I've heard of Time Bandits. I've seen this now. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I haven't seen the remake because whatever. But like that was my favorite movie as a kid. That was my kid's movie. Also has David Warner. I mean, shout out John Arenicus, Baldur's Gate 2.
And we also do Holiday Inn and Christmas in Connecticut. With when you were saying Barbara Stanwyck, I was thinking Christmas in Connecticut. See those.
Yeah, there's a lot of them I haven't seen. Like I haven't seen White Christmas. I can't remember seeing it.
I don't like White Christmas.
One of those.
I don't like Bing Crosby is charisma suck to me. He makes every movie that he's in worse. And he's culpable for being in High Society, the musical remake of Philadelphia Story that I hate.
Okay.
Also, like culpable. Like I'm holding him and Grace Kelly responsible. Frank Sinatra too.
Oh no, I love Grace Kelly.
Oh, I hate Grace Kelly.
Why do you?
I think she's a terrible actress.
Like I think Rear Window.
All right, so here's the thing.
I don't think I've seen her in anything else.
She's good in Rear Window because she's playing Grace Kelly, and Alfred Hitchcock is in love with her. Also, she does the thing that Audrey Hepburn does, where she wears clothes. Which
she's a great clothes wearer.
She's a great clothes wearer, which to her credit. I do think Audrey Hepburn is a stronger actress than Grace Kelly.
I haven't seen her in anything as good as The Children's Hour or as good performance.
Right, and I think she's very beautiful, and I think she gets away with a lot because she's very beautiful.
The concept of that movie, I think that was the original. Shout out Jenna again for roasting me about Jimmy Stewart, but it's just the funniest fucking thing. And just the idea of her showing up as down bad and horny for Jimmy Stewart, and he's just in pajamas in a cast and totally not going after her is like the most insane premise. It's like Troy Donahue being a writer or Robert Redford being a writer, where it's like it looks weird.
People always make fun of him for not going after. It's like, to be fair, has a broken leg. Like his
doesn't matter. You know what it would take?
It's a metaphor.
No, but it's not. It's like no. There's not a virus or an injury that exists that I would not Hulk out of if Grace Kelly came over looking like that, making me food. If she brought over like a pop,
who's making the food? Thelma Ritter is making the food.
In Rear Window?
Yeah, Thelma Ritter's the one who's doing all the caretaking task.
But she served the food.
Okay.
Doesn't she bring it over from the restaurant or something?
Again, that's not making food.
If she brought me food, though, doesn't matter. Yeah.
But to me, Grace Kelly's in the same category as Ala Delon, where I'm like, this is.
Okay, I can see that. That's a good comparison.
Totally, I understand that she's very beautiful, but I'm like, this is not attractive to me.
Now that you say that, if she showed up with an eye patch, I'd be like, damn, that's
there you
one
go.
step
Yes,
up.
I think I agree. That's beautiful people need eye patches, but Grace Kelly, I don't like her as an actress. Which
How do you rank the eye patch directors?
Nicholas Ray, number one.
Over John Ford.
Yeah.
I do love Nicholas Ray.
I mean, John Ford probably has more hits, but the hits that Nicholas Ray has are bigger hits for me.
I have a higher ranked. In Only Plays is my number 4 all time.
Right.
So
that's the kind. It's like you make that movie and then it's like, okay.
Bigger Than Life, Rebel Without a Cause. I mean, that's a fucking crazy three shot.
Wim Wenders, he has an eye patch, right?
Maybe. I didn't know. Fritz Lang, I think Fritz Lang has one. Nicholas Ray has one. John Ford has one. And Andre de Toth. Well, another forgotten guy, Andre de Toth. You ever seen his Western that he did with Burl Ives, Day of the Outlaw?
No, I've not.
Oh, you'd love that. It's a very psychological one.
Raoul Walsh is the other one who had an eye patch.
Fuck him.
Why?
I love him. He's good, but because he was a bastard. He prevented Gabriel Figueroa, who I think is possibly the greatest cinematographer ever, who did John Ford's The Fugitive and who did have you seen Victims of Sin by Emilio Fernandez?
No.
You've got to watch that tonight. If there was ever a movie made for you
Victims
that is
Sin.
It's classic Hollywood. Emilio Fernandez, who's the main general in the Wild Bunch, he was in a bunch of Sam Peckinpah movies.
Okay, I do love Sam Peckinpah. I've definitely seen him in movies.
So the general in that was he was the premier guy. He was the John Ford of Mexico's golden age of cinema.
Okay.
He worked with Gabriel Figueroa. Victims of Sin is a hybrid. It's if you can't find it, I can send it because
I am sour on John Ford compared to you, but that's okay. He's someone.
Which John Ford have you seen? Have you seen a lot of his Have you seen Long Voyage Home?
Here's what I've seen. I'm going to his filmography. Those are his Purple Hearts. That's not what I need. All right. All right, that's too far back. I've not seen anything.
The Searchers, obviously.
I've not seen The Searchers.
Okay, well then how can you say you're sour, John?
Because I don't think I'd like The Searchers.
The single most influential movie in movie history, probably.
Just because it's influential doesn't mean I have to like it.
I'm not saying you have to like it, but just like...
I don't think I'll like it, and that's one of the reasons I'm like, I don't want to form an opinion on it because I won't like it, and then I'll have to talk about not
Why
liking
wouldn't
it.
you like it? It's like...
Because I don't like other John Ford movies. I don't like Stagecoach. I don't like John Wayne. Like, period. Like, his voice.
I mean, I love John Wayne.
I know. That's the thing. It's like...
Grapes of Wrath?
I'm fine. I like Grapes of Wrath, but that's Henry Fonda. Henry Fonda kind of, like, beats everybody.
Okay. Well, he made... I mean, what about My Darling Clementine?
So My Darling Clementine is my favorite John Ford movie.
The Quiet Man?
I don't like The Quiet Man.
How Green Was My Valley?
I don't like How Green Is My Valley.
With how much you excuse domestic violence, I'm surprised you don't like The Quiet Man. Because that's my movie where I'm like, yeah, he, I
mean, The Quiet Man I don't like because I don't like John Wayne and I don't like Maureen O'Hara. Like, I don't... I don't... They do nothing for me.
What in the world? That's... I love both of them.
I'm fine with being wrong in this game. Like, I understand that my feelings about John Ford
Have you seen The Informer?
No.
Okay. The Long Voyage Home, The Informer, I think would be in Three Godfathers. Although Three Godfathers...
I've seen Three Godfathers.
Good Christmas movie. Speaking of Christmas movies.
Yes, it is. It's like very literally Christmas. I like
The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance.
I like The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. That is like probably the most tolerable John Wayne is in any movie.
The Searchers, I feel like you got to see.
Eventually, yeah.
The Whole Town's Talking. I thought you said you liked that.
I do like that
Fugitive.
one. My favorite.
The Wasp Patrol.
I've not seen that.
It's kind of like a horror movie of Victor McLaglen and a bunch of guys just slowly getting sniped in the desert.
I mean,
It's like the first horror movie.
I love Mr. Roberts, but that's barely a John Wayne movie.
I would say, okay, I'll say the Long Voyage Home is a Eugene O'Neill. It has like all the great Irish actors except for Victor McLaglen. It's actually John Wayne. It's the only time he plays off character where he plays like, how do I say this? He plays like Gene Tierney does in Tobacco Road, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like a little like slow. He's actually, it's his best performance. But the rest of the movie is a showcase for like Thomas Mitchell and other guys.
One theory I have with John Ford is that like I'm too much of an Italian weeb for the Irish stuff.
Okay.
Like that's not my Catholicism. I mean, it literally is. My last name is Kearney.
Okay.
But I'm like, this is not the thing that I am enamored with in film.
Okay.
It's like the Irish stuff.
That makes sense.
That's my theory.
That's what I love. Yeah, that's what I love about him. It's just like that my Irish Catholic side is like my sort of like layabout drunk Irish side. I have never felt as much representation as I do watching John Ford movies.
See, my last name is Kearney, but like so it's like we are Irish, but like I think we are many generations Presbyterian.
Okay, I don't know if this was on pod or off pod at this point, but like I was gonna say that thing that I don't know if it was on pod or off pod about like Barbra Streisand Judaism versus not.
Yeah,
it's like this. You're like different Irishes, like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're like Calvinist. That's the thing. I'm like, I think that is like.
It's like Ulster Irish people?
No, just like converted, for generations.
Okay.
And then my mom's
that makes sense.
Family is Scottish, and so it's like we're just like, yeah.
Okay, so you're like you're Rangers and I'm Celtic. I guess would be is that the.
Politically, I'm closer to Celtic, but
no, we've established. Emma is anti-IRA. She is
like all for the Republicans, all for the IRA. However, I've not been Catholic for a long time, so I think Irish Catholic stuff. I'm like, this is like a little. It's like repressed in a different way than how I identify as like a Calvinist repressed. And I'm not sure, like
that makes sense.
The guilt versus shame maybe is the difference. Like, I don't.
Did you like the new Frankenstein? You probably haven't seen the new Frankenstein.
No.
I did not like it, but one of my friends was saying that they liked it because like it reminded them more of like Latin Catholicism as opposed to like, and they were like, that's why you might not like it.
I have heard,
was interesting.
Yeah, that I feel like I've seen people who've said that it's like, oh, he's displacing this thing into a different sort of system that like works for some people, like that tenor works really well for some people, but like feels very foreign and like out of place for this story for other people.
Okay.
And so I would not be surprised. Yeah. But yeah,
I'd say The Fugitive and The Long Voyage Home, but yeah.
Yeah, I just I mean, I think the Catholicism that I'm interested in is like tourist Catholicism. I really identify with like British people going to Italy and like looking at things and being like, wow, Catholics, papist.
I'll see Rome Adventure then for you. It's not very good, but yeah, you get to see people in Rome.
John Ford. I know that he's very important. I like My Darling Clementine. I loved Linda Darnell. And I like The Man Who Shot Liberty. Like, he's a great director. I'm just like not. I'm not like chomping at the bit to watch The Searchers.
So Raoul Walsh, he went. Ford wanted to bring him over after he shot The Fugitive, which The Fugitive is maybe the best looking movie I've ever seen with Henry, with Henry Fonda. Based on a Graham Greene book. It's really really fascinating. Very religious story. Ward Bond's great in it too, but he wanted to bring over Gabriel Figueroa as to be his cinematographer for every movie moving forward. But Raoul Walsh was like, this guy's too communist, because Figueroa had organized the cinematographers in Mexico, and he was like a big political. So Raoul Walsh actually blocked him from coming into the country and working for John Ford, which is not bad because he ended up doing a lot of great movies with Emilio Fernandez. But still, I gotta say fuck Raoul Walsh a little bit, even though I've liked most Raoul Walsh movies I've seen.
I mean, the only thing I remember, I'm trying to think, what have I seen? So he's very important to me because he directed The Strawberry Blonde, which is a movie from 1941 with Olivia de Havilland and Rita Hayworth. And I think it's the only time
sounds great
that Rita Hayworth is in a scene with a woman without a man in it. And so it's this single thing in her career, at least of the movies that I've seen, where she gets to act across another woman. And it's delightful. Like they're doing like a comedy scene together, and it's so outside of Rita Hayworth's tenor, and you're like, oh, she could have been like a comedic actress. Like she could have been like Gene Tierney does in Rings on Her Finger. She never really has a turn like that because of Harry Cohn's control over her. Like he just had such a specific vision of what he wanted her to be. I mean, she's just some comedy and the Cover Girl and some of the musicals, but she's funny in Strawberry Blonde, and it's it's just you just hit this in. And also, it's this movie. She's the second fiddle. She's the second. Olivia de Havilland's the main woman, even though Rita Hayworth is the Strawberry Blonde. It's you can see in that movie when you watch it, oh, I could imagine people going to see this movie and thinking, I want to see another movie with that girl in it. I'm we are chomping at the bit for more Rita Hayworth, and this is the movie that turns her into a movie star. So that's my only Raoul Walsh take, is that it's a fine movie, it's fine, but it is so important in her career. I think it's the last movie that she plays. She gets billed second, or the last billed second as a woman. She gets billed second after Fred Astaire in the two movies they do together, and then CoverGirl, she's billed first at Columbia, and then between CoverGirl and Pal Joey, she's always billed first.
I really liked High Sierra by him.
Yeah,
which has Ida Lupino, who's another one of my ladies.
Yes.
Not also because she directed some of the best Twilight Zone episodes.
Yeah.
But I feel really bad for saying it. Also, I just think she is just drop dead gorgeous.
Yes.
But don't want to put her in her butt. Yeah, love Ida Lupino. And Manpower, which is a remake of Tiger Shark by Howard Hawks with Edward G. And that's a great Marlene Dietrich movie. I love Manpower.
Marlene Dietrich is someone that I feel like I don't connect with, but I just am I've never had a moment where I was I want to watch a bunch of Marlene Dietrich movies. I like Greta Garbo more, I think.
Have you seen The Blue Angel with her?
Yes.
The Weimar. That's probably my favorite movie of hers. She's great in that. Okay, I think the second longest pod.
Okay,
congrats.
Don't use all of this. Edit it down.
I'm not. No, all of it. This is my ideal pod.
Okay. Okay. We did talk about more movies, less sports this time, which was my goal. I was like, we should stand.
Emma.
Yes, we're leaving.
This has been tremendous. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll email you these records. I have the letter, The More the Merrier, Ryan's Daughter, all William Wine, Holly and Ivy, Wine and Winter, Women with a View, Morris, Holiday Passion Friend, Sevenville, Lady Eve, Barbara Stanwyck, Giving Oscar to William Holden, Ball of Fire, Top Pepper, in the River by Grace Gupdine, Ripley's Game, Diner, You Was Mine and I Was Blood of the New Spanish Prisoner, Marty Scorsese, We Were to Heaven YouTube video, Marnie, Strawberry Blonde, and What's Up Doc. And then a bunch of others just in tabs everywhere. Yeah. But for you, I would say, I don't know, because you talk about The Age of Innocence. Have you read I don't know if I brought up The Gangs of New York, the book?
No, I've not read the book.
It's a lot of it is bullshit, but as a context setter for what New York was like, it's the most lurid nonfiction book that's probably mostly untrue.
Okay.
But you would probably find it fascinating. The book is 100 times more lurid than the movie, and it talks about guys being underground bar fights, and a guy's job being the one to suck the blood off of the wounds of the boxers who got bruises on their knuckles.
Why
and
do they
stuff.
have to be sucked? Couldn't you just use a towel?
The guy's name was just John the Sucker or something. It's all these colorful characters.
Okay.
And they talk about all the gangs and everyone dying, and the life expectancy being 18.
Okay.
And it's people never seeing the sunlight. It's the most unbelievable, probably false thing, but I think it was 1929.
Okay.
So I think
I like Gangs of New York more than the average person. I think I have fun. The accent's
yeah,
still bug
it's not
me.
a bad movie. It's not like one. I don't, but Rio,
accents still
Kiss in the
bug
Dark,
me. Like
Victims of Sin.
Like in movies, like when people have bad accents, I'm like, if I can understand what they're saying, I don't really care.
Someone was saying that they think De-Lewis is doing a De Niro in that. Do you think he's doing a De Niro in that?
Oh,
I could see it
he's doing
ways.
that face. He's that face a little bit. That was my De Niro.
Yeah. He inherited the Claude Rains squinty eyes thing.
Yeah.
My buddy always says Claude Rains looks like a Cheshire cat. Which
I think Claude Rains is super handsome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think he's stunning.
Very cat-like though.
Yeah.
He's handsome in the way a domestic cat is.
Yeah. I agree.
Maybe I'll name a cat Claude Rains. Maybe
that would be great.
Maybe I'll do Claude Rains and Jean.
With a W?
Yeah. Claude and Jean.
There you go.
That might be my cats.
So.
Emma,
right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me again. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Steve's barking. All right.
Merry Christmas,
I'm gonna go.
Steve.
Bye.